18,491, 18,492, 18,493, 18,494, 18,495, 18,496, 18,497, 18,498, 18,499, 18,500, 18,501, 18,502, 18,503, 18,504, 18,505, 18,506, 18,507, 18,508, 18,509, 18,510, 18,511, 18,512, 18,513, 18,514, 18,515, 18,516, 18,517, 18,518, 18,519, 18,520, 18,521, 18,522, 18,523, 18,524, 18,525, 18,526, 18,527, 18,528, 18,529, 18,530, 18,531, 18,532, 18,533, 18,534, 18,535, 18,536, 18,537, 18,538, 18,539, 18,540, 18,541, 18,542, 18,543, 18,544, 18,545, 18,546, 18,547, 18,548, 18,549, 18,550, 18,551, 18,552, 18,553, 18,554, 18,555, 18,556, 18,557, 18,558, 18,559, 18,560, 18,561, 18,562, 18,563, 18,564, 18,565, 18,566, 18,567, 18,568, 18,569, 18,570, 18,571, 18,572, 18,573, 18,574, 18,575, 18,576, 18,577, 18,578, 18,579, 18,580, 18,581, 18,582, 18,583, 18,584, 18,585, 18,586, 18,587, 18,588, 18,589, 18,590, 18,591, 18,592, 18,593, 18,594, 18,595, 18,596, 18,597, 18,598, 18,599, 18,600, 18,601, 18,602, 18,603, 18,604, 18,605, 18,606, 18,607, 18,608, 18,609, 18,610, 18,611, 18,612, 18,613, 18,614, 18,615, 18,616, 18,617, 18,618, 18,619, 18,620, 18,621, 18,622, 18,623, 18,624, 18,625, 18,626, 18,627, 18,628, 18,629, 18,630, 18,631, 18,632, 18,633, 18,634, 18,635, 18,636, 18,637, 18,638, 18,639, 18,640, 18,641, 18,642, 18,643, 18,644, 18,645, 18,646, 18,647, 18,648, 18,649, 18,650, 18,651, 18,652, 18,653, 18,654, 18,655, 18,656, 18,657, 18,658, 18,659, 18,660, 18,661, 18,662, 18,663, 18,664, 18,665, 18,666, 18,667, 18,668, 18,669, 18,670, 18,671, 18,672, 18,673, 18,674, 18,675, 18,676, 18,677, 18,678, 18,679, 18,680, 18,681, 18,682, 18,683, 18,684, 18,685, 18,686, 18,687, 18,688, 18,689, 18,690, 18,691, 18,692, 18,693, 18,694, 18,695, 18,696, 18,697, 18,698, 18,699, 18,700, 18,701, 18,702, 18,703, 18,704, 18,705, 18,706, 18,707, 18,708, 18,709, 18,710, 18,711, 18,712, 18,713, 18,714, 18,715, 18,716, 18,717, 18,718, 18,719, 18,720, 18,721, 18,722, 18,723, 18,724, 18,725, 18,726, 18,727, 18,728, 18,729, 18,730, 18,731, 18,732, 18,733, 18,734, 18,735, 18,736, 18,737, 18,738, 18,739, 18,740, 18,741, 18,742, 18,743, 18,744, 18,745, 18,746, 18,747, 18,748, 18,749, 18,750, 18,751, 18,752, 18,753, 18,754, 18,755, 18,756, 18,757, 18,758, 18,759, 18,760, 18,761, 18,762, 18,763, 18,764, 18,765, 18,766, 18,767, 18,768, 18,769, 18,770, 18,771, 18,772, 18,773, 18,774, 18,775, 18,776, 18,777, 18,778, 18,779, 18,780, 18,781, 18,782, 18,783, 18,784, 18,785, 18,786, 18,787, 18,788, 18,789, 18,790, 18,791, 18,792, 18,793, 18,794, 18,795, 18,796, 18,797, 18,798, 18,799, 18,800, 18,801, 18,802, 18,803, 18,804, 18,805, 18,806, 18,807, 18,808, 18,809, 18,810, 18,811, 18,812, 18,813, 18,814, 18,815, 18,816, 18,817, 18,818, 18,819, 18,820, 18,821, 18,822, 18,823, 18,824, 18,825, 18,826, 18,827, 18,828, 18,829, 18,830, 18,831, 18,832, 18,833, 18,834, 18,835, 18,836, 18,837, 18,838, 18,839, 18,840, 18,841, 18,842, 18,843, 18,844, 18,845, 18,846, 18,847, 18,848, 18,849, 18,850, 18,851, 18,852, 18,853, 18,854, 18,855, 18,856, 18,857, 18,858, 18,859, 18,860, 18,861, 18,862, 18,863, 18,864, 18,865, 18,866, 18,867, 18,868, 18,869, 18,870, 18,871, 18,872, 18,873, 18,874, 18,875, 18,876, 18,877, 18,878, 18,879, 18,880, 18,881, 18,882, 18,883, 18,884, 18,885, 18,886, 18,887, 18,888, 18,889, 18,890, 18,891, 18,892, 18,893, 18,894, 18,895, 18,896, 18,897, 18,898, 18,899, 18,900, 18,901, 18,902, 18,903, 18,904, 18,905, 18,906, 18,907, 18,908, 18,909, 18,910, 18,911, 18,912, 18,913, 18,914, 18,915, 18,916, 18,917, 18,918, 18,919, 18,920, 18,921, 18,922, 18,923, 18,924, 18,925, 18,926, 18,927, 18,928, 18,929, 18,930, 18,931, 18,932, 18,933, 18,934, 18,935, 18,936, 18,937, 18,938, 18,939, 18,940, 18,941, 18,942, 18,943, 18,944, 18,945, 18,946, 18,947, 18,948, 18,949, 18,950, 18,951, 18,952, 18,953, 18,954, 18,955, 18,956, 18,957, 18,958, 18,959, 18,960, 18,961, 18,962, 18,963, 18,964, 18,965, 18,966, 18,967, 18,968, 18,969, 18,970, 18,971, 18,972, 18,973, 18,974, 18,975, 18,976, 18,977, 18,978, 18,979, 18,980, 18,981, 18,982, 18,983, 18,984, 18,985, 18,986, 18,987, 18,988, 18,989, 18,990, 18,991, 18,992, 18,993, 18,994, 18,995, 18,996, 18,997, 18,998, 18,999, 19,000, 19,001, 19,002, 19,003, 19,004, 19,005, 19,006, 19,007, 19,008, 19,009, 19,010, 19,011, 19,012, 19,013, 19,014, 19,015, 19,016, 19,017, 19,018, 19,019, 19,020, 19,021, 19,022, 19,023, 19,024, 19,025, 19,026, 19,027, 19,028, 19,029, 19,030, 19,031, 19,032, 19,033, 19,034, 19,035, 19,036, 19,037, 19,038, 19,039, 19,040, 19,041, 19,042, 19,043, 19,044, 19,045, 19,046, 19,047, 19,048, 19,049, 19,050, 19,051, 19,052, 19,053, 19,054, 19,055, 19,056, 19,057, 19,058, 19,059, 19,060, 19,061, 19,062, 19,063, 19,064, 19,065, 19,066, 19,067, 19,068, 19,069, 19,070, 19,071, 19,072, 19,073, 19,074, 19,075, 19,076, 19,077, 19,078, 19,079, 19,080, 19,081, 19,082, 19,083, 19,084, 19,085, 19,086, 19,087, 19,088, 19,089, 19,090, 19,091, 19,092, 19,093, 19,094, 19,095, 19,096, 19,097, 19,098, 19,099, 19,100, 19,101, 19,102, 19,103, 19,104, 19,105, 19,106, 19,107, 19,108, 19,109, 19,110, 19,111, 19,112, 19,113, 19,114, 19,115, 19,116, 19,117, 19,118, 19,119, 19,120, 19,121, 19,122, 19,123, 19,124, 19,125, 19,126, 19,127, 19,128, 19,129, 19,130, 19,131, 19,132, 19,133, 19,134, 19,135, 19,136, 19,137, 19,138, 19,139, 19,140, 19,141, 19,142, 19,143, 19,144, 19,145, 19,146, 19,147, 19,148, 19,149, 19,150, 19,151, 19,152, 19,153, 19,154, 19,155, 19,156, 19,157, 19,158, 19,159, 19,160, 19,161, 19,162, 19,163, 19,164, 19,165, 19,166, 19,167, 19,168, 19,169, 19,170, 19,171, 19,172, 19,173, 19,174, 19,175, 19,176, 19,177, 19,178, 19,179, 19,180, 19,181, 19,182, 19,183, 19,184, 19,185, 19,186, 19,187, 19,188, 19,189, 19,190, 19,191, 19,192, 19,193, 19,194, 19,195, 19,196, 19,197, 19,198, 19,199, 19,200, 19,201, 19,202, 19,203, 19,204, 19,205, 19,206, 19,207, 19,208, 19,209, 19,210, 19,211, 19,212, 19,213, 19,214, 19,215, 19,216, 19,217, 19,218, 19,219, 19,220, 19,221, 19,222, 19,223, 19,224, 19,225, 19,226, 19,227, 19,228, 19,229, 19,230, 19,231, 19,232, 19,233, 19,234, 19,235, 19,236, 19,237, 19,238, 19,239, 19,240, 19,241, 19,242, 19,243, 19,244, 19,245, 19,246, 19,247, 19,248, 19,249, 19,250, 19,251, 19,252, 19,253, 19,254, 19,255, 19,256, 19,257, 19,258, 19,259, 19,260, 19,261, 19,262, 19,263, 19,264, 19,265, 19,266, 19,267, 19,268, 19,269, 19,270, 19,271, 19,272, 19,273, 19,274, 19,275, 19,276, 19,277, 19,278, 19,279, 19,280, 19,281, 19,282, 19,283, 19,284, 19,285, 19,286, 19,287, 19,288, 19,289, 19,290, 19,291, 19,292, 19,293, 19,294, 19,295, 19,296, 19,297, 19,298, 19,299, 19,300, 19,301, 19,302, 19,303, 19,304, 19,305, 19,306, 19,307, 19,308, 19,309, 19,310, 19,311, 19,312, 19,313, 19,314, 19,315, 19,316, 19,317, 19,318, 19,319, 19,320, 19,321, 19,322, 19,323, 19,324, 19,325, 19,326, 19,327, 19,328, 19,329, 19,330, 19,331, 19,332, 19,333, 19,334, 19,335, 19,336, 19,337, 19,338, 19,339, 19,340, 19,341, 19,342, 19,343, 19,344, 19,345, 19,346, 19,347, 19,348, 19,349, 19,350, 19,351, 19,352, 19,353, 19,354, 19,355, 19,356, 19,357, 19,358, 19,359, 19,360, 19,361, 19,362, 19,363, 19,364, 19,365, 19,366, 19,367, 19,368, 19,369, 19,370, 19,371, 19,372, 19,373, 19,374, 19,375, 19,376, 19,377, 19,378, 19,379, 19,380, 19,381, 19,382, 19,383, 19,384, 19,385, 19,386, 19,387, 19,388, 19,389, 19,390, 19,391, 19,392, 19,393, 19,394, 19,395, 19,396, 19,397, 19,398, 19,399, 19,400, 19,401, 19,402, 19,403, 19,404, 19,405, 19,406, 19,407, 19,408, 19,409, 19,410, 19,411, 19,412, 19,413, 19,414, 19,415, 19,416, 19,417, 19,418, 19,419, 19,420, 19,421, 19,422, 19,423, 19,424, 19,425, 19,426, 19,427, 19,428, 19,429, 19,430, 19,431, 19,432, 19,433, 19,434, 19,435, 19,436, 19,437, 19,438, 19,439, 19,440, 19,441, 19,442, 19,443, 19,444, 19,445, 19,446, 19,447, 19,448, 19,449, 19,450, 19,451, 19,452, 19,453, 19,454, 19,455, 19,456, 19,457, 19,458, 19,459, 19,460, 19,461, 19,462, 19,463, 19,464, 19,465, 19,466, 19,467, 19,468, 19,469, 19,470, 19,471, 19,472, 19,473, 19,474, 19,475, 19,476, 19,477, 19,478, 19,479, 19,480, 19,481, 19,482, 19,483, 19,484, 19,485, 19,486, 19,487, 19,488, 19,489, 19,490, 19,491, 19,492, 19,493, 19,494, 19,495, 19,496, 19,497, 19,498, 19,499, 19,500, 19,501, 19,502, 19,503, 19,504, 19,505, 19,506, 19,507, 19,508, 19,509, 19,510, 19,511, 19,512, 19,513, 19,514, 19,515, 19,516, 19,517, 19,518, 19,519, 19,520, 19,521, 19,522, 19,523, 19,524, 19,525, 19,526, 19,527, 19,528, 19,529, 19,530, 19,531, 19,532, 19,533, 19,534, 19,535, 19,536, 19,537, 19,538, 19,539, 19,540, 19,541, 19,542, 19,543, 19,544, 19,545, 19,546, 19,547, 19,548, 19,549, 19,550, 19,551, 19,552, 19,553, 19,554, 19,555, 19,556, 19,557, 19,558, 19,559, 19,560, 19,561, 19,562, 19,563, 19,564, 19,565, 19,566, 19,567, 19,568, 19,569, 19,570, 19,571, 19,572, 19,573, 19,574, 19,575, 19,576, 19,577, 19,578, 19,579, 19,580, 19,581, 19,582, 19,583, 19,584, 19,585, 19,586, 19,587, 19,588, 19,589, 19,590, 19,591, 19,592, 19,593, 19,594, 19,595, 19,596, 19,597, 19,598, 19,599, 19,600, 19,601, 19,602, 19,603, 19,604, 19,605, 19,606, 19,607, 19,608, 19,609, 19,610, 19,611, 19,612, 19,613, 19,614, 19,615, 19,616, 19,617, 19,618, 19,619, 19,620, 19,621, 19,622, 19,623, 19,624, 19,625, 19,626, 19,627, 19,628, 19,629, 19,630, 19,631, 19,632, 19,633, 19,634, 19,635, 19,636, 19,637, 19,638, 19,639, 19,640, 19,641, 19,642, 19,643, 19,644, 19,645, 19,646, 19,647, 19,648, 19,649, 19,650, 19,651, 19,652, 19,653, 19,654, 19,655, 19,656, 19,657, 19,658, 19,659, 19,660, 19,661, 19,662, 19,663, 19,664, 19,665, 19,666, 19,667, 19,668, 19,669, 19,670, 19,671, 19,672, 19,673, 19,674, 19,675, 19,676, 19,677, 19,678, 19,679, 19,680, 19,681, 19,682, 19,683, 19,684, 19,685, 19,686, 19,687, 19,688, 19,689, 19,690, 19,691, 19,692, 19,693, 19,694, 19,695, 19,696, 19,697, 19,698, 19,699, 19,700, 19,701, 19,702, 19,703, 19,704, 19,705, 19,706, 19,707, 19,708, 19,709, 19,710, 19,711, 19,712, 19,713, 19,714, 19,715, 19,716, 19,717, 19,718, 19,719, 19,720, 19,721, 19,722, 19,723, 19,724, 19,725, 19,726, 19,727, 19,728, 19,729, 19,730, 19,731, 19,732, 19,733, 19,734, 19,735, 19,736, 19,737, 19,738, 19,739, 19,740, 19,741, 19,742, 19,743, 19,744, 19,745, 19,746, 19,747, 19,748, 19,749, 19,750, 19,751, 19,752, 19,753, 19,754, 19,755, 19,756, 19,757, 19,758, 19,759, 19,760, 19,761, 19,762, 19,763, 19,764, 19,765, 19,766, 19,767, 19,768, 19,769, 19,770, 19,771, 19,772, 19,773, 19,774, 19,775, 19,776, 19,777, 19,778, 19,779, 19,780, 19,781, 19,782, 19,783, 19,784, 19,785, 19,786, 19,787, 19,788, 19,789, 19,790, 19,791, 19,792, 19,793, 19,794, 19,795, 19,796, 19,797, 19,798, 19,799, 19,800, 19,801, 19,802, 19,803, 19,804, 19,805, 19,806, 19,807, 19,808, 19,809, 19,810, 19,811, 19,812, 19,813, 19,814, 19,815, 19,816, 19,817, 19,818, 19,819, 19,820, 19,821, 19,822, 19,823, 19,824, 19,825, 19,826, 19,827, 19,828, 19,829, 19,830, 19,831, 19,832, 19,833, 19,834, 19,835, 19,836, 19,837, 19,838, 19,839, 19,840, 19,841, 19,842, 19,843, 19,844, 19,845, 19,846, 19,847, 19,848, 19,849, 19,850, 19,851, 19,852, 19,853, 19,854, 19,855, 19,856, 19,857, 19,858, 19,859, 19,860, 19,861, 19,862, 19,863, 19,864, 19,865, 19,866, 19,867, 19,868, 19,869, 19,870, 19,871, 19,872, 19,873, 19,874, 19,875, 19,876, 19,877, 19,878, 19,879, 19,880, 19,881, 19,882, 19,883, 19,884, 19,885, 19,886, 19,887, 19,888, 19,889, 19,890, 19,891, 19,892, 19,893, 19,894, 19,895, 19,896, 19,897, 19,898, 19,899, 19,100, 19,101, 19,102, 19,103, 19,104, 19,105, 19,106, 19,107, 19,108, 19,109, 19,110, 19,111, 19,112, 19,113, 19,114, 19,115, 19,116, 19,117, 19,118, 19,119, 19,120, 19,121, 19,122, 19,123, 19,124, 19,125, 19,126, 19,127, 19,128, 19,129, 19,130, 19,131, 19,132, 19,133, 19,134, 19,135, 19,136, 19,137, 19,138, 19,139, 19,140, 19,141, 19,142, 19,143, 19,144, 19,145, 19,146, 19,147, 19,148, 19,149, 19,150, 19,151, 19,152, 19,153, 19,154, 19,155, 19,156, 19,157, 19,158, 19,159, 19,160, 19,161, 19,162, 19,163, 19,164, 19,165, 19,166, 19,167, 19,168, 19,169, 19,170, 19,171, 19,172, 19,173, 19,174, 19,175, 19,176, 19,177, 19,178, 19,179, 19,180, 19,181, 19,182, 19,183, 19,184, 19,185, 19,186, 19,187, 19,188, 19,189, 19,190, 19,191, 19,192, 19,193, 19,194, 19,195, 19,196, 19,197, 19,198, 19,199, 20,000, 20,001, 20,002, 20,003, 20,004, 20,005, 20,006, 20,007, 20,008, 20,009, 20,010, 20,011, 20,012, 20,013, 20,014, 20,015, 20,016, 20,017, 20,018, 20,019, 20,020, 20,021, 20,022, 20,023, 20,024, 20,025, 20,026, 20,027, 20,028, 20,029, 20,030, 20,031, 20,032, 20,033, 20,034, 20,035, 20,036, 20,037, 20,038, 20,039, 20,040, 20,041, 20,042, 20,043, 20,044, 20,045, 20,046, 20,047, 20,048, 20,049, 20,050, 20,051, 20,052, 20,053, 20,054, 20,055, 20,056, 20,057, 20,058, 20,059, 20,060, 20,061, 20,062, 20,063, 20,064, 20,065, 20,066, 20,067, 20,068, 20,069, 20,070, 20,071, 20,072, 20,073, 20,074, 20,075, 20,076, 20,077, 20,078, 20,079, 20,080, 20,081, 20,082, 20,083, 20,084, 20,085, 20,086, 20,087, 20,088, 20,089, 20,090, 20,091, 20,092, 20,093, 20,094, 20,095, 20,096, 20,097, 20,098, 20,099, 20,100, 20,101, 20,102, 20,103, 20,104, 20,105, 20,106, 20,107, 20,108, 20,109, 20,110, 20,111, 20,112, 20,113, 20,114, 20,115, 20,116, 20,117, 20,118, 20,119, 20,120, 20,121, 20,122, 20,123, 20,124, 20,125, 20,126, 20,127, 20,128, 20,129, 20,130, 20,131, 20,132, 20,133, 20,134, 20,135, 20,136, 20,137, 20,138, 20,139, 20,140, 20,141, 20,142, 20,143, 20,144, 20,145, 20,146, 20,147, 20,148, 20,149, 20,150, 20,151, 20,152, 20,153, 20,154, 20,155, 20,156, 20,157, 20,158, 20,159, 20,160, 20,161, 20,162, 20,163, 20,164, 20,165, 20,166, 20,167, 20,168, 20,169, 20,170, 20,171, 20,172, 20,173, 20,174, 20,175, 20,176, 20,177, 20,178, 20,179, 20,180, 20,181, 20,182, 20,183, 20,184, 20,185, 20,186, 20,187, 20,188, 20,189, 20,190, 20,191, 20,192, 20,193, 20,194, 20,195, 20,196, 20,197, 20,198, 20,199, 20,200, 20,201, 20,202, 20,203, 20,204, 20,205, 20,206, 20,207, 20,208, 20,209, 20,210, 20,211, 20,212, 20,213, 20,214, 20,215, 20,216, 20,217, 20,218, 20,219, 20,220, 20,221, 20,222, 20,223, 20,224, 20,225, 20,226, 20,227, 20,228, 20,229, 20,230, 20,231, 20,232, 20,233, 20,234, 20,235, 20,236, 20,237, 20,238, 20,239, 20,240, 20,241, 20,242, 20,243, 20,244, 20,245, 20,246, 20,247, 20,248, 20,249, 20,250, 20,251, 20,252, 20,253, 20,254, 20,255, 20,256, 20,257, 20,258, 20,259, 20,260, 20,261, 20,262, 20,263, 20,264, 20,265, 20,266, 20,267, 20,268, 20,269, 20,270, 20,271, 20,272, 20,273, 20,274, 20,275, 20,276, 20,277, 20,278, 20,279, 20,280, 20,281, 20,282, 20,283, 20,284, 20,285, 20,286, 20,287, 20,288, 20,289, 20,290, 20,291, 20,292, 20,293, 20,294, 20,295, 20,296, 20,297, 20,298, 20,299, 20,300, 20,301, 20,302, 20,303, 20,304, 20,305, 20,306, 20,307, 20,308, 20,309, 20,310, 20,311, 20,312, 20,313, 20,314, 20,315, 20,316, 20,317, 20,318, 20,319, 20,320, 20,321, 20,322, 20,323, 20,324, 20,325, 20,326, 20,327, 20,328, 20,329, 20,330, 20,331, 20,332, 20,333, 20,334, 20,335, 20,336, 20,337, 20,338, 20,339, 20,340, 20,341, 20,342, 20,343, 20,344, 20,345, 20,346, 20,347, 20,348, 20,349, 20,350, 20,351, 20,352, 20,353, 20,354, 20,355, 20,356, 20,357, 20,358, 20,359, 20,360, 20,361, 20,362, 20,363, 20,364, 20,365, 20,366, 20,367, 20,368, 20,369, 20,370, 20,371, 20,372, 20,373, 20,374, 20,375, 20,376, 20,377, 20,378, 20,379, 20,380, 20,381, 20,382, 20,383, 20,384, 20,385, 20,386, 20,387, 20,388, 20,389, 20,390, 20,391, 20,392, 20,393, 20,394, 20,395, 20,396, 20,397, 20,398, 20,399, 20,400, 20,401, 20,402, 20,403, 20,404, 20,405, 20,406, 20,407, 20,408, 20,409, 20,410, 20,411, 20,412, 20,413, 20,414, 20,415, 20,416, 20,417, 20,418, 20,419, 20,420, 20,421, 20,422, 20,423, 20,424, 20,425, 20,426, 20,427, 20,428, 20,429, 20,430, 20,431, 20,432, 20,433, 20,434, 20,435, 20,436, 20,437, 20,438, 20,439, 20,440, 20,441, 20,442, 20,443, 20,444, 20,445, 20,446, 20,447, 20,448, 20,449, 20,450, 20,451, 20,452, 20,453, 20,454, 20,455, 20,456, 20,457, 20,458, 20,459, 20,460, 20,461, 20,462, 20,463, 20,464, 20,465, 20,466, 20,467, 20,468, 20,469, 20,470, 20,471, 20,472, 20,473, 20,474, 20,475, 20,476, 20,477, 20,478, 20,479, 20,480, 20,481, 20,482, 20,483, 20,484, 20,485, 20,486, 20,487, 20,488, 20,489, 20,490, 20,491, 20,492, 20,493, 20,494, 20,495, 20,496, 20,497, 20,498, 20,499, 20,500, 20,501, 20,502, 20,503, 20,504, 20,505, 20,506, 20,507, 20,508, 20,509, 20,510, 20,511, 20,512, 20,513, 20,514, 20,515, 20,516, 20,517, 20,518, 20,519, 20,520, 20,521, 20,522, 20,523, 20,524, 20,525, 20,526, 20,527, 20,528, 20,529, 20,530, 20,531, 20,532, 20,533, 20,534, 20,535, 20,536, 20,537, 20,538, 20,539, 20,540, 20,541, 20,542, 20,543, 20,544, 20,545, 20,546, 20,547, 20,548, 20,549, 20,550, 20,551, 20,552, 20,553, 20,554, 20,555, 20,556, 20,557, 20,558, 20,559, 20,560, 20,561, 20,562, 20,563, 20,564, 20,565, 20,566, 20,567, 20,568, 20,569, 20,570, 20,571, 20,572, 20,573, 20,574, 20,575, 20,576, 20,577, 20,578, 20,579, 20,580, 20,581, 20,582, 20,583, 20,584, 20,585, 20,586, 20,587, 20,588, 20,589, 20,590, 20,591, 20,592, 20,593, 20,594, 20,595, 20,596, 20,597, 20,598, 20,599, 20,600, 20,601, 20,602, 20,603, 20,604, 20,605, 20,606, 20,607, 20,608, 20,609, 20,610, 20,611, 20,612, 20,613, 20,614, 20,615, 20,616, 20,617, 20,618, 20,619, 20,620, 20,621, 20,622, 20,623, 20,624, 20,625, 20,626, 20,627, 20,628, 20,629, 20,630, 20,631, 20,632, 20,633, 20,634, 20,635, 20,636, 20,637, 20,638, 20,639, 20,640, 20,641, 20,642, 20,643, 20,644, 20,645, 20,646, 20,647, 20,648, 20,649, 20,650, 20,651, 20,652, 20,653, 20,654, 20,655, 20,656, 20,657, 20,658, 20,659, 20,660, 20,661, 20,662, 20,663, 20,664, 20,665, 20,666, 20,667, 20,668, 20,669, 20,670, 20,671, 20,672, 20,673, 20,674, 20,675, 20,676, 20,677, 20,678, 20,679, 20,680, 20,681, 20,682, 20,683, 20,684, 20,685, 20,686, 20,687, 20,688, 20,689, 20,690, 20,691, 20,692, 20,693, 20,694, 20,695, 20,696, 20,697, 20,698, 20,699, 20,700, 20,701, 20,702, 20,703, 20,704, 20,705, 20,706, 20,707, 20,708, 20,709, 20,710, 20,711, 20,712, 20,713, 20,714, 20,715, 20,716, 20,717, 20,718, 20,719, 20,720, 20,721, 20,722, 20,723, 20,724, 20,725, 20,726, 20,727, 20,728, 20,729, 20,730, 20,731, 20,732, 20,733, 20,734, 20,735, 20,736, 20,737, 20,738, 20,739, 20,740, 20,741, 20,742, 20,743, 20,744, 20,745, 20,746, 20,747, 20,748, 20,749, 20,750, 20,751, 20,752, 20,753, 20,754, 20,755, 20,756, 20,757, 20,758, 20,759, 20,760, 20,761, 20,762, 20,763, 20,764, 20,765, 20,766, 20,767, 20,768, 20,769, 20,770, 20,771, 20,772, 20,773, 20,774, 20,775, 20,776, 20,777, 20,778, 20,779, 20,780, 20,781, 20,782, 20,783, 20,784, 20,785, 20,786, 20,787, 20,788, 20,789, 20,790, 20,791, 20,792, 20,793, 20,794, 20,795, 20,796, 20,797, 20,798, 20,799, 20,800, 20,801, 20,802, 20,803, 20,804, 20,805, 20,806, 20,807, 20,808, 20,809, 20,810, 20,811, 20,812, 20,813, 20,814, 20,815, 20,816, 20,817, 20,818, 20,819, 20,820, 20,821, 20,822, 20,823, 20,824, 20,825, 20,826, 20,827, 20,828, 20,829, 20,830, 20,831, 20,832, 20,833, 20,834, 20,835, 20,836, 20,837, 20,838, 20,839, 20,840, 20,841, 20,842, 20,843, 20,844, 20,845, 20,846, 20,847, 20,848, 20,849, 20,850, 20,851, 20,852, 20,853, 20,854, 20,855, 20,856, 20,857, 20,858, 20,859, 20,860, 20,861, 20,862, 20,863, 20,864, 20,865, 20,866, 20,867, 20,868, 20,869, 20,870, 20,871, 20,872, 20,873, 20,874, 20,875, 20,876, 20,877, 20,878, 20,879, 20,880, 20,881, 20,882, 20,883, 20,884, 20,885, 20,886, 20,887, 20,888, 20,889, 20,890, 20,891, 20,892, 20,893, 20,894, 20,895, 20,896, 20,897, 20,898, 20,899, 20,900, 20,901, 20,902, 20,903, 20,904, 20,905, 20,906, 20,907, 20,908, 20,909, 20,910, 20,911, 20,912, 20,913, 20,914, 20,915, 20,916, 20,917, 20,918, 20,919, 20,920, 20,921, 20,922, 20,923, 20,924, 20,925, 20,926, 20,927, 20,928, 20,929, 20,930, 20,931, 20,932, 20,933, 20,934, 20,935, 20,936, 20,937, 20,938, 20,939, 20,940, 20,941, 20,942, 20,943, 20,944, 20,945, 20,946, 20,947, 20,948, 20,949, 20,950, 20,951, 20,952, 20,953, 20,954, 20,955, 20,956, 20,957, 20,958, 20,959, 20,960, 20,961, 20,962, 20,963, 20,964, 20,965, 20,966, 20,967, 20,968, 20,969, 20,970, 20,971, 20,972, 20,973, 20,974, 20,975, 20,976, 20,977, 20,978, 20,979, 20,980, 20,981, 20,982, 20,983, 20,984, 20,985, 20,986, 20,987, 20,988, 20,989, 20,990, 20,991, 20,992, 20,993, 20,994, 20,995, 20,996, 20,997, 20,998, 20,999, 21,000, 21,001, 21,002, 21,003, 21,004, 21,005, 21,006, 21,007, 21,008, 21,009, 21,010, 21,011, 21,012, 21,013, 21,014, 21,015, 21,016, 21,017, 21,018, 21,019, 21,020, 21,021, 21,022, 21,023, 21,024, 21,025, 21,026, 21,027, 21,028, 21,029, 21,030, 21,031, 21,032, 21,033, 21,034, 21,035, 21,036, 21,037, 21,038, 21,039, 21,040, 21,041, 21,042, 21,043, 21,044, 21,045, 21,046, 21,047, 21,048, 21,049, 21,050, 21,051, 21,052, 21,053, 21,054, 21,055, 21,056, 21,057, 21,058, 21,059, 21,060, 21,061, 21,062, 21,063, 21,064, 21,065, 21,066, 21,067, 21,068, 21,069, 21,070, 21,071, 21,072, 21,073, 21,074, 21,075, 21,076, 21,077, 21,078, 21,079, 21,080, 21,081, 21,082, 21,083, 21,084, 21,085, 21,086, 21,087, 21,088, 21,089, 21,090, 21,091, 21,092, 21,093, 21,094, 21,095, 21,096, 21,097, 21,098, 21,099, 21,100, 21,101, 21,102, 21,103, 21,104, 21,105, 21,106, 21,107, 21,108, 21,109, 21,110, 21,111, 21,112, 21,113, 21,114, 21,115, 21,116, 21,116, 21,124, 21,125, 21,126, 21,127, 21,128, 21,129, 21,130, 21,131, 21,132, 21,133, 21,134, 21,135, 21,136, 21,137, 21,138, 21,139, 21,140, 21,141, 21,142, 21,143, 21,144, 21,145, 21,146, 21,147, 21,148, 21,149, 21,150, 21,151, 21,152, 21,153, 21,154, 21,155, 21,156, 21,157, 21,158, 21,159, 21,160, 21,161, 21,162, 21,163, 21,164, 21,165, 21,166, 21,167, 21,168, 21,169, 21,170, 21,171, 21,172, 21,173, 21,174, 21,175, 21,176, 21,177, 21,178, 21,179, 21,180, 21,181, 21,182, 21,183, 21,184, 21,185, 21,186, 21,187, 21,188, 21,189, 21,190, 21,191, 21,192, 21,193, 21,194, 21,195, 21,196, 21,197, 21,198, 21,199, 21,200, 21,201, 21,202, 21,203, 21,204, 21,205, 21,206, 21,207, 21,208, 21,209, 21,210, 21,211, 21,212, 21,213, 21,214, 21,215, 21,216, 21,217, 21,218, 21,219, 20,220, 20,221, 20,222, 20,223, 20,224, 20,225, 20,226, 20,227, 20,228, 20,229, 20,230, 20,231, 20,232, 20,233, 20,234, 20,235, 20,236, 20,237, 20,238, 20,239, 20,240, 20,241, 20,242, 20,243, 20,244, 20,245, 20,246, 20,247, 20,248, 20,249, 20,250, 20,251, 20,252, 20,253, 20,254, 20,255, 20,256, 20,257, 20,258, 20,259, 20,260, 20,261, 20,262, 20,263, 20,264, 20,265, 20,266, 20,267, 20,268, 20,269, 20,270, 20,271, 20,272, 20,273, 20,274, 20,275, 20,276, 20,277, 20,278, 20,279, 20,280, 20,281, 20,282, 20,283, 20,284, 20,285, 20,286, 20,287, 20,288, 20,289, 20,290, 20,291, 20,292, 20,293, 20,294, 20,295, 20,296, 20,297, 20,298, 20,299, 20,300, 20,301, 20,302, 20,303, 20,304, 20,305, 20,306, 20,307, 20,308, 20,309, 20,310, 20,311, 20,312, 20,313, 20,314, 20,315, 20,316, 20,317, 20,318, 20,319, 20,320, 20,321, 20,322, 20,323, 20,324, 20,325, 20,326, 20,327, 20,328, 20,329, 20,330, 20,331, 20,332, 20,333, 20,334, 20,335, 20,336, 20,337, 20,338, 20,339, 20,340, 20,341, 20,342, 20,343, 20,344, 20,345, 20,346, 20,347, 20,348, 20,349, 20,350, 20,351, 20,352, 20,353, 20,354, 20,355, 20,356, 20,357, 20,358, 20,359, 20,360, 20,361, 20,362, 20,363, 20,364, 20,365, 20,366, 20,367, 20,368, 20,369, 20,370, 21,371, 21,372, 21,373, 21,374, 21,375, 21,376, 21,377, 21,378, 21,379, 21,380, 21,381, 21,382, 21,383, 21,384, 21,385, 21,386, 21,387, 21,388, 21,389, 21,390, 21,391, 21,392, 21,393, 21,394, 21,395, 21,396, 21,397, 21,398, 21,399, 21,400, 21,401, 21,402, 21,403, 21,404, 21,405, 21,406, 21,407, 21,408, 21,409, 21,410, 21,411, 21,412, 21,413, 21,414, 21,415, 21,416, 21,417, 21,418, 21,419, 21,420, 21,421, 21,422, 21,423, 21,424, 21,425, 21,426, 21,427, 21,428, 21,429, 21,430, 21,431, 21,432, 21,433, 21,434, 21,435, 21,436, 21,437, 21,438, 21,439, 21,440, 21,441, 21,442, 21,443, 21,444, 21,445, 21,446, 21,447, 21,448, 21,449, 21,450, 21,451, 21,452, 21,453, 21,454, 21,455, 21,456, 21,457, 21,458, 21,459, 21,460, 21,461, 21,462, 21,463, 21,464, 21,465, 21,466, 21,467, 21,468, 21,469, 21,470, 21,471, 21,472, 21,473, 21,474, 21,475, 21,476, 21,477, 21,478, 21,479, 21,480, 21,481, 21,482, 21,483, 21,484, 21,485, 21,486, 21,487, 21,488, 21,489, 21,490, 21,491, 21,492, 21,493, 21,494, 21,495, 21,496, 21,497, 21,498, 21,499, 20,500, 20,501, 20,502, 20,503, 20,504, 20,505, 20,506, 20,507, 20,508, 20,509, 20,510, 20,511, 20,512, 20,513, 20,514, 20,515, 20,516, 20,517, 20,518, 20,519, 20,520, 20,521, 20,522, 20,523, 20,524, 20,525, 20,526, 20,527, 20,528, 20,529, 20,530, 20,531, 20,532, 20,533, 20,534, 20,535, 20,536, 20,537, 20,538, 20,539, 20,540, 20,541, 20,542, 20,543, 20,544, 20,545, 20,546, 20,547, 20,548, 20,549, 20,550, 20,551, 20,552, 20,553, 20,554, 20,555, 20,556, 20,557, 20,558, 20,559, 20,560, 20,561, 20,562, 20,563, 20,564, 20,565, 20,566, 20,567, 20,568, 20,569, 20,570, 20,571, 20,572, 20,573, 20,574, 20,575, 20,576, 20,577, 20,578, 20,579, 20,580, 20,581, 20,582, 20,583, 20,584, 20,585, 20,586, 20,587, 20,588, 20,589, 20,590, 20,591, 20,592, 20,593, 20,594, 20,595, 20,596, 20,597, 20,598, 20,599, 20,600, 20,601, 20,602, 20,603, 20,604, 20,605, 20,606, 20,607, 20,608, 20,609, 20,610, 20,611, 20,612, 20,613, 20,614, 21,615, 21,616, 21,617, 21,618, 21,619, 21,620, 21,621, 21,622, 21,623, 21,624, 21,625, 21,626, 21,627, 21,628, 21,629, 21,630, 21,631, 21,632, 21,633, 21,634, 21,635, 21,636, 21,637, 21,638, 21,639, 21,640, 21,641, 21,642, 21,643, 21,644, 21,645, 21,646, 21,647, 21,648, 21,649, 21,650, 21,651, 21,652, 21,653, 21,654, 21,655, 21,656, 21,657, 21,658, 21,659, 21,660, 21,661, 21,662, 21,663, 21,664, 21,665, 21,666, 21,667, 21,668, 21,669, 21,670, 21,671, 21,672, 21,673, 21,674, 21,675, 21,676, 21,677, 21,678, 21,679, 21,680, 21,681, 21,682, 21,683, 21,684, 21,685, 21,686, 21,687, 21,688, 21,689, 21,690, 21,691, 21,692, 21,693, 21,694, 21,695, 21,696, 21,697, 21,698, 21,699, 21,700, 21,701, 21,702, 21,703, 21,704, 21,705, 21,706, 21,707, 21,708, 21,709, 21,710, 21,711, 21,712, 21,713, 21,714, 21,715, 21,716, 21,717, 21,718, 21,719, 21,720, 21,721, 21,722, 21,723, 21,724, 21,725, 21,726, 21,727, 21,728, 21,729, 21,730, 21,731, 21,732, 21,733, 21,734, 21,735, 21,736, 21,737, 21,738, 21,739, 21,740, 21,741, 21,742, 21,743, 21,744, 21,745, 21,746, 21,747, 21,748, 21,749, 21,750, 21,751, 21,752, 21,753, 21,754, 21,755, 21,756, 21,757, 21,758, 21,759, 21,760, 21,761, 21,762, 21,763, 21,764, 21,765, 21,766, 21,767, 21,768, 21,769, 21,770, 21,771, 21,772, 21,773, 21,774, 21,775, 21,776, 21,777, 21,778, 21,779, 21,780, 21,781, 21,782, 21,783, 21,784, 21,785, 21,786, 21,787, 21,788, 21,789, 21,790, 21,791, 21,792, 21,793, 21,794, 21,795, 21,796, 21,797, 21,798, 21,799, 21,800, 21,801, 21,802, 21,803, 21,804, 21,805, 21,806, 21,807, 21,808, 21,809, 21,810, 21,811, 21,812, 21,813, 21,814, 21,815, 21,816, 21,817, 21,818, 21,819, 21,820, 21,821, 21,822, 21,823, 21,824, 21,825, 21,826, 21,827, 21,828, 21,829, 21,830, 21,831, 21,832, 21,833, 21,834, 21,835, 21,836, 21,837, 21,838, 21,839, 21,840, 21,841, 21,842, 21,843, 21,844, 21,845, 21,846, 21,847, 21,848, 21,849, 21,850, 21,851, 21,852, 21,853, 21,854, 20,855, 20,856, 20,857, 21,858, 21,859, 21,860, 21,861, 21,862, 21,863, 21,864, 21,865, 21,866, 21,867, 21,868, 21,869, 21,870, 21,871, 21,872, 21,873, 21,874, 21,875, 21,876, 21,877, 21,878, 21,879, 21,880, 21,881, 21,882, 21,883, 21,884, 21,885, 21,886, 21,887, 21,888, 21,889, 21,890, 21,891, 21,892, 21,893, 21,894, 21,895, 21,896, 21,897, 21,898, 21,899, 21,900, 21,901, 21,902, 21,903, 21,904, 21,905, 21,906, 21,907, 21,908, 21,909, 21,910, 21,911, 21,912, 21,913, 21,914, 21,915, 21,916, 21,917, 21,918, 21,919, 21,920, 21,921, 21,922, 21,923, 21,924, 21,925, 21,926, 21,927, 21,928, 21,929, 21,930, 21,931, 21,932, 21,933, 21,934, 21,935, 21,936, 21,937, 21,938, 21,939, 21,940, 21,941, 21,942, 21,943, 21,944, 21,945, 21,946, 21,947, 21,948, 21,949, 21,950, 21,951, 21,952, 21,953, 21,954, 21,955, 21,956, 21,957, 21,958, 21,959, 21,960, 21,961, 21,962, 21,963, 21,964, 21,965, 21,966, 21,967, 21,968, 21,969, 21,970, 21,971, 21,972, 21,973, 21,974, 21,975, 21,976, 21,977, 21,978, 21,979, 21,980, 21,981, 21,982, 21,983, 21,984, 21,985, 21,986, 21,987, 21,988, 21,989, 21,990, 21,991, 21,992, 21,993, 21,994, 21,995, 21,996, 21,997, 21,998, 21,999, 22,000, 22,001, 22,002, 22,003, 22,004, 22,005, 22,006, 22,007, 22,008, 22,009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028, 2029, 2030, 2031, 2032, 2033, 2034, 2035, 2036, 2037, 2038, 2039, 2040, 2041, 2042, 2043, 2044, 2045, 2046, 2047, 2048, 2049, 2050, 2051, 2052, 2053, 2054, 2055, 2056, 2057, 2058, 2059, 2060, 2061, 2062, 2063, 2064, 2065, 2066, 2067, 2068, 2069, 2070, 2071, 2072, 2073, 2074, 2075, 2076, 2077, 2078, 2079, 2080, 2081, 2082, 2083, 2084, 2085, 2086, 2087, 2088, 2089, 2090, 2091, 2092, 2093, 2094, 2095, 2096, 2097, 2098, 2099, 20,100, 20,101, 20,102, 20,103, 20,104, 20,105, 20,106, 20,107, 20,108, 20,109, 20,110, 20,111, 20,112, 20,113, 20,114, 20,115, 22,116, 22,117, 22,118, 22,119, 22,120, 22,121, 22,122, 22,123, 22,124, 22,125, 22,126, 22,127, 22,128, 22,129, 22,130, 22,131, 22,132, 22,133, 22,134, 22,135, 22,136, 22,137, 22,138, 22,139, 22,140, 22,141, 22,142, 22,143, 22,144, 22,145, 22,146, 22,147, 22,148, 22,149, 22,150, 22,151, 22,152, 22,153, 22,154, 22,155, 22,156, 22,157, 22,158, 22,159, 22,160, 22,161, 22,162, 22,163, 22,164, 22,165, 22,166, 22,167, 22,168, 22,169, 22,170, 22,171, 22,172, 22,173, 22,174, 22,175, 22,176, 22,177, 22,178, 22,179, 22,180, 22,181, 22,182, 22,183, 22,184, 22,185, 22,186, 22,187, 22,188, 22,189, 22,190, 22,191, 22,192, 22,193, 22,194, 22,195, 22,196, 22,197, 22,198, 22,199, 22,200, 22,201, 22,202, 22,203, 22,204, 22,205, 22,206, 22,207, 22,208, 22,209, 22,210, 22,211, 22,212, 22,213, 22,214, 22,215, 22,216, 22,217, 22,218, 22,219, 22,220, 22,221, 22,222, 22,223, 22,224, 22,225, 22,226, 22,227, 22,228, 22,229, 22,230, 22,231, 22,232, 22,233, 22,234, 22,235, 22,236, 22,237, 22,238, 22,239, 22,240, 22,241, 22,242, 22,243, 22,244, 22,245, 22,246, 22,247, 22,248, 22,249, 22,250, 22,251, 22,252, 22,253, 22,254, 22,255, 22,256, 22,257, 22,258, 22,259, 22,260, 22,261, 22,262, 22,263, 22,264, 22,265, 22,266, 22,267, 22,268, 22,269, 22,270, 22,271, 22,272, 22,273, 22,274, 22,275, 22,276, 22,277, 22,278, 22,279, 22,280, 22,281, 22,282, 22,283, 22,284, 22,285, 22,286, 22,287, 22,288, 22,289, 22,290, 22,291, 22,292, 22,293, 22,294, 22,295, 22,296, 22,297, 22,298, 22,299, 22,300, 22,301, 22,302, 22,303, 22,304, 22,305, 22,306, 22,307, 22,308, 22,309, 22,310, 22,311, 22,312, 22,313, 22,314, 22,315, 22,316, 22,317, 22,318, 22,319, 22,320, 22,321, 22,322, 22,323, 22,324, 22,325, 22,326, 22,327, 22,328, 22,329, 22,330, 22,331, 22,332, 22,333, 22,334, 22,335, 22,336, 22,337, 22,338, 22,339, 22,340, 22,341, 22,342, 22,343, 22,344, 22,345, 22,346, 22,347, 22,348, 22,349, 22,350, 22,351, 22,352, 22,353, 22,354, 22,355, 22,356, 22,357, 22,358, 22,359, 22,360, 22,361, 22,362, 22,363, 22,364, 22,365, 22,366, 22,367, 22,368, 22,369, 22,370, 22,371, 22,372, 22,373, 22,374, 22,375, 22,376, 22,377, 22,378, 22,379, 22,380, 22,381, 22,382, 22,383, 22,384, 22,385, 22,386, 22,387, 22,388, 22,389, 22,390, 22,391, 22,392, 22,393, 22,394, 22,395, 22,396, 22,397, 22,398, 22,399, 22,400, 22,401, 22,402, 22,403, 22,404, 22,405, 22,406, 22,407, 22,408, 22,409, 22,410, 22,411, 22,412, 22,413, 22,414, 22,415, 22,416, 22,417, 22,418, 22,419, 22,420, 22,421, 22,422, 22,423, 22,424, 22,425, 22,426, 22,427, 22,428, 22,429, 22,430, 22,431, 22,432, 22,433, 22,434, 22,435, 22,436, 22,437, 22,438, 22,439, 22,440, 22,441, 22,442, 22,443, 22,444, 22,445, 22,446, 22,447, 22,448, 22,449, 22,450, 22,451, 22,452, 22,453, 22,454, 22,455, 22,456, 22,457, 22,458, 22,459, 22,460, 22,461, 22,462, 22,463, 22,464, 22,465, 22,466, 22,467, 22,468, 22,469, 22,470, 22,471, 22,472, 22,473, 22,474, 22,475, 22,476, 22,477, 22,478, 22,479, 22,480, 22,481, 22,482, 22,483, 22,484, 22,485, 22,486, 22,487, 22,488, 22,489, 22,490, 22,491, 22,492, 22,493, 22,494, 22,495, 22,496, 22,497, 22,498, 22,499, 22,500, 22,501, 22,502, 22,503, 22,504, 22,505, 22,506, 22,507, 22,508, 22,509, 22,510, 22,511, 22,512, 22,513, 22,514, 22,515, 22,516, 22,517, 22,518, 22,519, 22,520, 22,521, 22,522, 22,523, 22,524, 22,525, 22,526, 22,527, 22,528, 22,529, 22,530, 22,531, 22,532, 22,533, 22,534, 22,535, 22,536, 22,537, 22,538, 22,539, 22,540, 22,541, 22,542, 22,543, 22,544, 22,545, 22,546, 22,547, 22,548, 22,549, 22,550, 22,551, 22,552, 22,553, 22,554, 22,555, 22,556, 22,557, 22,558, 22,559, 22,560, 22,561, 22,562, 22,563, 22,564, 22,565, 22,566, 22,567, 22,568, 22,569, 22,570, 22,571, 22,572, 22,573, 22,574, 22,575, 22,576, 22,577, 22,578, 22,579, 22,580, 22,581, 22,582, 22,583, 22,584, 22,585, 22,586, 22,587, 22,588, 22,589, 22,590, 22,591, 22,592, 22,593, 22,594, 22,595, 22,596, 22,597, 22,598, 22,599, 22,600, 22,601, 22,602, 22,603, 22,604, 22,605, 22,606, 22,607, 22,608, 22,609, 22,610, 22,611, 22,612, 22,613, 22,614, 22,615, 22,616, 22,617, 22,618, 22,619, 22,620, 22,621, 22,622, 22,623, 22,624, 22,625, 22,626, 22,627, 22,628, 22,629, 22,630, 22,631, 22,632, 22,633, 22,634, 22,635, 22,636, 22,637, 22,638, 22,639, 22,640, 22,641, 22,642, 22,643, 22,644, 22,645, 22,646, 22,647, 22,648, 22,649, 22,650, 22,651, 22,652, 22,653, 22,654, 22,655, 22,656, 22,657, 22,658, 22,659, 22,660, 22,661, 22,662, 22,663, 22,664, 22,665, 22,666, 22,667, 22,668, 22,669, 22,670, 22,671, 22,672, 22,673, 22,674, 22,675, 22,676, 22,677, 22,678, 22,679, 22,680, 22,681, 22,682, 22,683, 22,684, 22,685, 22,686, 22,687, 22,688, 22,689, 22,690, 22,691, 22,692, 22,693, 22,694, 22,695, 22,696, 22,697, 22,698, 22,699, 22,700, 22,701, 22,702, 22,703, 22,704, 22,705, 22,706, 22,707, 22,708, 22,709, 22,710, 22,711, 22,712, 22,713, 22,714, 22,715, 22,716, 22,717, 22,718, 22,719, 22,720, 22,721, 22,722, 22,723, 22,724, 22,725, 22,726, 22,727, 22,728, 22,729, 22,730, 22,731, 22,732, 22,733, 22,734, 22,735, 22,736, 22,737, 22,738, 22,739, 22,740, 22,741, 22,742, 22,743, 22,744, 22,745, 22,746, 22,747, 22,748, 22,749, 22,750, 22,751, 22,752, 22,753, 22,754, 22,755, 22,756, 22,757, 22,758, 22,759, 22,760, 22,761, 22,762, 22,763, 22,764, 22,765, 22,766, 22,767, 22,768, 22,769, 22,770, 22,771, 22,772, 22,773, 22,774, 22,775, 22,776, 22,777, 22,778, 22,779, 22,780, 22,781, 22,782, 22,783, 22,784, 22,785, 22,786, 22,787, 22,788, 22,789, 22,790, 22,791, 22,792, 22,793, 22,794, 22,795, 22,796, 22,797, 22,798, 22,799, 22,800, 22,801, 22,802, 22,803, 22,804, 22,805, 22,806, 22,807, 22,808, 22,809, 22,810, 22,811, 22,812, 22,813, 22,814, 22,815, 22,816, 22,817, 22,818, 22,819, 22,820, 22,821, 22,822, 22,823, 22,824, 22,825, 22,826, 22,827, 22,828, 22,829, 22,830, 22,831, 22,832, 22,833, 22,834, 22,835, 22,836, 22,837, 22,838, 22,839, 22,840, 22,841, 22,842, 22,843, 22,844, 22,845, 22,846, 22,847, 22,848, 22,849, 22,850, 22,851, 22,852, 22,853, 22,854, 22,855, 22,856, 22,857, 22,858, 22,859, 22,860, 22,861, 22,862, 22,863, 22,864, 22,865, 22,866, 22,867, 22,868, 22,869, 22,870, 22,871, 22,872, 22,873, 22,874, 22,875, 22,876, 22,877, 22,878, 22,879, 22,880, 22,881, 22,882, 22,883, 22,884, 22,885, 22,886, 22,887, 22,888, 22,889, 22,890, 22,891, 22,892, 22,893, 22,894, 22,895, 22,896, 22,897, 22,898, 22,899, 22,900, 22,901, 22,902, 22,903, 22,904, 22,905, 22,906, 22,907, 22,908, 22,909, 22,910, 22,911, 22,912, 22,913, 22,914, 22,915, 22,916, 22,917, 22,918, 22,919, 22,920, 22,921, 22,922, 22,923, 22,924, 22,925, 22,926, 22,927, 22,928, 22,929, 22,930, 22,931, 22,932, 22,933, 22,934, 22,935, 22,936, 22,937, 22,938, 22,939, 22,940, 22,941, 22,942, 22,943, 22,944, 22,945, 22,946, 22,947, 22,948, 22,949, 22,950, 22,951, 22,952, 22,953, 22,954, 22,955, 22,956, 22,957, 22,958, 22,959, 22,960, 22,961, 22,962, 22,963, 22,964, 22,965, 22,966, 22,967, 22,968, 22,969, 22,970, 22,971, 22,972, 22,973, 22,974, 22,975, 22,976, 22,977, 22,978, 22,979, 22,980, 22,981, 22,982, 22,983, 22,984, 22,985, 22,986, 22,987, 22,988, 22,989, 22,990, 22,991, 22,992, 22,993, 22,994, 22,995, 22,996, 22,997, 22,998, 22,999, 23,000, 23,001, 23,002, 23,003, 23,004, 23,005, 23,006, 23,007, 23,008, 23,009, 23,010, 23,011, 23,012, 23,013, 23,014, 23,015, 23,016, 23,017, 23,018, 23,019, 23,020, 23,021, 23,022, 23,023, 23,024, 23,025, 23,026, 23,027, 23,028, 23,029, 23,030, 23,031, 23,032, 23,033, 23,034, 23,035, 23,036, 23,037, 23,038, 23,039, 23,040, 23,041, 23,042, 23,043, 23,044, 23,045, 23,046, 23,047, 23,048, 23,049, 23,050, 23,051, 23,052, 23,053, 23,054, 23,055, 23,056, 23,057, 23,058, 23,059, 23,060, 23,061, 23,062, 23,063, 23,064, 23,065, 23,066, 23,067, 23,068, 23,069, 23,070, 23,071, 23,072, 23,073, 23,074, 23,075, 23,076, 23,077, 23,078, 23,079, 23,080, 23,081, 23,082, 23,083, 23,084, 23,085, 23,086, 23,087, 23,088, 23,089, 23,090, 23,091, 23,092, 23,093, 23,094, 23,095, 23,096, 23,097, 23,098, 23,099, 23,100, 23,101, 23,102, 23,103, 23,104, 23,105, 23,106, 23,107, 23,108, 23,109, 23,110, 23,111, 23,112, 23,113, 23,114, 23,115, 23,116, 23,117, 23,118, 23,119, 23,120, 23,121, 23,122, 23,123, 23,124, 23,125, 23,126, 23,127, 23,128, 23,129, 23,130, 23,131, 23,132, 23,133, 23,134, 23,135, 23,136, 23,137, 23,138, 23,139, 23,140, 23,141, 23,142, 23,143, 23,144, 23,145, 23,146, 23,147, 23,148, 23,149, 23,150, 23,151, 23,152, 23,153, 23,154, 23,155, 23,156, 23,157, 23,158, 23,159, 23,160, 23,161, 23,162, 23,163, 23,164, 23,165, 23,166, 23,167, 23,168, 23,169, 23,170, 23,171, 23,172, 23,173, 23,174, 23,175, 23,176, 23,177, 23,178, 23,179, 23,180, 23,181, 23,182, 23,183, 23,184, 23,185, 23,186, 23,187, 23,188, 23,189, 23,190, 23,191, 23,192, 23,193, 23,194, 23,195, 23,196, 23,197, 23,198, 23,199, 23,200, 23,201, 23,202, 23,203, 23,204, 23,205, 23,206, 23,207, 23,208, 23,209, 23,210, 23,211, 23,212, 23,213, 23,214, 23,215, 23,216, 23,217, 23,218, 23,219, 23,220, 23,221, 23,222, 23,223, 23,224, 23,225, 23,226, 23,227, 23,228, 23,229, 23,230, 23,231, 23,232, 23,233, 23,234, 23,235, 23,236, 23,237, 23,238, 23,239, 23,240, 23,241, 23,242, 23,243, 23,244, 23,245, 23,246, 23,247, 23,248, 23,249, 23,250, 23,251, 23,252, 23,253, 23,254, 23,255, 23,256, 23,257, 23,258, 23,259, 23,260, 23,261, 23,262, 23,263, 23,264, 23,265, 23,266, 23,267, 23,268, 23,269, 23,270, 23,271, 23,272, 23,273, 23,274, 23,275, 23,276, 23,277, 23,278, 23,279, 23,280, 23,281, 23,282, 23,283, 23,284, 23,285, 23,286, 23,287, 23,288, 23,289, 23,290, 23,291, 23,292, 23,293, 23,294, 23,295, 23,296, 23,297, 23,298, 23,299, 23,300, 23,301, 23,302, 23,303, 23,304, 23,305, 23,306, 23,307, 23,308, 23,309, 23,310, 23,311, 23,312, 23,313, 23,314, 23,315, 23,316, 23,317, 23,318, 23,319, 23,320, 23,321, 23,322, 23,323, 23,324, 23,325, 23,326, 23,327, 23,328, 23,329, 23,330, 23,331, 23,332, 23,333, 23,334, 23,335, 23,336, 23,337, 23,338, 23,339, 23,340, 23,341, 23,342, 23,343, 23,344, 23,345, 23,346, 23,347, 23,348, 23,349, 23,350, 23,351, 23,352, 23,353, 23,354, 23,355, 23,356, 23,357, 23,358, 23,359, 23,360, 23,361, 23,362, 23,363, 23,364, 23,365, 23,366, 23,367, 23,368, 23,369, 23,370, 23,371, 23,372, 23,373, 23,374, 23,375, 23,376, 23,377, 23,378, 23,379, 23,380, 23,381, 23,382, 23,383, 23,384, 23,385, 23,386, 23,387, 23,388, 23,389, 23,390, 23,391, 23,392, 23,393, 23,394, 23,395, 23,396, 23,397, 23,398, 23,399, 23,400, 23,401, 23,402, 23,403, 23,404, 23,405, 23,406, 23,407, 23,408, 23,409, 23,410, 23,411, 23,412, 23,413, 23,414, 23,415, 23,416, 23,417, 23,418, 23,419, 23,420, 23,421, 23,422, 23,423, 23,424, 23,425, 23,426, 23,427, 23,428, 23,429, 23,430, 23,431, 23,432, 23,433, 23,434, 23,435, 23,436, 23,437, 23,438, 23,439, 23,440, 23,441, 23,442, 23,443, 23,444, 23,445, 23,446, 23,447, 23,448, 23,449, 23,450, 23,451, 23,452, 23,453, 23,454, 23,455, 23,456, 23,457, 23,458, 23,459, 23,460, 23,461, 23,462, 23,463, 23,464, 23,465, 23,466, 23,467, 23,468, 23,469, 23,470, 23,471, 23,472, 23,473, 23,474, 23,475, 23,476, 23,477, 23,478, 23,479, 23,480, 23,481, 23,482, 23,483, 23,484, 23,485, 23,486, 23,487, 23,488, 23,489, 23,490, 23,491, 23,492, 23,493, 23,494, 23,495, 23,496, 23,497, 23,498, 23,499, 23,500, 23,501, 23,502, 23,503, 23,504, 23,505, 23,506, 23,507, 23,508, 23,509, 23,510, 23,511, 23,512, 23,513, 23,514, 23,515, 23,516, 23,517, 23,518, 23,519, 20,520, 20,521, 20,522, 20,523, 20,524, 20,525, 20,526, 20,527, 20,528, 20,529, 20,530, 20,531, 20,532, 20,533, 20,534, 20,535, 20,536, 20,537, 20,538, 20,539, 20,540, 20,541, 20,542, 20,543, 20,544, 20,545, 20,546, 20,547, 20,548, 20,549, 20,550, 20,551, 20,552, 20,553, 20,554, 20,555, 20,556, 20,557, 20,558, 20,559, 20,560, 20,561, 20,562, 20,563, 20,564, 20,565, 20,566, 20,567, 20,568, 20,569, 20,570, 20,571, 20,572, 20,573, 20,574, 20,575, 20,576, 20,577, 20,578, 20,579, 20,580, 23,581, 23,582, 23,583, 23,584, 23,585, 23,586, 23,587, 23,588, 23,589, 23,590, 23,591, 23,592, 23,593, 23,594, 23,595, 23,596, 23,597, 23,598, 23,599, 23,600, 23,601, 23,602, 23,603, 23,604, 23,605, 23,606, 23,607, 23,608, 23,609, 23,610, 23,611, 23,612, 23,613, 23,614, 23,615, 23,616, 23,617, 23,618, 23,619, 23,620, 23,621, 23,622, 23,623, 23,624, 23,625, 23,626, 23,627, 23,628, 23,629, 23,630, 23,631, 23,632, 23,633, 23,634, 23,635, 23,636, 23,637, 23,638, 23,639, 23,640, 23,641, 23,642, 23,643, 23,644, 23,645, 23,646, 23,647, 23,648, 23,649, 23,650, 23,651, 23,652, 23,653, 23,654, 23,655, 23,656, 23,657, 23,658, 23,659, 23,660, 23,661, 23,662, 23,663, 23,664, 23,665, 23,666, 23,667, 23,668, 23,669, 23,670, 23,671, 23,672, 23,673, 23,674, 23,675, 23,676, 23,677, 23,678, 23,679, 23,680, 23,681, 23,682, 23,683, 23,684, 23,685, 23,686, 23,687, 23,688, 23,689, 23,690, 23,691, 23,692, 23,693, 23,694, 23,695, 23,696, 23,697, 23,698, 23,699, 23,700, 23,701, 23,702, 23,703, 23,704, 23,705, 23,706, 23,707, 23,708, 23,709, 23,710, 23,711, 23,712, 23,713, 23,714, 23,715, 23,716, 23,717, 23,718, 23,719, 23,720, 23,721, 23,722, 23,723, 23,724, 23,725, 23,726, 23,727, 23,728, 23,729, 23,730, 23,731, 23,732, 23,733, 23,734, 23,735, 23,736, 23,737, 23,738, 23,739, 23,740, 23,741, 23,742, 23,743, 23,744, 23,745, 23,746, 23,747, 23,748, 23,749, 23,750, 23,751, 23,752, 23,753, 23,754, 23,755, 23,756, 23,757, 23,758, 23,759, 23,760, 23,761, 23,762, 23,763, 23,764, 23,765, 23,766, 23,767, 23,768, 23,769, 23,770, 23,771, 23,772, 23,773, 23,774, 23,775, 23,776, 23,777, 23,778, 23,779, 23,780, 23,781, 23,782, 23,783, 23,784, 23,785, 23,786, 23,787, 23,788, 23,789, 23,790, 23,791, 23,792, 23,793, 23,794, 23,795, 23,796, 23,797, 23,798, 23,799, 23,800, 23,801, 23,802, 23,803, 23,804, 23,805, 23,806, 23,807, 23,808, 23,809, 23,810, 23,811, 23,812, 23,813, 23,814, 23,815, 23,816, 23,817, 23,818, 23,819, 23,820, 23,821, 23,822, 23,823, 23,824, 23,825, 23,826, 23,827, 23,828, 23,829, 23,830, 23,831, 23,832, 23,833, 23,834, 23,835, 23,836, 23,837, 23,838, 23,839, 23,840, 23,841, 23,842, 23,843, 23,844, 23,845, 23,846, 23,847, 23,848, 23,849, 23,850, 23,851, 23,852, 23,853, 23,854, 23,855, 23,856, 23,857, 23,858, 23,859, 23,860, 23,861, 23,862, 23,863, 23,864, 23,865, 23,866, 23,867, 23,868, 23,869, 23,870, 23,871, 23,872, 23,873, 23,874, 23,875, 23,876, 23,877, 23,878, 23,879, 23,880, 23,881, 23,882, 23,883, 23,884, 23,885, 23,886, 23,887, 23,888, 23,889, 23,890, 23,891, 23,892, 23,893, 23,894, 23,895, 23,896, 23,897, 23,898, 23,899, 23,900, 23,901, 23,902, 23,903, 23,904, 23,905, 23,906, 23,907, 23,908, 23,909, 23,910, 23,911, 23,912, 23,913, 23,914, 23,915, 23,916, 23,917, 23,918, 23,919, 23,920, 23,921, 23,922, 23,923, 23,924, 23,925, 23,926, 23,927, 23,928, 23,929, 23,930, 23,931, 23,932, 23,933, 23,934, 23,935, 23,936, 23,937, 23,938, 23,939, 23,940, 23,941, 23,942, 23,943, 23,944, 23,945, 23,946, 23,947, 23,948, 23,949, 23,950, 23,951, 23,952, 23,953, 23,954, 23,955, 23,956, 23,957, 23,958, 23,959, 23,960, 23,961, 23,962, 23,963, 23,964, 23,965, 23,966, 23,967, 23,968, 23,969, 23,970, 23,971, 23,972, 23,973, 23,974, 23,975, 23,976, 23,977, 23,978, 23,979, 23,980, 23,981, 23,982, 23,983, 23,984, 23,985, 23,986, 23,987, 23,988, 23,989, 23,990, 23,991, 23,992, 23,993, 23,994, 23,995, 23,996, 23,997, 23,998, 23,999, 24,000, 24,001, 24,002, 24,003, 24,004, 24,005, 24,006, 24,007, 24,008, 24,009, 24,010, 24,011, 24,012, 24,013, 24,014, 24,015, 24,016, 24,017, 24,018, 24,019, 24,020, 24,021, 24,022, 24,023, 24,024, 24,025, 24,026, 24,027, 24,028, 24,029, 24,030, 24,031, 24,032, 24,033, 24,034, 24,035, 24,036, 24,037, 24,038, 24,039, 24,040, 24,041, 24,042, 24,043, 24,044, 24,045, 24,046, 24,047, 24,048, 24,049, 20,050, 20,051, 20,052, 20,053, 20,054, 20,055, 20,056, 20,057, 20,058, 20,059, 20,060, 20,061, 20,062, 20,063, 20,064, 20,065, 20,066, 20,067, 20,068, 20,069, 24,070, 24,071, 24,072, 24,073, 24,074, 24,075, 24,076, 24,077, 24,078, 24,079, 24,080, 24,081, 24,082, 24,083, 24,084, 24,085, 24,086, 24,087, 24,088, 24,089, 24,090, 24,091, 24,092, 24,093, 24,094, 24,095, 24,096, 24,097, 24,098, 24,099, 24,100, 24,101, 24,102, 24,103, 24,104, 24,105, 24,106, 24,107, 24,108, 24,109, 24,110, 24,111, 24,112, 24,113, 24,114, 24,115, 24,116, 24,117, 24,118, 24,119, 24,120, 24,121, 24,122, 24,123, 24,124, 24,125, 24,126, 24,127, 24,128, 24,129, 24,130, 24,131, 24,132, 24,133, 24,134, 24,135, 24,136, 24,137, 24,138, 24,139, 24,140, 24,141, 24,142, 24,143, 24,144, 24,145, 24,146, 24,147, 24,148, 24,149, 24,150, 24,151, 24,152, 24,153, 24,154, 24,155, 24,156, 24,157, 24,158, 24,159, 24,160, 24,161, 24,162, 24,163, 24,164, 24,165, 24,166, 24,167, 24,168, 24,169, 24,170, 24,171, 24,172, 24,173, 24,174, 24,175, 24,176, 24,177, 24,178, 24,179, 24,180, 24,181, 24,182, 24,183, 24,184, 24,185, 24,186, 24,187, 24,188, 24,189, 24,190, 24,191, 24,192, 24,193, 24,194, 24,195, 24,196, 24,197, 24,198, 24,199, 24,200, 24,201, 24,202, 24,203, 24,204, 24,205, 24,206, 24,207, 24,208, 24,209, 24,210, 24,211, 24,212, 24,213, 24,214, 24,215, 24,216, 24,217, 24,218, 24,219, 24,220, 24,221, 24,222, 24,223, 24,224, 24,225, 24,226, 24,227, 24,228, 24,229, 24,230, 24,231, 24,232, 24,233, 24,234, 24,235, 24,236, 24,237, 24,238, 24,239, 24,240, 24,241, 24,242, 24,243, 24,244, 24,245, 24,246, 24,247, 24,248, 24,249, 20,250, 20,251, 20,252, 20,253, 20,254, 20,255, 20,256, 20,257, 20,258, 20,259, 20,260, 20,261, 20,262, 20,263, 20,264, 20,265, 20,266, 20,267, 20,268, 20,269, 20,270, 20,271, 20,272, 20,273, 20,274, 20,275, 20,276, 20,277, 20,278, 20,279, 20,280, 20,281, 20,282, 20,283, 20,284, 20,285, 20,286, 20,287, 20,288, 20,289, 20,290, 20,291, 20,292, 20,293, 20,294, 20,295, 20,296, 20,297, 20,298, 20,299, 20,300, 20,301, 20,302, 20,303, 20,304, 20,305, 20,306, 20,307, 20,308, 20,309, 20,310, 20,311, 20,312, 20,313, 20,314, 20,315, 20,316, 20,317, 20,318, 20,319, 24,320, 24,321, 24,322, 24,323, 24,324, 24,325, 24,326, 24,327, 24,328, 24,329, 24,330, 24,331, 24,332, 24,333, 24,334, 24,335, 24,336, 24,337, 24,338, 24,339, 24,340, 24,341, 24,342, 24,343, 24,344, 24,345, 24,346, 24,347, 24,348, 24,349, 24,350, 24,351, 24,352, 24,353, 24,354, 24,355, 24,356, 24,357, 24,358, 24,359, 24,360, 24,361, 24,362, 24,363, 24,364, 24,365, 24,366, 24,367, 24,368, 24,369, 24,370, 24,371, 24,372, 24,373, 24,374, 24,375, 24,376, 24,377, 24,378, 24,379, 24,380, 24,381, 24,382, 24,383, 24,384, 24,385, 24,386, 24,387, 24,388, 24,389, 24,390, 24,391, 24,392, 24,393, 24,394, 24,395, 24,396, 24,397, 24,398, 24,399, 24,400, 24,401, 24,402, 24,403, 24,404, 24,405, 24,406, 24,407, 24,408, 24,409, 24,410, 24,411, 24,412, 24,413, 24,414, 24,415, 24,416, 24,417, 24,418, 24,419, 24,420, 24,421, 24,422, 24,423, 24,424, 24,425, 24,426, 24,427, 24,428, 24,429, 24,430, 24,431, 24,432, 24,433, 24,434, 24,435, 24,436, 24,437, 24,438, 24,439, 24,440, 24,441, 24,442, 24,443, 24,444, 24,445, 24,446, 24,447, 24,448, 24,449, 24,450, 24,451, 24,452, 24,453, 24,454, 24,455, 24,456, 24,457, 24,458, 24,459, 24,460, 24,461, 24,462, 24,463, 24,464, 24,465, 24,466, 24,467, 24,468, 24,469, 24,470, 24,471, 24,472, 24,473, 24,474, 24,475, 24,476, 24,477, 24,478, 24,479, 24,480, 24,481, 24,482, 24,483, 24,484, 24,485, 24,486, 24,487, 24,488, 24,489, 24,490, 24,491, 24,492, 24,493, 24,494, 24,495, 24,496, 24,497, 24,498, 24,499, 24,500, 24,501, 24,502, 24,503, 24,504, 24,505, 24,506, 24,507, 24,508, 24,509, 24,510, 24,511, 24,512, 24,513, 24,514, 24,515, 24,516, 24,517, 24,518, 24,519, 24,520, 24,521, 24,522, 24,523, 24,524, 24,525, 24,526, 24,527, 24,528, 24,529, 24,530, 24,531, 24,532, 24,533, 24,534, 24,535, 24,536, 24,537, 24,538, 24,539, 24,540, 24,541, 24,542, 24,543, 24,544, 24,545, 24,546, 24,547, 24,548, 24,549, 24,550, 24,551, 24,552, 24,553, 24,554, 24,555, 24,556, 24,557, 24,558, 20,559, 24,560, 24,561, 24,562, 24,563, 24,564, 24,565, 24,566, 24,567, 24,568, 24,569, 24,570, 24,571, 24,572, 24,573, 24,574, 24,575, 24,576, 24,577, 24,578, 24,579, 24,580, 24,581, 24,582, 24,583, 24,584, 24,585, 24,586, 24,587, 24,588, 24,589, 24,590, 24,591, 24,592, 24,593, 24,594, 24,595, 24,596, 24,597, 24,598, 24,599, 24,600, 24,601, 24,602, 24,603, 24,604, 24,605, 24,606, 24,607, 24,608, 24,609, 24,610, 24,611, 24,612, 24,613, 24,614, 24,615, 24,616, 24,617, 24,618, 24,619, 24,620, 24,621, 24,622, 24,623, 24,624, 24,625, 24,626, 24,627, 24,628, 24,629, 24,630, 24,631, 24,632, 24,633, 24,634, 24,635, 24,636, 24,637, 24,638, 24,639, 24,640, 24,641, 24,642, 24,643, 24,644, 24,645, 24,646, 24,647, 24,648, 24,649, 24,650, 24,651, 24,652, 24,653, 24,654, 24,655, 24,656, 24,657, 24,658, 24,659, 24,660, 24,661, 24,662, 24,663, 24,664, 24,665, 24,666, 24,667, 24,668, 24,669, 24,670, 24,671, 24,672, 24,673, 24,674, 24,675, 24,676, 24,677, 24,678, 24,679, 24,680, 24,681, 24,682, 24,683, 24,684, 24,685, 24,686, 24,687, 24,688, 24,689, 24,690, 24,691, 24,692, 24,693, 24,694, 24,695, 24,696, 24,697, 24,698, 24,699, 24,700, 24,701, 24,702, 24,703, 24,704, 24,705, 24,706, 24,707, 24,708, 24,709, 24,710, 24,711, 24,712, 24,713, 24,714, 24,715, 24,716, 24,717, 24,718, 24,719, 24,720, 24,721, 24,722, 24,723, 24,724, 24,725, 24,726, 24,727, 24,728, 24,729, 24,730, 24,731, 24,732, 24,733, 24,734, 24,735, 24,736, 24,737, 24,738, 24,739, 24,740, 24,741, 24,742, 24,743, 24,744, 24,745, 24,746, 24,747, 24,748, 24,749, 24,750, 24,751, 24,752, 24,753, 24,754, 24,755, 24,756, 24,757, 24,758, 24,759, 24,760, 24,761, 24,762, 24,763, 24,764, 24,765, 24,766, 24,767, 24,768, 24,769, 24,770, 24,771, 24,772, 24,773, 24,774, 24,775, 24,776, 24,777, 24,778, 24,779, 24,780, 24,781, 24,782, 24,783, 24,784, 24,785, 24,786, 24,787, 24,788, 24,789, 24,790, 24,791, 24,792, 24,793, 24,794, 24,795, 24,796, 24,797, 24,798, 24,799, 24,800, 24,801, 24,802, 24,803, 24,804, 24,805, 24,806, 24,807, 24,808, 24,809, 24,810, 24,811, 24,812, 24,813, 24,814, 24,815, 24,816, 24,817, 24,818, 24,819, 24,820, 24,821, 24,822, 24,823, 24,824, 24,825, 24,826, 24,827, 24,828, 24,829, 24,830, 24,831, 24,832, 24,833, 24,834, 24,835, 24,836, 24,837, 24,838, 24,839, 24,840, 24,841, 24,842, 24,843, 24,844, 24,845, 24,846, 24,847, 24,848, 24,849, 24,850, 24,851, 24,852, 24,853, 24,854, 24,855, 24,856, 24,857, 24,858, 24,859, 24,860, 24,861, 24,862, 24,863, 24,864, 24,865, 24,866, 24,867, 24,868, 24,869, 24,870, 24,871, 24,872, 24,873, 24,874, 24,875, 24,876, 24,877, 24,878, 24,879, 24,880, 24,881, 24,882, 24,883, 24,884, 24,885, 24,886, 24,887, 24,888, 24,889, 24,890, 24,891, 24,892, 24,893, 24,894, 24,895, 24,896, 24,897, 24,898, 24,899, 24,900, 24,901, 24,902, 24,903, 24,904, 24,905, 24,906, 24,907, 24,908, 24,909, 24,910, 24,911, 24,912, 24,913, 24,914, 24,915, 24,916, 24,917, 24,918, 24,919, 24,920, 24,921, 24,922, 24,923, 24,924, 24,925, 24,926, 24,927, 24,928, 24,929, 24,930, 24,931, 24,932, 24,933, 24,934, 24,935, 24,936, 24,937, 24,938, 24,939, 24,940, 24,941, 24,942, 24,943, 24,944, 24,945, 24,946, 24,947, 24,948, 24,949, 24,950, 24,951, 24,952, 24,953, 24,954, 24,955, 24,956, 24,957, 24,958, 24,959, 24,960, 24,961, 24,962, 24,963, 24,964, 24,965, 24,966, 24,967, 24,968, 24,969, 24,970, 24,971, 24,972, 24,973, 24,974, 24,975, 24,976, 24,977, 24,978, 24,979, 24,980, 24,981, 24,982, 24,983, 24,984, 24,985, 24,986, 24,987, 24,988, 24,989, 24,990, 24,991, 24,992, 24,993, 24,994, 24,995, 24,996, 24,997, 24,998, 24,999, 25,000, 25,001, 25,002, 25,003, 25,004, 25,005, 25,006, 25,007, 25,008, 25,009, 25,010, 25,011, 25,012, 25,013, 25,014, 25,015, 25,016, 25,017, 25,018, 25,019, 25,020, 25,021, 25,022, 25,023, 25,024, 25,025, 25,026, 25,027, 25,028, 25,029, 25,030, 25,031, 25,032, 25,033, 25,034, 25,035, 25,036, 25,037, 25,038, 25,039, 25,040, 25,041, 25,042, 25,043, 25,044, 25,045, 25,046, 25,047, 25,048, 25,049, 25,050, 25,051, 25,052, 25,053, 25,054, 25,055, 25,056, 25,057, 25,058, 25,059, 25,060, 25,061, 25,062, 25,063, 25,064, 25,065, 25,066, 25,067, 25,068, 25,069, 25,070, 25,071, 25,072, 25,073, 25,074, 20,075, 20,076, 20,077, 20,078, 20,079, 20,080, 20,081, 20,082, 20,083, 20,084, 20,085, 20,086, 20,087, 20,088, 20,089, 20,090, 20,091, 20,092, 20,093, 20,094, 20,095, 20,096, 20,097, 20,098, 20,099, 20,100, 20,101, 20,102, 20,103, 20,104, 20,105, 20,106, 20,107, 20,108, 20,109, 20,110, 20,111, 20,112, 20,113, 20,114, 20,115, 20,116, 20,117, 20,118, 20,119, 20,120, 20,121, 20,122, 20,123, 20,124, 20,125, 20,126, 20,127, 20,128, 20,129, 20,130, 20,131, 20,132, 20,133, 20,134, 20,135, 20,136, 20,137, 20,138, 20,139, 20,140, 20,141, 20,142, 20,143, 20,144, 20,145, 20,146, 20,147, 20,148, 20,149, 20,150, 20,151, 20,152, 20,153, 20,154, 20,155, 20,156, 20,157, 20,158, 20,159, 20,160, 20,161, 20,162, 20,163, 20,164, 20,165, 20,166, 20,167, 20,168, 20,169, 20,170, 20,171, 20,172, 20,173, 20,174, 20,175, 20,176, 20,177, 20,178, 20,179, 20,180, 20,181, 20,182, 20,183, 20,184, 20,185, 20,186, 20,187, 20,188, 20,189, 20,190, 20,191, 20,192, 20,193, 20,194, 20,195, 20,196, 20,197, 20,198, 20,199, 20,200, 20,201, 20,202, 20,203, 20,204, 20,205, 20,206, 20,207, 20,208, 20,209, 20,210, 20,211, 20,212, 20,213, 20,214, 20,215, 20,216, 20,217, 20,218, 20,219, 20,220, 20,221, 20,222, 20,223, 20,224, 20,225, 20,226, 20,227, 20,228, 20,229, 20,230, 20,231, 20,232, 20,233, 20,234, 20,235, 20,236, 20,237, 20,238, 20,239, 20,240, 20,241, 20,242, 20,243, 20,244, 20,245, 20,246, 20,247, 20,248, 20,249, 20,250, 20,251, 20,252, 20,253, 20,254, 20,255, 20,256, 20,257, 20,258, 20,259, 20,260, 20,261, 20,262, 20,263, 20,264, 20,265, 20,266, 20,267, 20,268, 20,269, 20,270, 20,271, 20,272, 20,273, 20,274, 20,275, 20,276, 20,277, 20,278, 20,279, 20,280, 20,281, 20,282, 20,283, 20,284, 20,285, 20,286, 20,287, 20,288, 20,289, 20,290, 20,291, 20,292, 20,293, 20,294, 20,295, 20,296, 20,297, 20,298, 25,299, 25,300, 25,301, 25,302, 25,303, 25,304, 25,305, 25,306, 25,307, 25,308, 25,309, 25,310, 25,311, 25,312, 25,313, 25,314, 25,315, 25,316, 25,317, 25,318, 25,319, 25,320, 25,321, 25,322, 25,323, 25,324, 25,325, 25,326, 25,327, 25,328, 25,329, 25,330, 25,331, 25,332, 25,333, 25,334, 25,335, 25,336, 25,337, 25,338, 25,339, 25,340, 25,341, 25,342, 25,343, 25,344, 25,345, 25,346, 25,347, 25,348, 25,349, 25,350, 25,351, 25,352, 25,353, 25,354, 25,355, 20,356, 20,357, 20,358, 20,359, 20,360, 20,361, 20,362, 20,363, 20,364, 20,365, 20,366, 20,367, 20,368, 20,369, 20,370, 20,371, 20,372, 20,373, 20,374, 20,375, 20,376, 20,377, 20,378, 20,379, 20,380, 20,381, 20,382, 20,383, 20,384, 20,385, 20,386, 20,387, 20,388, 20,389, 20,390, 20,391, 20,392, 20,393, 20,394, 20,395, 20,396, 20,397, 20,398, 20,399, 20,400, 20,401, 20,402, 20,403, 20,404, 20,405, 20,406, 20,407, 20,408, 20,409, 20,410, 20,411, 20,412, 20,413, 20,414, 20,415, 20,416, 20,417, 20,418, 20,419, 20,420, 20,421, 20,422, 20,423, 20,424, 20,425, 20,426, 20,427, 20,428, 20,429, 20,430, 20,431, 20,432, 20,433, 20,434, 20,435, 20,436, 20,437, 20,438, 20,439, 20,440, 20,441, 20,442, 20,443, 20,444, 20,445, 20,446, 20,447, 20,448, 20,449, 20,450, 20,451, 20,452, 20,453, 20,454, 20,455, 20,456, 20,457, 20,458, 20,459, 20,460, 20,461, 20,462, 20,463, 20,464, 20,465, 20,466, 20,467, 20,468, 20,469, 20,470, 20,471, 20,472, 20,473, 20,474, 20,475, 20,476, 20,477, 20,478, 20,479, 20,480, 20,481, 20,482, 20,483, 20,484, 20,485, 20,486, 20,487, 20,488, 20,489, 20,490, 20,491, 20,492, 20,493, 20,494, 20,495, 20,496, 20,497, 20,498, 20,499, 20,500, 20,501, 20,502, 20,503, 20,504, 20,505, 20,506, 20,507, 20,508, 20,509, 20,510, 20,511, 20,512, 20,513, 20,514, 20,515, 20,516, 20,517, 20,518, 20,519, 20,520, 20,521, 20,522, 20,523, 20,524, 20,525, 20,526, 20,527, 20,528, 20,529, 20,530, 20,531, 20,532, 20,533, 20,534, 20,535, 20,536, 20,537, 20,538, 25,539, 25,540, 25,541, 25,542, 25,543, 25,544, 25,545, 25,546, 25,547, 25,548, 25,549, 25,550, 25,551, 25,552, 25,553, 25,554, 25,555, 25,556, 25,557, 25,558, 25,559, 25,560, 20,561, 20,562, 20,563, 20,564, 20,565, 20,566, 20,567, 20,568, 20,569, 20,570, 20,571, 20,572, 20,573, 20,574, 20,575, 20,576, 20,577, 20,578, 20,579, 20,580, 20,581, 20,582, 20,583, 20,584, 20,585, 20,586, 20,587, 20,588, 20,589, 20,590, 20,591, 20,592, 20,593, 20,594, 20,595, 20,596, 20,597, 20,598, 20,599, 20,600, 20,601, 20,602, 20,603, 20,604, 20,605, 20,606, 20,607, 20,608, 20,609, 20,610, 20,611, 20,612, 20,613, 20,614, 20,615, 20,616, 20,617, 20,618, 20,619, 20,620, 20,621, 20,622, 20,623, 20,624, 20,625, 20,626, 20,627, 20,628, 20,629, 20,630, 20,631, 20,632, 20,633, 20,634, 20,635, 20,636, 20,637, 20,638, 20,639, 20,640, 20,641, 20,642, 20,643, 20,644, 20,645, 20,646, 20,647, 20,648, 20,649, 20,650, 20,651, 20,652, 20,653, 20,654, 20,655, 20,656, 20,657, 20,658, 20,659, 20,660, 20,661, 20,662, 20,663, 20,664, 20,665, 20,666, 20,667, 20,668, 20,669, 20,670, 20,671, 20,672, 20,673, 20,674, 20,675, 20,676, 20,677, 20,678, 20,679, 20,680, 20,681, 20,682, 20,683, 20,684, 20,685, 20,686, 20,687, 20,688, 20,689, 20,690, 20,691, 20,692, 20,693, 20,694, 20,695, 20,696, 20,697, 20,698, 20,699, 20,700, 20,701, 20,702, 20,703, 20,704, 20,705, 20,706, 20,707, 20,708, 20,709, 20,710, 20,711, 20,712, 20,713, 20,714, 20,715, 20,716, 20,717, 20,718, 20,719, 20,720, 20,721, 20,722, 20,723, 20,724, 20,725, 20,726, 20,727, 20,728, 20,729, 20,730, 20,731, 20,732, 20,733, 20,734, 20,735, 20,736, 20,737, 20,738, 20,739, 20,740, 20,741, 20,742, 20,743, 20,744, 20,745, 20,746, 20,747, 20,748, 20,749, 20,750, 20,751, 20,752, 20,753, 20,754, 20,755, 20,756, 20,757, 20,758, 20,759, 20,760, 20,761, 20,762, 20,763, 20,764, 20,765, 20,766, 20,767, 20,768, 20,769, 20,770, 25,771, 25,772, 25,773, 25,774, 25,775, 25,776, 25,777, 25,778, 25,779, 25,780, 25,781, 25,782, 25,783, 25,784, 25,785, 25,786, 25,787, 25,788, 25,789, 20,790, 20,791, 20,792, 20,793, 20,794, 20,795, 20,796, 20,797, 20,798, 20,799, 20,800, 20,801, 20,802, 20,803, 20,804, 20,805, 20,806, 20,807, 20,808, 20,809, 20,810, 20,811, 20,812, 20,813, 20,814, 20,815, 20,816, 20,817, 20,818, 20,819, 20,820, 20,821, 20,822, 20,823, 20,824, 20,825, 20,826, 20,827, 20,828, 20,829, 20,830, 20,831, 20,832, 20,833, 20,834, 20,835, 20,836, 20,837, 20,838, 20,839, 20,840, 20,841, 20,842, 20,843, 20,844, 20,845, 20,846, 20,847, 20,848, 20,849, 20,850, 20,851, 20,852, 20,853, 20,854, 20,855, 20,856, 20,857, 20,858, 20,859, 20,860, 20,861, 20,862, 20,863, 20,864, 20,865, 20,866, 20,867, 20,868, 20,869, 20,870, 20,871, 20,872, 20,873, 20,874, 20,875, 20,876, 20,877, 20,878, 20,879, 20,880, 20,881, 20,882, 20,883, 20,884, 20,885, 20,886, 20,887, 20,888, 20,889, 20,890, 20,891, 20,892, 20,893, 20,894, 20,895, 20,896, 20,897, 20,898, 20,899, 20,900, 20,901, 20,902, 20,903, 20,904, 20,905, 20,906, 20,907, 20,908, 20,909, 20,910, 20,911, 20,912, 20,913, 20,914, 20,915, 20,916, 20,917, 20,918, 20,919, 20,920, 20,921, 20,922, 20,923, 20,924, 20,925, 20,926, 20,927, 20,928, 20,929, 20,930, 20,931, 20,932, 20,933, 20,934, 20,935, 20,936, 20,937, 20,938, 20,939, 20,940, 20,941, 20,942, 20,943, 20,944, 20,945, 20,946, 20,947, 20,948, 20,949, 20,950, 20,951, 20,952, 20,953, 20,954, 20,955, 20,956, 20,957, 20,958, 20,959, 20,960, 20,961, 20,962, 20,963, 20,964, 20,965, 20,966, 20,967, 20,968, 20,969, 20,970, 20,971, 20,972, 20,973, 20,974, 20,975, 20,976, 20,977, 20,978, 20,979, 20,980, 20,981, 20,982, 20,983, 20,984, 20,985, 20,986, 20,987, 20,988, 20,989, 20,990, 20,991, 20,992, 20,993, 20,994, 20,995, 20,996, 20,997, 20,998, 20,999, 26,000, 26,001, 26,002, 26,003, 26,004, 26,005, 26,006, 26,007, 26,008, 26,009, 26,010, 26,011, 26,012, 26,013, 26,014, 26,015, 26,016, 26,017, 26,018, 26,019, 26,020, 26,021, 26,022, 26,023, 26,024, 26,025, 26,026, 26,027, 26,028, 26,029, 26,030, 26,031, 26,032, 26,033, 26,034, 26,035, 26,036, 26,037, 26,038, 26,039, 26,040, 26,041, 26,042, 26,043, 26,044, 26,045, 26,046, 26,047, 26,048, 26,049, 26,050, 26,051, 26,052, 26,053, 26,054, 26,055, 26,056, 26,057, 26,058, 26,059, 26,060, 26,061, 26,062, 26,063, 26,064, 26,065, 26,066, 26,067, 26,068, 26,069, 26,070, 26,071, 26,072, 26,073, 26,074, 26,075, 26,076, 26,077, 26,078, 26,079, 26,080, 26,081, 26,082, 26,083, 26,084, 26,085, 26,086, 26,087, 26,088, 26,089, 26,090, 26,091, 26,092, 26,093, 26,094, 26,095, 26,096, 26,097, 26,098, 26,099, 26,100, 26,101, 26,102, 26,103, 26,104, 26,105, 26,106, 26,107, 26,108, 26,109, 26,110, 26,111, 26,112, 26,113, 26,114, 26,115, 26,116, 26,117, 26,118, 26,119, 26,120, 26,121, 26,122, 26,123, 26,124, 26,125, 26,126, 26,127, 26,128, 26,129, 26,130, 26,131, 26,132, 26,133, 26,134, 26,135, 26,136, 26,137, 26,138, 26,139, 26,140, 26,141, 26,142, 26,143, 26,144, 26,145, 26,146, 26,147, 26,148, 26,149, 26,150, 26,151, 26,152, 26,153, 26,154, 26,155, 26,156, 26,157, 26,158, 26,159, 26,160, 26,161, 26,162, 26,163, 26,164, 26,165, 26,166, 26,167, 26,168, 26,169, 26,170, 26,171, 26,172, 26,173, 26,174, 26,175, 26,176, 26,177, 26,178, 26,179, 26,180, 26,181, 26,182, 26,183, 26,184, 26,185, 26,186, 26,187, 26,188, 26,189, 26,190, 26,191, 26,192, 26,193, 26,194, 26,195, 26,196, 26,197, 26,198, 26,199, 26,200, 26,201, 26,202, 26,203, 26,204, 26,205, 26,206, 26,207, 26,208, 26,209, 26,210, 26,211, 26,212, 26,213, 26,214, 26,215, 26,216, 26,217, 26,218, 26,219, 26,220, 26,221, 26,222, 26,223, 26,224, 26,225, 26,226, 26,227, 26,228, 26,229, 26,230, 26,231, 26,232, 26,233, 26,234, 26,235, 26,236, 26,237, 26,238, 26,239, 26,240, 26,241, 26,242, 26,243, 26,244, 26,245, 26,246, 26,247, 26,248, 26,249, 26,250, 26,251, 26,252, 26,253, 26,254, 26,255, 26,256, 26,257, 26,258, 26,259, 26,260, 26,261, 26,262, 26,263, 26,264, 26,265, 26,266, 26,267, 26,268, 26,269, 26,270, 26,271, 26,272, 26,273, 26,274, 26,275, 26,276, 26,277, 26,278, 26,279, 26,280, 26,281, 26,282, 26,283, 26,284, 26,285, 26,286, 26,287, 26,288, 26,289, 26,290, 26,291, 26,292, 26,293, 26,294, 26,295, 26,296, 26,297, 26,298, 26,299, 26,300, 26,301, 26,302, 26,303, 26,304, 26,305, 26,306, 26,307, 26,308, 26,309, 26,310, 26,311, 26,312, 26,313, 26,314, 26,315, 26,316, 26,317, 26,318, 26,319, 26,320, 26,321, 26,322, 26,323, 26,324, 26,325, 26,326, 26,327, 26,328, 26,329, 26,330, 26,331, 26,332, 26,333, 26,334, 26,335, 26,336, 26,337, 26,338, 26,339, 26,340, 26,341, 26,342, 26,343, 26,344, 26,345, 26,346, 26,347, 26,348, 26,349, 26,350, 26,351, 26,352, 26,353, 26,354, 26,355, 26,356, 26,357, 26,358, 26,359, 26,360, 26,361, 26,362, 26,363, 26,364, 26,365, 26,366, 26,367, 26,368, 26,369, 26,370, 26,371, 26,372, 26,373, 26,374, 26,375, 26,376, 26,377, 26,378, 26,379, 26,380, 26,381, 26,382, 26,383, 26,384, 26,385, 26,386, 26,387, 26,388, 26,389, 26,390, 26,391, 26,392, 26,393, 26,394, 26,395, 26,396, 26,397, 26,398, 26,399, 26,400, 26,401, 26,402, 26,403, 26,404, 26,405, 26,406, 26,407, 26,408, 26,409, 26,410, 26,411, 26,412, 26,413, 26,414, 26,415, 26,416, 26,417, 26,418, 26,419, 26,420, 26,421, 26,422, 26,423, 26,424, 26,425, 26,426, 26,427, 26,428, 26,429, 26,430, 26,431, 26,432, 26,433, 26,434, 26,435, 26,436, 26,437, 26,438, 26,439, 26,440, 26,441, 26,442, 26,443, 26,444, 26,445, 26,446, 26,447, 26,448, 26,449, 26,450, 26,451, 26,452, 26,453, 26,454, 26,455, 26,456, 26,457, 26,458, 26,459, 26,460, 26,461, 26,462, 26,463, 26,464, 26,465, 26,466, 26,467, 26,468, 26,469, 26,470, 26,471, 26,472, 26,473, 26,474, 26,475, 26,476, 26,477, 26,478, 26,479, 26,480, 26,481, 26,482, 26,483, 26,484, 26,485, 26,486, 26,487, 26,488, 26,489, 26,490, 26,491, 26,492, 26,493, 26,494, 26,495, 26,496, 26,497, 26,498, 26,499, 26,500, 26,501, 26,502, 26,503, 26,504, 26,505, 26,506, 26,507, 26,508, 26,509, 26,510, 26,511, 26,512, 26,513, 26,514, 26,515, 26,516, 26,517, 26,518, 26,519, 26,520, 26,521, 26,522, 26,523, 26,524, 26,525, 26,526, 26,527, 26,528, 26,529, 26,530, 26,531, 26,532, 26,533, 26,534, 26,535, 26,536, 26,537, 26,538, 26,539, 26,540, 26,541, 26,542, 26,543, 26,544, 26,545, 26,546, 26,547, 26,548, 26,549, 26,550, 26,551, 26,552, 26,553, 26,554, 26,555, 26,556, 26,557, 26,558, 26,559, 26,560, 26,561, 26,562, 26,563, 26,564, 26,565, 26,566, 26,567, 26,568, 26,569, 26,570, 26,571, 26,572, 26,573, 26,574, 26,575, 26,576, 26,577, 26,578, 26,579, 26,580, 26,581, 26,582, 26,583, 26,584, 26,585, 26,586, 26,587, 26,588, 26,589, 26,590, 26,591, 26,592, 26,593, 26,594, 26,595, 26,596, 26,597, 26,598, 26,599, 26,600, 26,601, 26,602, 26,603, 26,604, 26,605, 26,606, 26,607, 26,608, 26,609, 26,610, 26,611, 26,612, 26,613, 26,614, 26,615, 26,616, 26,617, 26,618, 26,619, 26,620, 26,621, 26,622, 26,623, 26,624, 26,625, 26,626, 26,627, 26,628, 26,629, 26,630, 26,631, 26,632, 26,633, 26,634, 26,635, 26,636, 26,637, 26,638, 26,639, 26,640, 26,641, 26,642, 26,643, 26,644, 26,645, 26,646, 26,647, 26,648, 26,649, 26,650, 26,651, 26,652, 26,653, 26,654, 26,655, 26,656, 26,657, 26,658, 26,659, 26,660, 26,661, 26,662, 26,663, 26,664, 26,665, 26,666, 26,667, 26,668, 26,669, 26,670, 26,671, 26,672, 26,673, 26,674, 26,675, 26,676, 26,677, 26,678, 26,679, 26,680, 26,681, 26,682, 26,683, 26,684, 26,685, 26,686, 26,687, 26,688, 26,689, 26,690, 26,691, 26,692, 26,693, 26,694, 26,695, 26,696, 26,697, 26,698, 26,699, 26,700, 26,701, 26,702, 26,703, 26,704, 26,705, 26,706, 26,707, 26,708, 26,709, 26,710, 26,711, 26,712, 26,713, 26,714, 26,715, 26,716, 26,717, 26,718, 26,719, 26,720, 26,721, 26,722, 26,723, 26,724, 26,725, 26,726, 26,727, 26,728, 26,729, 26,730, 26,731, 26,732, 26,733, 26,734, 26,735, 26,736, 26,737, 26,738, 26,739, 26,740, 26,741, 26,742, 26,743, 26,744, 26,745, 26,746, 26,747, 26,748, 26,749, 26,750, 26,751, 26,752, 26,753, 26,754, 26,755, 26,756, 26,757, 26,758, 26,759, 26,760, 26,761, 26,762, 26,763, 26,764, 26,765, 26,766, 26,767, 26,768, 26,769, 26,770, 26,771, 26,772, 26,773, 26,774, 26,775, 26,776, 26,777, 26,778, 26,779, 26,780, 26,781, 26,782, 26,783, 26,784, 26,785, 26,786, 26,787, 26,788, 26,789, 26,790, 26,791, 26,792, 26,793, 26,794, 26,795, 26,796, 26,797, 26,798, 26,799, 26,800, 26,801, 26,802, 26,803, 26,804, 26,805, 26,806, 26,807, 26,808, 26,809, 26,810, 26,811, 26,812, 26,813, 26,814, 26,815, 26,816, 26,817, 26,818, 26,819, 26,820, 26,821, 26,822, 26,823, 26,824, 26,825, 26,826, 26,827, 26,828, 26,829, 26,830, 26,831, 26,832, 26,833, 26,834, 26,835, 26,836, 26,837, 26,838, 26,839, 26,840, 26,841, 26,842, 26,843, 26,844, 26,845, 26,846, 26,847, 26,848, 26,849, 26,850, 26,851, 26,852, 26,853, 26,854, 26,855, 26,856, 26,857, 26,858, 26,859, 26,860, 26,861, 26,862, 26,863, 26,864, 26,865, 26,866, 26,867, 26,868, 26,869, 26,870, 26,871, 26,872, 26,873, 26,874, 26,875, 26,876, 26,877, 26,878, 26,879, 26,880, 26,881, 26,882, 26,883, 26,884, 26,885, 26,886, 26,887, 26,888, 26,889, 26,890, 26,891, 26,892, 26,893, 26,894, 26,895, 26,896, 26,897, 26,898, 26,899, 26,900, 26,901, 26,902, 26,903, 26,904, 26,905, 26,906, 26,907, 26,908, 26,909, 26,910, 26,911, 26,912, 26,913, 26,914, 26,915, 26,916, 26,917, 26,918, 26,919, 26,920, 26,921, 26,922, 26,923, 26,924, 26,925, 26,926, 26,927, 26,928, 26,929, 26,930, 26,931, 26,932, 26,933, 26,934, 26,935, 26,936, 26,937, 26,938, 26,939, 26,940, 26,941, 26,942, 26,943, 26,944, 26,945, 26,946, 26,947, 26,948, 26,949, 26,950, 26,951, 26,952, 26,953, 26,954, 26,955, 26,956, 26,957, 26,958, 26,959, 26,960, 26,961, 26,962, 26,963, 26,964, 26,965, 26,966, 26,967, 26,968, 26,969, 26,970, 26,971, 26,972, 26,973, 26,974, 26,975, 26,976, 26,977, 26,978, 26,979, 26,980, 26,981, 26,982, 26,983, 26,984, 26,985, 26,986, 26,987, 26,988, 26,989, 26,990, 26,991, 26,992, 26,993, 26,994, 26,995, 26,996, 26,997, 26,998, 26,999, 27,000, 27,001, 27,002, 27,003, 27,004, 27,005, 27,006, 27,007, 27,008, 27,009, 27,010, 27,011, 27,012, 27,013, 27,014, 27,015, 27,016, 27,017, 27,018, 27,019, 27,020, 27,021, 27,022, 27,023, 27,024, 27,025, 27,026, 27,027, 27,028, 27,029, 27,030, 27,031, 27,032, 27,033, 27,034, 27,035, 27,036, 27,037, 27,038, 27,039, 27,040, 27,041, 27,042, 27,043, 27,044, 27,045, 27,046, 27,047, 27,048, 27,049, 27,050, 27,051, 27,052, 27,053, 27,054, 27,055, 27,056, 27,057, 27,058, 27,059, 27,060, 27,061, 27,062, 27,063, 27,064, 27,065, 27,066, 27,067, 27,068, 27,069, 27,070, 27,071, 27,072, 27,073, 27,074, 27,075, 27,076, 27,077, 27,078, 27,079, 27,080, 27,081, 27,082, 27,083, 27,084, 27,085, 27,086, 27,087, 27,088, 27,089, 27,090, 27,091, 27,092, 27,093, 27,094, 27,095, 27,096, 27,097, 27,098, 27,099, 27,100, 27,101, 27,102, 27,103, 27,104, 27,105, 27,106, 27,107, 27,108, 27,109, 27,110, 27,111, 27,112, 27,113, 27,114, 27,115, 27,116, 27,117, 27,118, 27,119, 27,120, 27,121, 27,122, 27,123, 27,124, 27,125, 27,126, 27,127, 27,128, 27,129, 27,130, 27,131, 27,132, 27,133, 27,134, 27,135, 27,136, 27,137, 27,138, 27,139, 27,140, 27,141, 27,142, 27,143, 27,144, 27,145, 27,146, 27,147, 27,148, 27,149, 27,150, 27,151, 27,152, 27,153, 27,154, 27,155, 27,156, 27,157, 27,158, 27,159, 27,160, 27,161, 27,162, 27,163, 27,164, 27,165, 27,166, 27,167, 27,168, 27,169, 27,170, 27,171, 27,172, 27,173, 27,174, 27,175, 27,176, 27,177, 27,178, 27,179, 27,180, 27,181, 27,182, 27,183, 27,184, 27,185, 27,186, 27,187, 27,188, 27,189, 27,190, 27,191, 27,192, 27,193, 27,194, 27,195, 27,196, 27,197, 27,198, 27,199, 27,200, 27,201, 27,202, 27,203, 27,204, 27,205, 27,206, 27,207, 27,208, 27,209, 27,210, 27,211, 27,212, 27,213, 27,214, 27,215, 27,216, 27,217, 27,218, 27,219, 27,220, 27,221, 27,222, 27,223, 27,224, 27,225, 27,226, 27,227, 27,228, 27,229, 27,230, 27,231, 27,232, 27,233, 27,234, 27,235, 27,236, 27,237, 27,238, 27,239, 27,240, 27,241, 27,242, 27,243, 27,244, 27,245, 27,246, 27,247, 27,248, 27,249, 27,250, 27,251, 27,252, 27,253, 27,254, 27,255, 27,256, 27,257, 27,258, 27,259, 27,260, 27,261, 27,262, 27,263, 27,264, 27,265, 27,266, 27,267, 27,268, 27,269, 27,270, 27,271, 27,272, 27,273, 27,274, 27,275, 27,276, 27,277, 27,278, 27,279, 27,280, 27,281, 27,282, 27,283, 27,284, 27,285, 27,286, 27,287, 27,288, 27,289, 27,290, 27,291, 27,292, 27,293, 27,294, 27,295, 27,296, 27,297, 27,298, 27,299, 27,300, 27,301, 27,302, 27,303, 27,304, 27,305, 27,306, 27,307, 27,308, 27,309, 27,310, 27,311, 27,312, 27,313, 27,314, 27,315, 27,316, 27,317, 27,318, 27,319, 27,320, 27,321, 27,322, 27,323, 27,324, 27,325, 27,326, 27,327, 27,328, 27,329, 27,330, 27,331, 27,332, 27,333, 27,334, 27,335, 27,336, 27,337, 27,338, 27,339, 27,340, 27,341, 27,342, 27,343, 27,344, 27,345, 27,346, 27,347, 27,348, 27,349, 27,350, 27,351, 27,352, 27,353, 27,354, 27,355, 27,356, 27,357, 27,358, 27,359, 27,360, 27,361, 27,362, 27,363, 27,364, 27,365, 27,366, 27,367, 27,368, 27,369, 27,370, 27,371, 27,372, 27,373, 27,374, 27,375, 27,376, 27,377, 27,378, 27,379, 27,380, 27,381, 27,382, 27,383, 27,384, 27,385, 27,386, 27,387, 27,388, 27,389, 27,390, 27,391, 27,392, 27,393, 27,394, 27,395, 27,396, 27,397, 27,398, 27,399, 27,400, 27,401, 27,402, 27,403, 27,404, 27,405, 27,406, 27,407, 27,408, 27,409, 27,410, 27,411, 27,412, 27,413, 27,414, 27,415, 27,416, 27,417, 27,418, 27,419, 27,420, 27,421, 27,422, 27,423, 27,424, 27,425, 27,426, 27,427, 27,428, 27,429, 27,430, 27,431, 27,432, 27,433, 27,434, 27,435, 27,436, 27,437, 27,438, 27,439, 27,440, 27,441, 27,442, 27,443, 27,444, 27,445, 27,446, 27,447, 27,448, 27,449, 27,450, 27,451, 27,452, 27,453, 27,454, 27,455, 27,456, 27,457, 27,458, 27,459, 27,460, 27,461, 27,462, 27,463, 27,464, 27,465, 27,466, 27,467, 27,468, 27,469, 27,470, 27,471, 27,472, 27,473, 27,474, 27,475, 27,476, 27,477, 27,478, 27,479, 27,480, 27,481, 27,482, 27,483, 27,484, 27,485, 27,486, 27,487, 27,488, 27,489, 27,490, 27,491, 27,492, 27,493, 27,494, 27,495, 27,496, 27,497, 27,498, 27,499, 27,500, 27,501, 27,502, 27,503, 27,504, 27,505, 27,506, 27,507, 27,508, 27,509, 27,510, 27,511, 27,512, 27,513, 27,514, 27,515, 27,516, 27,517, 27,518, 27,519, 27,520, 27,521, 27,522, 27,523, 27,524, 27,525, 27,526, 27,527, 27,528, 27,529, 27,530, 27,531, 27,532, 27,533, 27,534, 27,535, 27,536, 27,537, 27,538, 27,539, 27,540, 27,541, 27,542, 27,543, 27,544, 27,545, 27,546, 27,547, 27,548, 27,549, 27,550, 27,551, 27,552, 27,553, 27,554, 27,555, 27,556, 27,557, 27,558, 27,559, 27,560, 27,561, 27,562, 27,563, 27,564, 27,565, 27,566, 27,567, 27,568, 27,569, 27,570, 27,571, 27,572, 27,573, 27,574, 27,575, 27,576, 27,577, 27,578, 27,579, 27,580, 27,581, 27,582, 27,583, 27,584, 27,585, 27,586, 27,587, 27,588, 27,589, 27,590, 27,591, 27,592, 27,593, 27,594, 27,595, 27,596, 27,597, 27,598, 27,599, 27,600, 27,601, 27,602, 27,603, 27,604, 27,605, 27,606, 27,607, 27,608, 27,609, 27,610, 27,611, 27,612, 27,613, 27,614, 27,615, 27,616, 27,617, 27,618, 27,619, 27,620, 27,621, 27,622, 27,623, 27,624, 27,625, 27,626, 27,627, 27,628, 27,629, 27,630, 27,631, 27,632, 27,633, 27,634, 27,635, 27,636, 27,637, 27,638, 27,639, 27,640, 27,641, 27,642, 27,643, 27,644, 27,645, 27,646, 27,647, 27,648, 27,649, 27,650, 27,651, 27,652, 27,653, 27,654, 27,655, 27,656, 27,657, 27,658, 27,659, 27,660, 27,661, 27,662, 27,663, 27,664, 27,665, 27,666, 27,667, 27,668, 27,669, 27,670, 27,671, 27,672, 27,673, 27,674, 27,675, 27,676, 27,677, 27,678, 27,679, 27,680, 27,681, 27,682, 27,683, 27,684, 27,685, 27,686, 27,687, 27,688, 27,689, 27,690, 27,691, 27,692, 27,693, 27,694, 27,695, 27,696, 27,697, 27,698, 27,699, 27,700, 27,701, 27,702, 27,703, 27,704, 27,705, 27,706, 27,707, 27,708, 27,709, 27,710, 27,711, 27,712, 27,713, 27,714, 27,715, 27,716, 27,717, 27,718, 27,719, 27,720, 27,721, 27,722, 27,723, 27,724, 27,725, 27,726, 27,727, 27,728, 27,729, 27,730, 27,731, 27,732, 27,733, 27,734, 27,735, 27,736, 27,737, 27,738, 27,739, 27,740, 27,741, 27,742, 27,743, 27,744, 27,745, 27,746, 27,747, 27,748, 27,749, 27,750, 27,751, 27,752, 27,753, 27,754, 27,755, 27,756, 27,757, 27,758, 27,759, 27,760, 27,761, 27,762, 27,763, 27,764, 27,765, 27,766, 27,767, 27,768, 27,769, 27,770, 27,771, 27,772, 27,773, 27,774, 27,775, 27,776, 27,777, 27,778, 27,779, 27,780, 27,781, 27,782, 27,783, 27,784, 27,785, 27,786, 27,787, 27,788, 27,789, 27,790, 27,791, 27,792, 27,793, 27,794, 27,795, 27,796, 27,797, 27,798, 27,799, 27,800, 27,801, 27,802, 27,803, 27,804, 27,805, 27,806, 27,807, 27,808, 27,809, 27,810, 27,811, 27,812, 27,813, 27,814, 27,815, 27,816, 27,817, 27,818, 27,819, 27,820, 27,821, 27,822, 27,823, 27,824, 27,825, 27,826, 27,827, 27,828, 27,829, 27,830, 27,831, 27,832, 27,833, 27,834, 27,835, 27,836, 27,837, 27,838, 27,839, 27,840, 27,841, 27,842, 27,843, 27,844, 27,845, 27,846, 27,847, 27,848, 27,849, 27,850, 27,851, 27,852, 27,853, 27,854, 27,855, 27,856, 27,857, 27,858, 27,859, 27,860, 27,861, 27,862, 27,863, 27,864, 27,865, 27,866, 27,867, 27,868, 27,869, 27,870, 27,871, 27,872, 27,873, 27,874, 27,875, 27,876, 27,877, 27,878, 27,879, 27,880, 27,881, 27,882, 27,883, 27,884, 27,885, 27,886, 27,887, 27,888, 27,889, 27,890, 27,891, 27,892, 27,893, 27,894, 27,895, 27,896, 27,897, 27,898, 27,899, 27,900, 27,901, 27,902, 27,903, 27,904, 27,905, 27,906, 27,907, 27,908, 27,909, 27,910, 27,911, 27,912, 27,913, 27,914, 27,915, 27,916, 27,917, 27,918, 27,919, 27,920, 27,921, 27,922, 27,923, 27,924, 27,925, 27,926, 27,927, 27,928, 27,929, 27,930, 27,931, 27,932, 27,933, 27,934, 27,935, 27,936, 27,937, 27,938, 27,939, 27,940, 27,941, 27,942, 27,943, 27,944, 27,945, 27,946, 27,947, 27,948, 27,949, 27,950, 27,951, 27,952, 27,953, 27,954, 27,955, 27,956, 27,957, 27,958, 27,959, 27,960, 27,961, 27,962, 27,963, 27,964, 27,965, 27,966, 27,967, 27,968, 27,969, 27,970, 27,971, 27,972, 27,973, 27,974, 27,975, 27,976, 27,977, 27,978, 27,979, 27,980, 27,981, 27,982, 27,983, 27,984, 27,985, 27,986, 27,987, 27,988, 27,989, 27,990, 27,991, 27,992, 27,993, 27,994, 27,995, 27,996, 27,997, 27,998, 27,999, 28,000, 28,001, 28,002, 28,003, 28,004, 28,005, 28,006, 28,007, 28,008, 28,009, 28,010, 28,011, 28,012, 28,013, 28,014, 28,015, 28,016, 28,017, 28,018, 28,019, 28,020, 28,021, 28,022, 28,023, 28,024, 28,025, 28,026, 28,027, 28,028, 28,029, 28,030, 28,031, 28,032, 28,033, 28,034, 28,035, 28,036, 28,037, 28,038, 28,039, 28,040, 28,041, 28,042, 28,043, 28,044, 28,045, 28,046, 28,047, 28,048, 28,049, 28,050, 28,051, 28,052, 28,053, 28,054, 28,055, 28,056, 28,057, 28,058, 28,059, 28,060, 28,061, 28,062, 28,063, 28,064, 28,065, 28,066, 28,067, 28,068, 28,069, 28,070, 28,071, 28,072, 28,073, 28,074, 28,075, 28,076, 28,077, 28,078, 28,079, 28,080, 28,081, 28,082, 28,083, 28,084, 28,085, 28,086, 28,087, 28,088, 28,089, 28,090, 28,091, 28,092, 28,093, 28,094, 28,095, 28,096, 28,097, 28,098, 28,099, 28,100, 28,101, 28,102, 28,103, 28,104, 28,105, 28,106, 28,107, 28,108, 28,109, 28,110, 28,111, 28,112, 28,113, 28,114, 28,115, 28,116, 28,117, 28,118, 28,119, 28,120, 28,121, 28,122, 28,123, 28,124, 28,125, 28,126, 28,127, 28,128, 28,129, 28,130, 28,131, 28,132, 28,133, 28,134, 28,135, 28,136, 28,137, 28,138, 28,139, 28,140, 28,141, 28,142, 28,143, 28,144, 28,145, 28,146, 28,147, 28,148, 28,149, 28,150, 28,151, 28,152, 28,153, 28,154, 28,155, 28,156, 28,157, 28,158, 28,159, 28,160, 28,161, 28,162, 28,163, 28,164, 28,165, 28,166, 28,167, 28,168, 28,169, 28,170, 28,171, 28,172, 28,173, 28,174, 28,175, 28,176, 28,177, 28,178, 28,179, 28,180, 28,181, 28,182, 28,183, 28,184, 28,185, 28,186, 28,187, 28,188, 28,189, 28,190, 28,191, 28,192, 28,193, 28,194, 28,195, 28,196, 28,197, 28,198, 28,199, 28,200, 28,201, 28,202, 28,203, 28,204, 28,205, 28,206, 28,207, 28,208, 28,209, 28,210, 28,211, 28,212, 28,213, 28,214, 28,215, 28,216, 28,217, 28,218, 28,219, 28,220, 28,221, 28,222, 28,223, 28,224, 28,225, 28,226, 28,227, 28,228, 28,229, 28,230, 28,231, 28,232, 28,233, 28,234, 28,235, 28,236, 28,237, 28,238, 28,239, 28,240, 28,241, 28,242, 28,243, 28,244, 28,245, 28,246, 28,247, 28,248, 28,249, 28,250, 28,251, 28,252, 28,253, 28,254, 28,255, 28,256, 28,257, 28,258, 28,259, 28,260, 28,261, 28,262, 28,263, 28,264, 28,265, 28,266, 28,267, 28,268, 28,269, 28,270, 28,271, 28,272, 28,273, 28,274, 28,275, 28,276, 28,277, 28,278, 28,279, 28,280, 28,281, 28,282, 28,283, 28,284, 28,285, 28,286, 28,287, 28,288, 28,289, 28,290, 28,291, 28,292, 28,293, 28,294, 28,295, 28,296, 28,297, 28,298, 28,299, 28,300, 28,301, 28,302, 28,303, 28,304, 28,305, 28,306, 28,307, 28,308, 28,309, 28,310, 28,311, 28,312, 28,313, 28,314, 28,315, 28,316, 28,317, 28,318, 28,319, 28,320, 28,321, 28,322, 28,323, 28,324, 28,325, 28,326, 28,327, 28,328, 28,329, 28,330, 28,331, 28,332, 28,333, 28,334, 28,335, 28,336, 28,337, 28,338, 28,339, 28,340, 28,341, 28,342, 28,343, 28,344, 28,345, 28,346, 28,347, 28,348, 28,349, 28,350, 28,351, 28,352, 28,353, 28,354, 28,355, 28,356, 28,357, 28,358, 28,359, 28,360, 28,361, 28,362, 28,363, 28,364, 28,365, 28,366, 28,367, 28,368, 28,369, 28,370, 28,371, 28,372, 28,373, 28,374, 28,375, 28,376, 28,377, 28,378, 28,379, 28,380, 28,381, 28,382, 28,383, 28,384, 28,385, 28,386, 28,387, 28,388, 28,389, 28,390, 28,391, 28,392, 28,393, 28,394, 28,395, 28,396, 28,397, 28,398, 28,399, 28,400, 28,401, 28,402, 28,403, 28,404, 28,405, 28,406, 28,407, 28,408, 28,409, 28,410, 28,411, 28,412, 28,413, 28,414, 28,415, 28,416, 28,417, 28,418, 28,419, 28,420, 28,421, 28,422, 28,423, 28,424, 28,425, 28,426, 28,427, 28,428, 28,429, 28,430, 28,431, 28,432, 28,433, 28,434, 28,435, 28,436, 28,437, 28,438, 28,439, 28,440, 28,441, 28,442, 28,443, 28,444, 28,445, 28,446, 28,447, 28,448, 28,449, 28,450, 28,451, 28,452, 28,453, 28,454, 28,455, 28,456, 28,457, 28,458, 28,459, 28,460, 28,461, 28,462, 28,463, 28,464, 28,465, 28,466, 28,467, 28,468, 28,469, 28,470, 28,471, 28,472, 28,473, 28,474, 28,475, 28,476, 28,477, 28,478, 28,479, 28,480, 28,481, 28,482, 28,483, 28,484, 28,485, 28,486, 28,487, 28,488, 28,489, 28,490, 28,491, 28,492, 28,493, 28,494, 28,495, 28,496, 28,497, 28,498, 28,499, 28,500, 28,501, 28,502, 28,503, 28,504, 28,505, 28,506, 28,507, 28,508, 28,509, 28,510, 28,511, 28,512, 28,513, 28,514, 28,515, 28,516, 28,517, 28,518, 28,519, 28,520, 28,521, 28,522, 28,523, 28,524, 28,525, 28,526, 28,527, 28,528, 28,529, 28,530, 28,531, 28,532, 28,533, 28,534, 28,535, 28,536, 28,537, 28,538, 28,539, 28,540, 28,541, 28,542, 28,543, 28,544, 28,545, 28,546, 28,547, 28,548, 28,549, 28,550, 28,551, 28,552, 28,553, 28,554, 28,555, 28,556, 28,557, 28,558, 28,559, 28,560, 28,561, 28,562, 28,563, 28,564, 28,565, 28,566, 28,567, 28,568, 28,569, 28,570, 28,571, 28,572, 28,573, 28,574, 28,575, 28,576, 28,577, 28,578, 28,579, 28,580, 28,581, 28,582, 28,583, 28,584, 28,585, 28,586, 28,587, 28,588, 28,589, 28,590, 28,591, 28,592, 28,593, 28,594, 28,595, 28,596, 28,597, 28,598, 28,599, 28,600, 28,601, 28,602, 28,603, 28,604, 28,605, 28,606, 28,607, 28,608, 28,609, 28,610, 28,611, 28,612, 28,613, 28,614, 28,615, 28,616, 28,617, 28,618, 28,619, 28,620, 28,621, 28,622, 28,623, 28,624, 28,625, 28,626, 28,627, 28,628, 28,629, 28,630, 28,631, 28,632, 28,633, 28,634, 28,635, 28,636, 28,637, 28,638, 28,639, 28,640, 28,641, 28,642, 28,643, 28,644, 28,645, 28,646, 28,647, 28,648, 28,649, 28,650, 28,651, 28,652, 28,653, 28,654, 28,655, 28,656, 28,657, 28,658, 28,659, 28,660, 28,661, 28,662, 28,663, 28,664, 28,665, 28,666, 28,667, 28,668, 28,669, 28,670, 28,671, 28,672, 28,673, 28,674, 28,675, 28,676, 28,677, 28,678, 28,679, 28,680, 28,681, 28,682, 28,683, 28,684, 28,685, 28,686, 28,687, 28,688, 28,689, 28,690, 28,691, 28,692, 28,693, 28,694, 28,695, 28,696, 28,697, 28,698, 28,699, 28,700, 28,701, 28,702, 28,703, 28,704, 28,705, 28,706, 28,707, 28,708, 28,709, 28,710, 28,711, 28,712, 28,713, 28,714, 28,715, 28,716, 28,717, 28,718, 28,719, 28,720, 28,721, 28,722, 28,723, 28,724, 28,725, 28,726, 28,727, 28,728, 28,729, 28,730, 28,731, 28,732, 28,733, 28,734, 28,735, 28,736, 28,737, 28,738, 28,739, 28,740, 28,741, 28,742, 28,743, 28,744, 28,745, 28,746, 28,747, 28,748, 28,749, 28,750, 28,751, 28,752, 28,753, 28,754, 28,755, 28,756, 28,757, 28,758, 28,759, 28,760, 28,761, 28,762, 28,763, 28,764, 28,765, 28,766, 28,767, 28,768, 28,769, 28,770, 28,771, 28,772, 28,773, 28,774, 28,775, 28,776, 28,777, 28,778, 28,779, 28,780, 28,781, 28,782, 28,783, 28,784, 28,785, 28,786, 28,787, 28,788, 28,789, 28,790, 28,791, 28,792, 28,793, 28,794, 28,795, 28,796, 28,797, 28,798, 28,799, 28,800, 28,801, 28,802, 28,803, 28,804, 28,805, 28,806, 28,807, 28,808, 28,809, 28,810, 28,811, 28,812, 28,813, 28,814, 28,815, 28,816, 28,817, 28,818, 28,819, 28,820, 28,821, 28,822, 28,823, 28,824, 28,825, 28,826, 28,827, 28,828, 28,829, 28,830, 28,831, 28,832, 28,833, 28,834, 28,835, 28,836, 28,837, 28,838, 28,839, 28,840, 28,841, 28,842, 28,843, 28,844, 28,845, 28,846, 28,847, 28,848, 28,849, 28,850, 28,851, 28,852, 28,853, 28,854, 28,855, 28,856, 28,857, 28,858, 28,859, 28,860, 28,861, 28,862, 28,863, 28,864, 28,865, 28,866, 28,867, 28,868, 28,869, 28,870, 28,871, 28,872, 28,873, 28,874, 28,875, 28,876, 28,877, 28,878, 28,879, 28,880, 28,881, 28,882, 28,883, 28,884, 28,885, 28,886, 28,887, 28,888, 28,889, 28,890, 28,891, 28,892, 28,893, 28,894, 28,895, 28,896, 28,897, 28,898, 28,899, 28,900, 28,901, 28,902, 28,903, 28,904, 28,905, 28,906, 28,907, 28,908, 28,909, 28,910, 28,911, 28,912, 28,913, 28,914, 28,915, 28,916, 28,917, 28,918, 28,919, 28,920, 28,921, 28,922, 28,923, 28,924, 28,925, 28,926, 28,927, 28,928, 28,929, 28,930, 28,931, 28,932, 28,933, 28,934, 28,935, 28,936, 28,937, 28,938, 28,939, 28,940, 28,941, 28,942, 28,943, 28,944, 28,945, 28,946, 28,947, 28,948, 28,949, 28,950, 28,951, 28,952, 28,953, 28,954, 28,955, 28,956, 28,957, 28,958, 28,959, 28,960, 28,961, 28,962, 28,963, 28,964, 28,965, 28,966, 28,967, 28,968, 28,969, 28,970, 28,971, 28,972, 28,973, 28,974, 28,975, 28,976, 28,977, 28,978, 28,979, 28,980, 28,981, 28,982, 28,983, 28,984, 28,985, 28,986, 28,987, 28,988, 28,989, 28,990, 28,991, 28,992, 28,993, 28,994, 28,995, 28,996, 28,997, 28,998, 28,999, 49,000, 49,001, 49,002, 49,003, 49,004, 49,005, 49,006, 49,007, 49,008, 49,009, 49,010, 49,011, 49,012, 49,013, 49,014, 49,015, 49,016, 49,017, 49,018, 49,019, 49,020, 49,021, 49,022, 49,023, 49,024, 49,025, 49,026, 49,027, 49,028, 49,029, 49,030, 49,031, 49,032, 49,033, 49,034, 49,035, 49,036, 49,037, 49,038, 49,039, 49,040, 49,041, 49,042, 49,043, 49,044, 49,045, 49,046, 49,047, 49,048, 49,049, 49,050, 49,051, 49,052, 49,053, 49,054, 49,055, 49,056, 49,057, 49,058, 49,059, 49,060, 49,061, 49,062, 49,063, 49,064, 49,065, 49,066, 49,067, 49,068, 49,069, 49,070, 49,071, 49,072, 49,073, 49,074, 49,075, 49,076, 49,077, 49,078, 49,079, 49,080, 49,081, 49,082, 49,083, 49,084, 49,085, 49,086, 49,087, 49,088, 49,089, 49,090, 49,091, 49,092, 49,093, 49,094, 49,095, 49,096, 49,097, 49,098, 49,099, 49,100, 49,101, 49,102, 49,103, 49,104, 49,105, 49,106, 49,107, 49,108, 49,109, 49,110, 49,111, 49,112, 49,113, 49,114, 49,115, 49,116, 49,117, 49,118, 49,119, 49,120, 49,121, 49,122, 49,123, 49,124, 49,125, 49,126, 49,127, 49,128, 49,129, 49,130, 49,131, 49,132, 49,133, 49,134, 49,135, 49,136, 49,137, 49,138, 49,139, 49,140, 49,141, 49,142, 49,143, 49,144, 49,145, 49,146, 49,147, 49,148, 49,149, 49,150, 49,151, 49,152, 49,153, 49,154, 49,155, 49,156, 49,157, 49,158, 49,159, 49,160, 49,161, 49,162, 49,163, 49,164, 49,165, 49,166, 49,167, 49,168, 49,169, 49,170, 49,171, 49,172, 49,173, 49,174, 49,175, 49,176, 49,177, 49,178, 49,179, 49,180, 49,181, 49,182, 49,183, 49,184, 49,185, 49,186, 49,187, 49,188, 49,189, 49,190, 49,191, 49,192, 49,193, 49,194, 49,195, 49,196, 49,197, 49,198, 49,199, 49,200, 49,201, 49,202, 49,203, 49,204, 49,205, 49,206, 49,207, 49,208, 49,209, 49,210, 49,211, 49,212, 49,213, 49,214, 49,215, 49,216, 49,217, 49,218, 49,219, 49,220, 49,221, 49,222, 49,223, 49,224, 49,225, 49,226, 49,227, 49,228, 49,229, 49,230, 49,231, 49,232, 49,233, 49,234, 49,235, 49,236, 49,237, 49,238, 49,239, 49,240, 49,241, 49,242, 49,243, 49,244, 49,245, 49,246, 49,247, 49,248, 49,249, 49,250, 49,251, 49,252, 49,253, 49,254, 49,255, 49,256, 49,257, 49,258, 49,259, 49,260, 49,261, 49,262, 49,263, 49,264, 49,265, 49,266, 49,267, 49,268, 49,269, 49,270, 49,271, 49,272, 49,273, 49,274, 49,275, 49,276, 49,277, 49,278, 49,279, 49,280, 49,281, 49,282, 49,283, 49,284, 49,285, 49,286, 49,287, 49,288, 49,289, 49,290, 49,291, 49,292, 49,293, 49,294, 49,295, 49,296, 49,297, 49,298, 49,299, 49,300, 49,301, 49,302, 49,303, 49,304, 49,305, 49,306, 49,307, 49,308, 49,309, 49,310, 49,311, 49,312, 49,313, 49,314, 49,315, 49,316, 49,317, 49,318, 49,319, 49,320, 49,321, 49,322, 49,323, 49,324, 49,325, 49,326, 49,327, 49,328, 49,329, 49,330, 49,331, 49,332, 49,333, 49,334, 49,335, 49,336, 49,337, 49,338, 49,339, 49,340, 49,341, 49,342, 49,343, 49,344, 49,345, 49,346, 49,347, 49,348, 49,349, 49,350, 49,351, 49,352, 49,353, 49,354, 49,355, 49,356, 49,357, 49,358, 49,359, 49,360, 49,361, 49,362, 49,363, 49,364, 49,365, 49,366, 49,367, 49,368, 49,369, 49,370, 49,371, 49,372, 49,373, 49,374, 49,375, 49,376, 49,377, 49,378, 49,379, 49,380, 49,381, 49,382, 49,383, 49,384, 49,385, 49,386, 49,387, 49,388, 49,389, 49,390, 49,391, 49,392, 49,393, 49,394, 49,395, 49,396, 49,397, 49,398, 49,399, 49,400, 49,401, 49,402, 49,403, 49,404, 49,405, 49,406, 49,407, 49,408, 49,409, 49,410, 49,411, 49,412, 49,413, 49,414, 49,415, 49,416, 49,417, 49,418, 49,419, 49,420, 49,421, 49,422, 49,423, 49,424, 49,425, 49,426, 49,427, 49,428, 49,429, 49,430, 49,431, 49,432, 49,433, 49,434, 49,435, 49,436, 49,437, 49,438, 49,439, 49,440, 49,441, 49,442, 49,443, 49,444, 49,445, 49,446, 49,447, 49,448, 49,449, 49,450, 49,451, 49,452, 49,453, 49,454, 49,455, 49,456, 49,457, 29,463, 29,464, 29,465, 29,466, 29,467, 29,468, 29,469, 29,470, 29,471, 29,472, 29,473, 29,474, 29,475, 29,476, 29,477, 29,478, 29,479, 29,480, 29,481, 29,482, 29,483, 29,484, 29,485, 29,486, 29,487, 29,488, 29,489, 29,490, 29,491, 29,492, 29,493, 29,494, 29,495, 29,496, 29,497, 29,498, 29,499, 29,500, 29,501, 29,502, 29,503, 29,504, 29,505, 29,506, 29,507, 29,508, 29,509, 29,510, 29,511, 29,512, 29,513, 29,514, 29,515, 29,516, 29,517, 29,518, 29,519, 29,520, 29,521, 29,522, 29,523, 29,524, 29,525, 29,526, 29,527, 29,528, 29,529, 29,530, 29,531, 29,532, 29,533, 29,534, 29,535, 29,536, 29,537, 29,538, 29,539, 29,540, 29,541, 29,542, 29,543, 29,544, 29,545, 29,546, 29,547, 29,548, 29,549, 20,550, 20,551, 20,552, 20,553, 20,554, 20,555, 20,556, 20,557, 20,558, 20,559, 20,560, 20,561, 20,562, 20,563, 20,564, 20,565, 20,566, 20,567, 20,568, 20,569, 20,570, 20,571, 20,572, 20,573, 20,574, 20,575, 20,576, 20,577, 20,578, 20,579, 20,580, 20,581, 20,582, 20,583, 20,584, 20,585, 20,586, 20,587, 20,588, 20,589, 20,590, 20,591, 20,592, 20,593, 20,594, 20,595, 20,596, 20,597, 20,598, 20,599, 20,600, 20,601, 20,602, 20,603, 20,604, 20,605, 20,606, 20,607, 20,608, 20,609, 20,610, 20,611, 20,612, 20,613, 20,614, 20,615, 20,616, 20,617, 20,618, 20,619, 20,620, 20,621, 20,622, 20,623, 20,624, 20,625, 20,626, 20,627, 20,628, 20,629, 20,630, 20,631, 20,632, 20,633, 20,634, 20,635, 20,636, 20,637, 20,638, 20,639, 20,640, 20,641, 20,642, 20,643, 20,644, 20,645, 20,646, 20,647, 20,648, 20,649, 20,650, 20,651, 20,652, 20,653, 20,654, 20,655, 20,656, 20,657, 20,658, 20,659, 20,660, 20,661, 20,662, 20,663, 20,664, 20,665, 20,666, 20,667, 20,668, 20,669, 20,670, 20,671, 20,672, 20,673, 20,674, 20,675, 20,676, 20,677, 20,678, 20,679, 20,680, 20,681, 20,682, 20,683, 20,684, 20,685, 20,686, 20,687, 20,688, 20,689, 20,690, 20,691, 20,692, 20,693, 20,694, 20,695, 20,696, 20,697, 20,698, 20,699, 20,700, 20,701, 29,702, 29,703, 29,704, 29,705, 29,706, 29,707, 29,708, 29,709, 29,710, 29,711, 29,712, 29,713, 29,714, 29,715, 29,716, 29,717, 29,718, 29,719, 29,720, 29,721, 29,722, 29,723, 29,724, 29,725, 29,726, 29,727, 29,728, 29,729, 29,730, 29,731, 29,732, 29,733, 29,734, 29,735, 29,736, 29,737, 29,738, 29,739, 29,740, 29,741, 29,742, 29,743, 29,744, 29,745, 29,746, 29,747, 29,748, 29,749, 29,750, 29,751, 29,752, 29,753, 29,754, 29,755, 29,756, 29,757, 29,758, 29,759, 29,760, 29,761, 29,762, 29,763, 29,764, 29,765, 29,766, 29,767, 29,768, 29,769, 29,770, 29,771, 29,772, 29,773, 29,774, 29,775, 29,776, 29,777, 29,778, 29,779, 29,780, 29,781, 29,782, 29,783, 29,784, 29,785, 29,786, 29,787, 29,788, 29,789, 29,790, 29,791, 29,792, 29,793, 29,794, 29,795, 29,796, 29,797, 29,798, 29,799, 2800, 29,801, 29,802, 29,803, 29,804, 29,805, 29,806, 29,807, 29,808, 29,809, 29,810, 29,811, 29,812, 29,813, 29,814, 29,815, 29,816, 29,817, 29,818, 29,819, 29,820, 29,821, 29,822, 29,823, 29,824, 29,825, 29,826, 29,827, 29,828, 29,829, 29,830, 29,831, 29,832, 29,833, 29,834, 29,835, 29,836, 29,837, 29,838, 29,839, 29,840, 29,841, 29,842, 29,843, 29,844, 29,845, 29,846, 29,847, 29,848, 29,849, 29,850, 29,851, 29,852, 29,853, 29,854, 29,855, 29,856, 29,857, 29,858, 29,859, 29,860, 29,861, 29,862, 29,863, 29,864, 29,865, 29,866, 29,867, 29,868, 29,869, 29,870, 29,871, 29,872, 29,873, 29,874, 29,875, 29,876, 29,877, 29,878, 29,879, 29,880, 29,881, 29,882, 29,883, 29,884, 29,885, 29,886, 29,887, 29,888, 29,889, 29,890, 29,891, 29,892, 29,893, 29,894, 29,895, 29,896, 29,897, 29,898, 29,899, 29,900, 29,901, 29,902, 29,903, 29,904, 29,905, 29,906, 29,907, 29,908, 29,909, 29,910, 29,911, 29,912, 29,913, 29,914, 29,915, 29,916, 29,917, 29,918, 29,919, 29,920, 29,921, 29,922, 29,923, 29,924, 29,925, 29,926, 29,927, 29,928, 29,929, 29,930, 29,931, 29,932, 29,933, 29,934, 29,935, 29,936, 29,937, 29,938, 29,939, 29,940, 29,941, 29,942, 29,943, 29,944, 29,945, 29,946, 29,947, 29,948, 29,949, 29,950, 29,951, 29,952, 29,953, 29,954, 29,955, 29,956, 29,957, 29,958, 29,959, 29,960, 29,961, 29,962, 29,963, 29,964, 29,965, 29,966, 29,967, 29,968, 29,969, 29,970, 29,971, 29,972, 29,973, 29,974, 29,975, 29,976, 29,977, 29,978, 29,979, 29,980, 29,981, 29,982, 29,983, 29,984, 29,985, 29,986, 29,987, 29,988, 29,989, 29,990, 29,991, 29,992, 29,993, 29,994, 29,995, 29,996, 29,997, 29,998, 29,999, 30,000, 30,001, 30,002, 30,003, 30,004, 30,005, 30,006, 30,007, 30,008, 30,009, 30,010, 30,011, 30,012, 30,013, 30,014, 30,015, 30,016, 30,017, 30,018, 30,019, 30,020, 30,021, 30,022, 30,023, 30,024, 30,025, 30,026, 30,027, 30,028, 30,029, 30,030, 30,031, 30,032, 30,033, 30,034, 30,035, 30,036, 30,037, 30,038, 30,039, 30,040, 30,041, 30,042, 30,043, 30,044, 30,045, 30,046, 30,047, 30,048, 30,049, 30,050, 30,051, 30,052, 30,053, 30,054, 30,055, 30,056, 30,057, 30,058, 30,059, 30,060, 30,061, 30,062, 30,063, 30,064, 30,065, 30,066, 30,067, 30,068, 30,069, 30,070, 30,071, 30,072, 30,073, 30,074, 30,075, 30,076, 30,077, 30,078, 30,079, 30,080, 30,081, 30,082, 30,083, 30,084, 30,085, 30,086, 30,087, 30,088, 30,089, 30,090, 30,091, 30,092, 30,093, 30,094, 30,095, 30,096, 30,097, 30,098, 30,099, 30,100, 30,101, 30,102, 30,103, 30,104, 30,105, 30,106, 30,107, 30,108, 30,109, 30,110, 30,111, 30,112, 30,113, 30,114, 30,115, 30,116, 30,117, 30,118, 30,119, 30,120, 30,121, 30,122, 30,123, 30,124, 30,125, 30,126, 30,127, 30,128, 30,129, 30,130, 30,131, 30,132, 30,133, 30,134, 30,135, 30,136, 30,137, 30,138, 30,139, 30,140, 30,141, 30,142, 30,143, 30,144, 30,145, 30,146, 30,147, 30,148, 30,149, 30,150, 30,151, 30,152, 30,153, 30,154, 30,155, 30,156, 30,157, 30,158, 30,159, 30,160, 30,161, 30,162, 30,163, 30,164, 30,165, 30,166, 30,167, 30,168, 30,169, 30,170, 30,171, 30,172, 30,173, 30,174, 30,175, 30,176, 30,177, 30,178, 30,179, 30,180, 30,181, 30,182, 30,183, 30,184, 30,185, 30,186, 30,187, 30,188, 30,189, 30,190, 30,191, 30,192, 30,193, 30,194, 30,195, 30,196, 30,197, 30,198, 30,199, 30,200, 30,201, 30,202, 30,203, 30,204, 30,205, 30,206, 30,207, 30,208, 30,209, 30,210, 30,211, 30,212, 30,213, 30,214, 30,215, 30,216, 30,217, 30,218, 30,219, 30,220, 30,221, 30,222, 30,223, 30,223, 30,224, 30,225, 30,226, 30,227, 30,228, 30,229, 30,230, 30,231, 30,232, 30,233, 30,234, 30,235, 30,236, 30,237, 30,238, 30,239, 30,240, 30,241, 30,242, 30,243, 30,244, 30,245, 30,246, 30,247, 30,248, 30,249, 30,250, 30,251, 30,252, 30,253, 30,254, 30,255, 30,256, 30,257, 30,258, 30,259, 30,260, 30,261, 30,262, 30,263, 30,264, 30,265, 30,266, 30,267, 30,268, 30,269, 30,270, 30,271, 30,272, 30,273, 30,274, 30,275, 30,276, 30,277, 30,278, 30,279, 30,280, 30,281, 30,282, 30,283, 30,284, 30,285, 30,286, 30,287, 30,288, 30,289, 30,290, 30,291, 30,292, 30,293, 30,294, 30,295, 30,296, 30,297, 30,298, 30,299, 30,300, 30,301, 30,302, 30,303, 30,304, 30,305, 30,306, 30,307, 30,308, 30,309, 30,310, 30,311, 30,312, 30,313, 30,314, 30,315, 30,316, 30,317, 30,318, 30,319, 30,320, 30,321, 30,322, 30,323, 30,324, 30,325, 30,326, 30,327, 30,328, 30,329, 30,330, 30,331, 30,332, 30,333, 30,334, 30,335, 30,336, 30,337, 30,338, 30,339, 30,340, 30,341, 30,342, 30,343, 30,344, 30,345, 30,346, 30,347, 30,348, 30,349, 30,350, 30,351, 30,352, 30,353, 30,354, 30,355, 30,356, 30,357, 30,358, 30,359, 30,360, 30,361, 30,362, 30,363, 30,364, 30,365, 30,366, 30,367, 30,368, 30,369, 30,370, 30,371, 30,372, 30,373, 30,374, 30,375, 30,376, 30,377, 30,378, 30,379, 30,380, 30,381, 30,382, 30,383, 30,384, 30,385, 30,386, 30,387, 30,388, 30,389, 30,390, 30,391, 30,392, 30,393, 30,394, 30,395, 30,396, 30,397, 30,398, 30,399, 30,400, 30,401, 30,402, 30,403, 30,404, 30,405, 30,406, 30,407, 30,408, 30,409, 30,410, 30,411, 30,412, 30,413, 30,414, 30,415, 30,416, 30,417, 30,418, 30,419, 30,420, 30,421, 30,422, 30,423, 30,424, 30,425, 30,426, 30,427, 30,428, 30,429, 30,430, 30,431, 30,432, 30,433, 30,434, 30,435, 30,436, 30,437, 30,438, 30,439, 30,440, 30,441, 30,442, 30,443, 30,444, 30,445, 30,446, 30,447, 30,448, 30,449, 30,450, 30,451, 30,452, 30,453, 30,454, 30,455, 30,456, 30,457, 30,458, 30,459, 30,460, 30,461, 30,462, 30,463, 30,464, 30,465, 30,466, 30,467, 30,468, 30,469, 30,470, 30,471, 30,472, 30,473, 30,474, 30,475, 30,476, 30,477, 30,478, 30,479, 30,480, 30,481, 30,482, 30,483, 30,484, 30,485, 30,486, 30,487, 30,488, 30,489, 30,490, 30,491, 30,492, 30,493, 30,494, 30,495, 30,496, 30,497, 30,498, 30,499, 30,500, 30,501, 30,502, 30,503, 30,504, 30,505, 30,506, 30,507, 30,508, 30,509, 30,510, 30,511, 30,512, 30,513, 30,514, 30,515, 30,516, 30,517, 30,518, 30,519, 30,520, 30,521, 30,522, 30,523, 30,524, 30,525, 30,526, 30,527, 30,528, 30,529, 30,530, 30,531, 30,532, 30,533, 30,534, 30,535, 30,536, 30,537, 30,538, 30,539, 30,540, 30,541, 30,542, 30,543, 30,544, 30,545, 30,546, 30,547, 30,548, 30,549, 30,550, 30,551, 30,552, 30,553, 30,554, 30,555, 30,556, 30,557, 30,558, 30,559, 30,560, 30,561, 30,562, 30,563, 30,564, 30,565, 30,566, 30,567, 30,568, 30,569, 30,570, 30,571, 30,572, 30,573, 30,574, 30,575, 30,576, 30,577, 30,578, 30,579, 30,580, 30,581, 30,582, 30,583, 30,584, 30,585, 30,586, 30,587, 30,588, 30,589, 30,590, 30,591, 30,592, 30,593, 30,594, 30,595, 30,596, 30,597, 30,598, 30,599, 30,600, 30,601, 30,602, 30,603, 30,604, 30,605, 30,606, 30,607, 30,608, 30,609, 30,610, 30,611, 30,612, 30,613, 30,614, 30,615, 30,616, 30,617, 30,618, 30,619, 30,620, 30,621, 30,622, 30,623, 30,624, 30,625, 30,626, 30,627, 30,628, 30,629, 30,630, 30,631, 30,632, 30,633, 30,634, 30,635, 30,636, 30,637, 30,638, 30,639, 30,640, 30,641, 30,642, 30,643, 30,644, 30,645, 30,646, 30,647, 30,648, 30,649, 30,650, 30,651, 30,652, 30,653, 30,654, 30,655, 30,656, 30,657, 30,658, 30,659, 30,660, 30,661, 30,662, 30,663, 30,664, 30,665, 30,666, 30,667, 30,668, 30,669, 30,670, 30,671, 30,672, 30,673, 30,674, 30,675, 30,676, 30,677, 30,678, 30,679, 30,680, 30,681, 30,682, 30,683, 30,684, 30,685, 30,686, 30,687, 30,688, 30,689, 30,690, 30,691, 30,692, 30,693, 30,694, 30,695, 30,696, 30,697, 30,698, 30,699, 30,700, 30,701, 30,702, 30,703, 30,704, 30,705, 30,706, 30,707, 30,708, 30,709, 30,710, 30,711, 30,712, 30,713, 30,714, 30,715, 30,716, 30,717, 30,718, 30,719, 30,720, 30,721, 30,722, 30,723, 30,724, 30,725, 30,726, 30,727, 30,728, 30,729, 30,730, 30,731, 30,732, 30,733, 30,734, 30,735, 30,736, 30,737, 30,738, 30,739, 30,740, 30,741, 30,742, 30,743, 30,744, 30,745, 30,746, 30,747, 30,748, 30,749, 30,750, 30,751, 30,752, 30,753, 30,754, 30,755, 30,756, 30,757, 30,758, 30,759, 30,760, 30,761, 30,762, 30,763, 30,764, 30,765, 30,766, 30,767, 30,768, 30,769, 30,770, 30,771, 30,772, 30,773, 30,774, 30,775, 30,776, 30,777, 30,778, 30,779, 30,780, 30,781, 30,782, 30,783, 30,784, 30,785, 30,786, 30,787, 30,788, 30,789, 30,790, 30,791, 30,792, 30,793, 30,794, 30,795, 30,796, 30,797, 30,798, 30,799, 30,800, 30,801, 30,802, 30,803, 30,804, 30,805, 30,806, 30,807, 30,808, 30,809, 30,810, 30,811, 30,812, 30,813, 30,814, 30,815, 30,816, 30,817, 30,818, 30,819, 30,820, 30,821, 30,822, 30,823, 30,824, 30,825, 30,826, 30,827, 30,828, 30,829, 30,830, 30,831, 30,832, 30,833, 30,834, 30,835, 30,836, 30,837, 30,838, 30,839, 30,840, 30,841, 30,842, 30,843, 30,844, 30,845, 30,846, 30,847, 30,848, 30,849, 30,850, 30,851, 30,852, 30,853, 30,854, 30,855, 30,856, 30,857, 30,858, 30,859, 30,860, 30,861, 30,862, 30,863, 30,864, 30,865, 30,866, 30,867, 30,868, 30,869, 30,870, 30,871, 30,872, 30,873, 30,874, 30,875, 30,876, 30,877, 30,878, 30,879, 30,880, 30,881, 30,882, 30,883, 30,884, 30,885, 30,886, 30,887, 30,888, 30,889, 30,890, 30,891, 30,892, 30,893, 30,894, 30,895, 30,896, 30,897, 30,898, 30,899, 30,900, 30,901, 30,902, 30,903, 30,904, 30,905, 30,906, 30,907, 30,908, 30,909, 30,910, 30,911, 30,912, 30,913, 30,914, 30,915, 30,916, 30,917, 30,918, 30,919, 30,920, 30,921, 30,922, 30,923, 30,924, 30,925, 30,926, 30,927, 30,928, 30,929, 30,930, 30,931, 30,932, 30,933, 30,934, 30,935, 30,936, 30,937, 30,938, 30,939, 30,940, 30,941, 30,942, 30,943, 30,944, 30,945, 30,946, 30,947, 30,948, 30,949, 30,950, 30,951, 30,952, 30,953, 30,954, 30,955, 30,956, 30,957, 30,958, 30,959, 30,960, 30,961, 30,962, 30,963, 30,964, 30,965, 30,966, 30,967, 30,968, 30,969, 30,970, 30,971, 30,972, 30,973, 30,974, 30,975, 30,976, 30,977, 30,978, 30,979, 30,980, 30,981, 30,982, 30,983, 30,984, 30,985, 30,986, 30,987, 30,988, 30,989, 30,990, 30,991, 30,992, 30,993, 30,994, 30,995, 30,996, 30,997, 30,998, 30,999, 31,000, 31,001, 31,002, 31,003, 31,004, 31,005, 31,006, 31,007, 31,008, 31,009, 31,010, 31,011, 31,012, 31,013, 31,014, 31,015, 31,016, 31,017, 31,026, 31,027, 31,028, 31,029, 31,030, 31,031, 31,032, 31,033, 31,034, 31,035, 31,036, 31,037, 31,038, 31,039, 31,040, 31,041, 31,042, 31,043, 31,044, 31,045, 31,046, 31,047, 31,048, 31,049, 31,050, 31,051, 31,052, 31,053, 31,054, 31,055, 31,056, 31,057, 31,058, 31,059, 31,060, 31,061, 31,062, 31,063, 31,064, 31,065, 31,066, 31,067, 31,068, 31,069, 31,070, 31,071, 31,072, 31,073, 31,074, 31,075, 31,076, 31,077, 31,078, 31,079, 31,080, 31,081, 31,082, 31,083, 31,084, 31,085, 31,086, 31,087, 31,088, 31,089, 31,090, 31,091, 31,092, 31,093, 31,094, 31,095, 31,096, 31,097, 31,098, 31,099, 31,100, 31,101, 31,102, 31,103, 31,104, 31,105, 31,106, 31,107, 31,108, 31,109, 31,110, 31,111, 31,112, 31,113, 31,114, 31,115, 31,116, 31,117, 31,118, 31,119, 31,120, 31,121, 31,122, 31,123, 31,124, 31,125, 31,126, 31,127, 31,128, 31,129, 31,130, 31,131, 31,132, 31,133, 31,134, 31,135, 31,136, 31,137, 31,138, 31,139, 31,140, 31,141, 31,142, 31,143, 31,144, 31,145, 31,146, 31,147, 31,148, 31,149, 31,150, 31,151, 31,152, 31,153, 31,154, 31,155, 31,156, 31,157, 31,158, 31,159, 31,160, 31,161, 31,162, 31,163, 31,164, 31,165, 31,166, 31,167, 31,168, 31,169, 31,170, 31,171, 31,172, 31,173, 31,174, 31,175, 31,176, 31,177, 31,178, 31,179, 31,180, 31,181, 31,182, 31,183, 31,184, 31,185, 31,186, 31,187, 31,188, 31,189, 31,190, 31,191, 31,192, 31,193, 31,194, 31,195, 31,196, 31,197, 31,198, 31,199, 31,200, 31,201, 31,202, 31,203, 31,204, 31,205, 31,206, 31,207, 31,208, 31,209, 31,210, 31,211, 31,212, 31,213, 31,214, 31,215, 31,216, 31,217, 31,218, 31,219, 31,220, 31,221, 31,222, 31,223, 31,224, 31,225, 31,226, 31,227, 31,228, 31,229, 31,230, 31,231, 31,232, 31,233, 31,234, 31,235, 31,236, 31,237, 31,238, 31,239, 31,240, 31,241, 31,242, 31,243, 31,244, 31,245, 31,246, 31,247, 31,248, 31,249, 31,250, 31,251, 31,252, 31,253, 31,254, 31,255, 31,256, 31,257, 31,258, 31,259, 31,260, 31,261, 31,262, 31,263, 31,264, 31,265, 31,266, 31,267, 31,268, 31,269, 31,270, 31,271, 31,272, 31,273, 31,274, 31,275, 31,276, 31,277, 31,278, 31,279, 31,280, 31,281, 31,282, 31,283, 31,284, 31,285, 31,286, 31,287, 31,288, 31,289, 31,290, 31,291, 31,292, 31,293, 31,294, 31,295, 31,296, 31,297, 31,298, 31,299, 31,300, 31,301, 31,302, 31,303, 31,304, 31,305, 31,306, 31,307, 31,308, 31,309, 31,310, 31,311, 31,312, 31,313, 31,314, 31,315, 31,316, 31,317, 31,318, 31,319, 31,320, 31,321, 31,322, 31,323, 31,324, 31,325, 31,326, 31,327, 31,328, 31,329, 31,330, 31,331, 31,332, 31,333, 31,334, 31,335, 31,336, 31,337, 31,338, 31,339, 31,340, 31,341, 31,342, 31,343, 31,344, 31,345, 31,346, 31,347, 31,348, 31,349, 31,350, 31,351, 31,352, 31,353, 31,354, 31,355, 31,356, 31,357, 31,358, 31,359, 31,360, 31,361, 31,362, 31,363, 31,364, 31,365, 31,366, 31,367, 31,368, 31,369, 31,370, 31,371, 31,372, 31,373, 31,374, 31,375, 31,376, 31,377, 31,378, 31,379, 31,380, 31,381, 31,382, 31,383, 31,384, 31,385, 31,386, 31,387, 31,388, 31,389, 31,390, 31,391, 31,392, 31,393, 31,394, 31,395, 31,396, 31,397, 31,398, 31,399, 31,400, 31,401, 31,402, 31,403, 31,404, 31,405, 31,406, 31,407, 31,408, 31,409, 31,410, 31,411, 31,412, 31,413, 31,414, 31,415, 31,416, 31,417, 31,418, 31,419, 31,420, 31,421, 31,422, 31,423, 31,424, 31,425, 31,426, 31,427, 31,428, 31,429, 31,430, 31,431, 31,432, 31,433, 31,434, 31,435, 31,436, 31,437, 31,438, 31,439, 31,440, 31,441, 31,442, 31,443, 31,444, 31,445, 31,446, 31,447, 31,448, 31,449, 31,450, 31,451, 31,452, 31,453, 31,454, 31,455, 31,456, 31,457, 31,458, 31,459, 31,460, 31,461, 31,462, 31,463, 31,464, 31,465, 31,466, 31,467, 31,468, 31,469, 31,470, 31,471, 31,472, 31,473, 31,474, 31,475, 31,476, 31,477, 31,478, 31,479, 31,480, 31,481, 31,482, 31,483, 31,484, 31,485, 31,486, 31,487, 31,488, 31,489, 31,490, 31,491, 31,492, 31,493, 31,494, 31,495, 31,496, 31,497, 31,498, 31,499, 31,500, 31,501, 31,502, 31,503, 31,504, 31,505, 31,506, 31,507, 31,508, 31,509, 31,510, 31,511, 31,512, 31,513, 31,514, 31,515, 31,516, 31,517, 31,518, 31,519, 31,520, 31,521, 31,522, 31,523, 31,524, 31,525, 31,526, 31,527, 31,528, 31,529, 31,530, 31,531, 31,532, 31,533, 31,534, 31,535, 31,536, 31,537, 31,538, 31,539, 31,540, 31,541, 31,542, 31,543, 31,544, 31,545, 31,546, 31,547, 31,548, 31,549, 31,550, 31,551, 31,552, 31,553, 31,554, 31,555, 31,556, 31,557, 31,558, 31,559, 31,560, 31,561, 31,562, 31,563, 31,564, 31,565, 31,566, 31,567, 31,568, 31,569, 31,570, 31,571, 31,572, 31,573, 31,574, 31,575, 31,576, 31,577, 31,578, 31,579, 31,580, 31,581, 31,582, 31,583, 31,584, 31,585, 31,586, 31,587, 31,588, 31,589, 31,590, 31,591, 31,592, 31,593, 31,594, 31,595, 31,596, 31,597, 31,598, 31,599, 31,600, 31,601, 31,602, 31,603, 31,604, 31,605, 31,606, 31,607, 31,608, 31,609, 31,610, 31,611, 31,612, 31,613, 31,614, 31,615, 31,616, 31,617, 31,618, 31,619, 31,620, 31,621, 31,622, 31,623, 31,624, 31,625, 31,626, 31,627, 31,628, 31,629, 31,630, 31,631, 31,632, 31,633, 31,634, 31,635, 31,636, 31,637, 31,638, 31,639, 31,640, 31,641, 31,642, 31,643, 31,644, 31,645, 31,646, 31,647, 31,648, 31,649, 31,650, 31,651, 31,652, 31,653, 31,654, 31,655, 31,656, 31,657, 31,658, 31,659, 31,660, 31,661, 31,662, 31,663, 31,664, 31,665, 31,666, 31,667, 31,668, 31,669, 31,670, 31,671, 31,672, 31,673, 31,674, 31,675, 31,676, 31,677, 31,678, 31,679, 31,680, 31,681, 31,682, 31,683, 31,684, 31,685, 31,686, 31,687, 31,688, 31,689, 31,690, 31,691, 31,692, 31,693, 31,694, 31,695, 31,696, 31,697, 31,698, 31,699, 31,700, 31,701, 31,702, 31,703, 31,704, 31,705, 31,706, 31,707, 31,708, 31,709, 31,710, 31,711, 31,712, 31,713, 31,714, 31,715, 31,716, 31,717, 31,718, 31,719, 31,720, 31,721, 31,722, 31,723, 31,724, 31,725, 31,726, 31,727, 31,728, 31,729, 31,730, 31,731, 31,732, 31,733, 31,734, 31,735, 31,736, 31,737, 31,738, 31,739, 31,740, 31,741, 31,742, 31,743, 31,744, 31,745, 31,746, 31,747, 31,748, 31,749, 31,750, 31,751, 31,752, 31,753, 31,754, 31,755, 31,756, 31,757, 31,758, 31,759, 31,760, 31,761, 31,762, 31,763, 31,764, 31,765, 31,766, 31,767, 31,768, 31,769, 31,770, 31,771, 31,772, 31,773, 31,774, 31,775, 31,776, 31,777, 31,778, 31,779, 31,780, 31,781, 31,782, 31,783, 31,784, 31,785, 31,786, 31,787, 31,788, 31,789, 31,790, 31,791, 31,792, 31,793, 31,794, 31,795, 31,796, 31,797, 31,798, 31,799, 31,800, 31,801, 31,802, 31,803, 31,804, 31,805, 31,806, 31,807, 31,808, 31,809, 31,810, 31,811, 31,812, 31,813, 31,814, 31,815, 31,816, 31,817, 31,818, 31,819, 31,820, 31,821, 31,822, 31,823, 31,824, 31,825, 31,826, 31,827, 31,828, 31,829, 31,830, 31,831, 31,832, 31,833, 31,834, 31,835, 31,836, 31,837, 31,838, 31,839, 31,840, 31,841, 31,842, 31,843, 31,844, 31,845, 31,846, 31,847, 31,848, 31,849, 31,850, 31,851, 31,852, 31,853, 31,854, 31,855, 31,856, 31,857, 31,858, 31,859, 31,860, 31,861, 31,862, 31,863, 31,864, 31,865, 31,866, 31,867, 31,868, 31,869, 31,870, 31,871, 31,872, 31,873, 31,874, 31,875, 31,876, 31,877, 31,878, 31,879, 31,880, 31,881, 31,882, 31,883, 31,884, 31,885, 31,886, 31,887, 31,888, 31,889, 31,890, 31,891, 31,892, 31,893, 31,894, 31,895, 31,896, 31,897, 31,898, 31,899, 31,900, 31,901, 31,902, 31,903, 31,904, 31,905, 31,906, 31,907, 31,908, 31,909, 31,910, 31,911, 31,912, 31,913, 31,914, 31,915, 31,916, 31,917, 31,918, 31,919, 31,920, 31,921, 31,922, 31,923, 31,924, 31,925, 31,926, 31,927, 31,928, 31,929, 31,930, 31,931, 31,932, 31,933, 31,934, 31,935, 31,936, 31,937, 31,938, 31,939, 31,940, 31,941, 31,942, 31,943, 31,944, 31,945, 31,946, 31,947, 31,948, 31,949, 31,950, 31,951, 31,952, 31,953, 31,954, 31,955, 31,956, 31,957, 31,958, 31,959, 31,960, 31,961, 31,962, 31,963, 31,964, 31,965, 31,966, 31,967, 31,968, 31,969, 31,970, 31,971, 31,972, 31,973, 31,974, 31,975, 31,976, 31,977, 31,978, 31,979, 31,980, 31,981, 31,982, 31,983, 31,984, 31,985, 31,986, 31,987, 31,988, 31,989, 31,990, 31,991, 31,992, 31,993, 31,994, 31,995, 31,996, 31,997, 31,998, 31,999, 32,000, 32,001, 32,002, 32,003, 32,004, 32,005, 32,006, 32,007, 32,008, 32,009, 32,010, 32,011, 32,012, 32,013, 32,014, 32,015, 32,016, 32,017, 32,018, 32,019, 32,020, 32,021, 32,022, 32,023, 32,024, 32,025, 32,026, 32,027, 32,028, 32,029, 32,030, 32,031, 32,032, 32,033, 32,034, 32,035, 32,036, 32,037, 32,038, 32,039, 32,040, 32,041, 32,042, 32,043, 32,044, 32,045, 32,046, 32,056, 32,057, 32,058, 32,059, 32,060, 32,061, 32,062, 32,063, 32,064, 32,065, 32,066, 32,067, 32,068, 32,069, 32,070, 32,071, 32,072, 32,073, 32,074, 32,075, 32,076, 32,077, 32,078, 32,079, 30,080, 30,081, 30,082, 30,083, 30,084, 30,085, 30,086, 30,087, 30,088, 30,089, 30,090, 30,091, 30,092, 30,093, 30,094, 30,095, 30,096, 30,097, 30,098, 30,099, 30,100, 30,101, 30,102, 30,103, 30,104, 30,105, 30,106, 30,107, 30,108, 30,109, 30,110, 30,111, 30,112, 30,113, 30,114, 30,115, 30,116, 30,117, 30,118, 30,119, 30,120, 30,121, 30,122, 30,123, 30,124, 30,125, 30,126, 30,127, 30,128, 30,129, 30,130, 30,131, 30,132, 30,133, 30,134, 30,135, 30,136, 30,137, 30,138, 30,139, 30,140, 30,141, 30,142, 30,143, 30,144, 30,145, 30,146, 30,147, 30,148, 30,149, 30,150, 30,151, 30,152, 30,153, 30,154, 30,155, 30,156, 30,157, 30,158, 30,159, 30,160, 30,161, 30,162, 30,163, 30,164, 30,165, 30,166, 30,167, 30,168, 30,169, 30,170, 30,171, 30,172, 30,173, 30,174, 30,175, 30,176, 30,177, 30,178, 30,179, 30,180, 30,181, 30,182, 30,183, 30,184, 30,185, 30,186, 30,187, 30,188, 30,189, 30,190, 30,191, 30,192, 30,193, 30,194, 30,195, 30,196, 30,197, 30,198, 30,199, 30,200, 30,201, 30,202, 30,203, 30,204, 30,205, 30,206, 30,207, 30,208, 30,209, 30,210, 30,211, 30,212, 30,213, 30,214, 30,215, 30,216, 30,217, 30,218, 30,219, 30,220, 30,221, 30,222, 30,223, 30,224, 30,225, 30,226, 30,227, 30,228, 30,229, 30,230, 30,231, 30,232, 30,233, 30,234, 30,235, 30,236, 30,237, 30,238, 30,239, 30,240, 30,241, 30,242, 30,243, 30,244, 30,245, 30,246, 30,247, 30,248, 30,249, 30,250, 30,251, 30,252, 30,253, 30,254, 30,255, 30,256, 30,257, 30,258, 30,259, 30,260, 30,261, 30,262, 30,263, 30,264, 30,265, 30,266, 30,267, 30,268, 30,269, 30,270, 30,271, 30,272, 30,273, 30,274, 30,275, 30,276, 30,277, 30,278, 30,279, 30,280, 30,281, 30,282, 30,283, 30,284, 30,285, 30,286, 30,287, 30,288, 30,289, 30,290, 30,291, 30,292, 30,293, 30,294, 30,295, 30,296, 30,297, 30,298, 30,299, 30,300, 30,301, 30,302, 30,303, 30,304, 30,305, 30,306, 30,307, 30,308, 30,309, 30,310, 30,311, 30,312, 32,313, 32,314, 32,315, 32,316, 32,317, 32,318, 32,319, 32,320, 32,321, 32,322, 32,323, 32,324, 32,325, 32,326, 32,327, 32,328, 32,329, 32,330, 32,331, 32,332, 32,333, 32,334, 32,335, 32,336, 32,337, 32,338, 32,339, 32,340, 32,341, 32,342, 32,343, 32,344, 32,345, 32,346, 32,347, 32,348, 32,349, 32,350, 32,351, 32,352, 32,353, 32,354, 32,355, 32,356, 32,357, 32,358, 32,359, 32,360, 32,361, 32,362, 32,363, 32,364, 32,365, 32,366, 32,367, 32,368, 32,369, 32,370, 32,371, 32,372, 32,373, 32,374, 32,375, 32,376, 32,377, 32,378, 32,379, 32,380, 32,381, 32,382, 32,383, 32,384, 32,385, 32,386, 32,387, 32,388, 32,389, 32,390, 32,391, 32,392, 32,393, 32,394, 32,395, 32,396, 32,397, 32,398, 32,399, 30,400, 30,401, 30,402, 30,403, 30,404, 30,405, 30,406, 30,407, 30,408, 30,409, 30,410, 30,411, 30,412, 30,413, 30,414, 30,415, 30,416, 30,417, 30,418, 30,419, 30,420, 30,421, 30,422, 30,423, 30,424, 30,425, 30,426, 30,427, 30,428, 30,429, 30,430, 30,431, 30,432, 30,433, 30,434, 30,435, 30,436, 30,437, 30,438, 30,439, 30,440, 30,441, 30,442, 30,443, 30,444, 30,445, 30,446, 30,447, 30,448, 30,449, 30,450, 30,451, 30,452, 30,453, 30,454, 30,455, 30,456, 30,457, 30,458, 30,459, 30,460, 30,461, 30,462, 30,463, 30,464, 30,465, 30,466, 30,467, 30,468, 30,469, 30,470, 30,471, 30,472, 30,473, 30,474, 30,475, 30,476, 30,477, 30,478, 30,479, 30,480, 30,481, 30,482, 30,483, 30,484, 30,485, 30,486, 30,487, 30,488, 30,489, 30,490, 30,491, 30,492, 30,493, 30,494, 30,495, 30,496, 30,497, 30,498, 30,499, 30,500, 30,501, 30,502, 30,503, 30,504, 30,505, 30,506, 30,507, 30,508, 30,509, 30,510, 30,511, 30,512, 30,513, 30,514, 30,515, 30,516, 30,517, 30,518, 30,519, 30,520, 30,521, 30,522, 30,523, 30,524, 30,525, 30,526, 30,527, 30,528, 30,529, 30,530, 30,531, 30,532, 30,533, 30,534, 30,535, 30,536, 30,537, 30,538, 30,539, 30,540, 30,541, 30,542, 30,543, 30,544, 30,545, 30,546, 30,547, 30,548, 30,549, 30,550, 30,551, 30,552, 30,553, 30,554, 30,555, 30,556, 30,557, 30,558, 30,559, 30,560, 32,561, 32,562, 32,563, 32,564, 32,565, 32,566, 32,567, 32,568, 32,569, 32,570, 32,571, 32,572, 32,573, 32,574, 32,575, 32,576, 32,577, 32,578, 32,579, 32,580, 32,581, 32,582, 32,583, 32,584, 32,585, 32,586, 32,587, 32,588, 32,589, 32,590, 32,591, 32,592, 32,593, 32,594, 32,595, 32,596, 32,597, 32,598, 32,599, 32,600, 32,601, 32,602, 32,603, 32,604, 32,605, 32,606, 32,607, 32,608, 32,609, 32,610, 32,611, 32,612, 32,613, 32,614, 32,615, 32,616, 32,617, 32,618, 32,619, 32,620, 32,621, 32,622, 32,623, 32,624, 32,625, 32,626, 32,627, 32,628, 32,629, 32,603, 32,631, 32,632, 32,633, 32,634, 32,635, 32,636, 32,637, 32,638, 32,639, 32,640, 32,641, 32,642, 32,643, 32,644, 32,645, 32,646, 32,647, 32,648, 32,649, 32,650, 32,651, 32,652, 32,653, 32,654, 32,655, 32,656, 32,657, 32,658, 32,659, 32,660, 32,661, 32,662, 32,663, 32,664, 32,665, 32,666, 32,667, 32,668, 32,669, 32,670, 32,671, 32,672, 32,673, 32,674, 32,675, 32,676, 32,677, 32,678, 32,679, 32,680, 32,681, 32,682, 32,683, 32,684, 32,685, 32,686, 32,687, 32,688, 32,689, 32,690, 32,691, 32,692, 32,693, 32,694, 32,695, 32,696, 32,697, 32,698, 32,699, 30,700, 30,701, 30,702, 30,703, 30,704, 30,705, 30,706, 30,707, 30,708, 30,709, 30,710, 30,711, 30,712, 30,713, 30,714, 30,715, 30,716, 30,717, 30,718, 30,719, 30,720, 30,721, 30,722, 30,723, 30,724, 30,725, 30,726, 30,727, 30,728, 30,729, 30,730, 30,731, 30,732, 30,733, 30,734, 30,735, 30,736, 30,737, 30,738, 30,739, 30,740, 30,741, 30,742, 30,743, 30,744, 30,745, 30,746, 30,747, 30,748, 30,749, 30,750, 30,751, 30,752, 30,753, 30,754, 30,755, 30,756, 30,757, 30,758, 30,759, 30,760, 30,761, 30,762, 30,763, 30,764, 30,765, 30,766, 30,767, 30,768, 30,769, 30,770, 30,771, 30,772, 30,773, 30,774, 30,775, 30,776, 30,777, 30,778, 30,779, 30,780, 30,781, 30,782, 30,783, 30,784, 30,785, 30,786, 30,787, 30,788, 30,789, 30,790, 30,791, 30,792, 30,793, 30,794, 30,795, 30,796, 30,797, 30,798, 30,799, 30,800, 30,801, 32,802, 32,803, 32,804, 32,805, 32,806, 32,807, 32,808, 32,809, 32,810, 32,811, 32,812, 32,813, 32,814, 32,815, 32,816, 32,817, 32,818, 32,819, 32,820, 32,821, 32,822, 32,823, 32,824, 32,825, 32,826, 32,827, 32,828, 32,829, 32,830, 32,831, 32,832, 32,833, 32,834, 32,835, 32,836, 32,837, 32,838, 32,839, 32,840, 32,841, 32,842, 32,843, 32,844, 32,845, 32,846, 32,847, 32,848, 32,849, 32,850, 32,851, 32,852, 32,853, 32,854, 32,855, 32,856, 32,857, 32,858, 32,859, 32,860, 32,861, 32,862, 32,863, 32,864, 32,865, 32,866, 32,867, 32,868, 32,869, 32,870, 32,871, 32,872, 32,873, 32,874, 32,875, 32,876, 32,877, 32,878, 32,879, 32,880, 32,881, 32,882, 32,883, 32,884, 32,885, 32,886, 32,887, 32,888, 32,889, 32,890, 32,891, 32,892, 32,893, 32,894, 32,895, 32,896, 32,897, 32,898, 32,899, 32,900, 32,901, 32,902, 32,903, 32,904, 32,905, 32,906, 32,907, 32,908, 32,909, 32,910, 32,911, 32,912, 32,913, 32,914, 32,915, 32,916, 32,917, 32,918, 32,919, 32,920, 32,921, 32,922, 32,923, 32,924, 32,925, 32,926, 32,927, 32,928, 32,929, 32,930, 32,931, 32,932, 32,933, 32,934, 32,935, 32,936, 32,937, 32,938, 32,939, 32,940, 32,941, 32,942, 32,943, 32,944, 32,945, 32,946, 32,947, 32,948, 32,949, 32,950, 32,951, 32,952, 32,953, 32,954, 32,955, 32,956, 32,957, 32,958, 32,959, 32,960, 32,961, 32,962, 32,963, 32,964, 32,965, 32,966, 32,967, 32,968, 32,969, 32,970, 32,971, 32,972, 32,973, 32,974, 32,975, 32,976, 32,977, 32,978, 32,979, 32,980, 32,981, 32,982, 32,983, 32,984, 32,985, 32,986, 32,987, 32,988, 32,989, 32,990, 32,991, 32,992, 32,993, 32,994, 32,995, 32,996, 32,997, 32,998, 32,999, 33,000, 33,001, 33,002, 33,003, 33,004, 33,005, 33,006, 33,007, 33,008, 33,009, 33,010, 33,011, 33,012, 33,013, 33,014, 33,015, 33,016, 33,017, 33,018, 33,019, 33,020, 33,021, 33,022, 33,023, 33,024, 33,025, 33,026, 33,027, 33,028, 33,029, 33,030, 33,031, 33,032, 33,033, 33,034, 33,035, 33,036, 33,037, 33,038, 33,039, 33,040, 33,041, 33,042, 33,043, 33,044, 33,045, 33,046, 33,047, 33,048, 33,049, 33,050, 33,051, 33,052, 33,053, 33,054, 33,055, 33,056, 33,057, 33,058, 33,059, 33,060, 33,061, 33,062, 33,063, 33,064, 33,065, 33,066, 33,067, 33,068, 33,069, 33,070, 33,071, 33,072, 33,073, 33,074, 33,075, 33,076, 33,077, 33,078, 33,079, 33,080, 33,081, 33,082, 33,083, 33,084, 33,085, 33,086, 33,087, 33,088, 33,089, 33,090, 33,091, 33,092, 33,093, 33,094, 33,095, 33,096, 33,097, 33,098, 33,099, 33,100, 33,101, 33,102, 33,103, 33,104, 33,105, 33,106, 33,107, 33,108, 33,109, 33,110, 33,111, 33,112, 33,113, 33,114, 33,115, 33,116, 33,117, 33,118, 33,119, 33,120, 33,121, 33,122, 33,123, 33,124, 33,125, 33,126, 33,127, 33,128, 33,129, 33,130, 33,131, 33,132, 33,133, 33,134, 33,135, 33,136, 33,137, 33,138, 33,139, 33,140, 33,141, 33,142, 33,143, 33,144, 33,145, 33,146, 33,147, 33,148, 33,149, 33,150, 33,151, 33,152, 33,153, 33,154, 33,155, 33,156, 33,157, 33,158, 33,159, 33,160, 33,161, 33,162, 33,163, 33,164, 33,165, 33,166, 33,167, 33,168, 33,169, 33,170, 33,171, 33,172, 33,173, 33,174, 33,175, 33,176, 33,177, 33,178, 33,179, 33,180, 33,181, 33,182, 33,183, 33,184, 33,185, 33,186, 33,187, 33,188, 33,189, 33,190, 33,191, 33,192, 33,193, 33,194, 33,195, 33,196, 33,197, 33,198, 33,199, 33,200, 33,201, 33,202, 33,203, 33,204, 33,205, 33,206, 33,207, 33,208, 33,209, 33,210, 33,211, 33,212, 33,213, 33,214, 33,215, 33,216, 33,217, 33,218, 33,219, 33,220, 33,221, 33,222, 33,223, 33,224, 33,225, 33,226, 33,227, 33,228, 33,229, 33,230, 33,231, 33,232, 33,233, 33,234, 33,235, 33,236, 33,237, 33,238, 33,239, 33,240, 33,241, 33,242, 33,243, 33,244, 33,245, 33,246, 33,247, 33,248, 33,249, 33,250, 33,251, 33,252, 33,253, 33,254, 33,255, 33,256, 33,257, 33,258, 33,259, 33,260, 33,261, 33,262, 33,263, 33,264, 33,265, 33,266, 33,267, 33,268, 33,269, 33,270, 33,271, 33,272, 33,273, 33,274, 33,275, 33,276, 33,277, 33,278, 33,279, 33,280, 33,281, 33,282, 33,283, 33,284, 33,285, 33,286, 33,287, 33,288, 33,289, 33,290, 33,291, 33,292, 33,293, 33,294, 33,295, 33,296, 33,297, 33,298, 33,299, 33,300, 33,301, 33,302, 33,303, 33,304, 33,305, 33,306, 33,307, 33,308, 33,309, 33,310, 33,311, 33,312, 33,313, 33,314, 33,315, 33,316, 33,317, 33,318, 33,319, 33,320, 33,321, 33,322, 33,323, 33,324, 33,325, 33,326, 33,327, 33,328, 33,329, 33,330, 33,331, 33,332, 33,333, 33,334, 33,335, 33,336, 33,337, 33,338, 33,339, 33,340, 33,341, 33,342, 33,343, 33,344, 33,345, 33,346, 33,347, 33,348, 33,349, 33,350, 33,351, 33,352, 33,353, 33,354, 33,355, 33,356, 33,357, 33,358, 33,359, 33,360, 33,361, 33,362, 33,363, 33,364, 33,365, 33,366, 33,367, 33,368, 33,369, 33,370, 33,371, 33,372, 33,373, 33,374, 33,375, 33,376, 33,377, 33,378, 33,379, 33,380, 33,381, 33,382, 33,383, 33,384, 33,385, 33,386, 33,387, 33,388, 33,389, 33,390, 33,391, 33,392, 33,393, 33,394, 33,395, 33,396, 33,397, 33,398, 33,399, 33,400, 33,401, 33,402, 33,403, 33,404, 33,405, 33,406, 33,407, 33,408, 33,409, 33,410, 33,411, 33,412, 33,413, 33,414, 33,415, 33,416, 33,417, 33,418, 33,419, 33,420, 33,421, 33,422, 33,423, 33,424, 33,425, 33,426, 33,427, 33,428, 33,429, 33,430, 33,431, 33,432, 33,433, 33,434, 33,435, 33,436, 33,437, 33,438, 33,439, 33,440, 33,441, 33,442, 33,443, 33,444, 33,445, 33,446, 33,447, 33,448, 33,449, 33,450, 33,451, 33,452, 33,453, 33,454, 33,455, 33,456, 33,457, 33,458, 33,459, 33,460, 33,461, 33,462, 33,463, 33,464, 33,465, 33,466, 33,467, 33,468, 33,469, 33,470, 33,471, 33,472, 33,473, 33,474, 33,475, 33,476, 33,477, 33,478, 33,479, 33,480, 33,481, 33,482, 33,483, 33,484, 33,485, 33,486, 33,487, 33,488, 33,489, 33,490, 33,491, 33,492, 33,493, 33,494, 33,495, 33,496, 33,497, 33,498, 33,499, 33,500, 33,501, 33,502, 33,503, 33,504, 33,505, 33,506, 33,507, 33,508, 33,509, 33,510, 33,511, 33,512, 33,513, 33,514, 33,515, 33,516, 33,517, 33,518, 33,519, 33,520, 33,521, 33,522, 33,523, 33,524, 33,525, 33,526, 33,527, 33,528, 33,529, 33,530, 33,531, 33,532, 33,533, 33,534, 33,535, 33,536, 33,537, 33,538, 33,539, 33,540, 33,541, 33,542, 33,543, 33,544, 33,545, 33,546, 33,547, 33,548, 33,549, 33,550, 33,551, 33,552, 33,553, 33,554, 33,555, 33,556, 33,557, 33,558, 33,559, 33,560, 33,561, 33,562, 33,563, 33,564, 33,565, 33,566, 33,567, 33,568, 33,569, 33,570, 33,571, 33,572, 33,573, 33,574, 33,575, 33,576, 33,577, 33,578, 33,579, 33,580, 33,581, 33,582, 33,583, 33,584, 33,585, 33,586, 33,587, 33,588, 33,589, 33,590, 33,591, 33,592, 33,593, 33,594, 33,595, 33,596, 33,597, 33,598, 33,599, 33,600, 33,601, 33,602, 33,603, 33,604, 33,605, 33,606, 33,607, 33,608, 33,609, 33,610, 33,611, 33,612, 33,613, 33,614, 33,615, 33,616, 33,617, 33,618, 33,619, 33,620, 33,621, 33,622, 33,623, 33,624, 33,625, 33,626, 33,627, 33,628, 33,629, 33,630, 33,631, 33,632, 33,633, 33,634, 33,635, 33,636, 33,637, 33,638, 33,639, 33,640, 33,641, 33,642, 33,643, 33,644, 33,645, 33,646, 33,647, 33,648, 33,649, 33,650, 33,651, 33,652, 33,653, 33,654, 33,655, 33,656, 33,657, 33,658, 33,659, 33,660, 33,661, 33,662, 33,663, 33,664, 33,665, 33,666, 33,667, 33,668, 33,669, 33,670, 33,671, 33,672, 33,673, 33,674, 33,675, 33,676, 33,677, 33,678, 33,679, 33,680, 33,681, 33,682, 33,683, 33,684, 33,685, 33,686, 33,687, 33,688, 33,689, 33,690, 33,691, 33,692, 33,693, 33,694, 33,695, 33,696, 33,697, 33,698, 33,699, 33,700, 33,701, 33,702, 33,703, 33,704, 33,705, 33,706, 33,707, 33,708, 33,709, 33,710, 33,711, 33,712, 33,713, 33,714, 33,715, 33,716, 33,717, 33,718, 33,719, 33,720, 33,721, 33,722, 33,723, 33,724, 33,725, 33,726, 33,727, 33,728, 33,729, 33,730, 33,731, 33,732, 33,733, 33,734, 33,735, 33,736, 33,737, 33,738, 33,739, 33,740, 33,741, 33,742, 33,743, 33,744, 33,745, 33,746, 33,747, 33,748, 33,749, 33,750, 33,751, 33,752, 33,753, 33,754, 33,755, 33,756, 33,757, 33,758, 33,759, 33,760, 33,761, 33,762, 33,763, 33,764, 33,765, 33,766, 33,767, 33,768, 33,769, 33,770, 33,771, 33,772, 33,773, 33,774, 33,775, 33,776, 33,777, 33,778, 33,779, 33,780, 33,781, 33,782, 33,783, 33,784, 33,785, 33,786, 33,787, 33,788, 33,789, 33,790, 33,791, 33,792, 33,793, 33,794, 33,795, 33,796, 33,797, 33,798, 33,799, 33,800, 33,801, 33,802, 33,803, 33,804, 33,805, 33,806, 33,807, 33,808, 33,809, 33,810, 33,811, 33,812, 33,813, 33,814, 33,815, 33,816, 33,817, 33,818, 33,819, 33,820, 33,821, 33,822, 33,823, 33,824, 33,825, 33,826, 33,827, 33,828, 33,829, 33,830, 33,831, 33,832, 33,833, 33,834, 33,835, 33,836, 33,837, 33,838, 33,839, 33,840, 33,841, 33,842, 33,843, 33,844, 33,845, 33,846, 33,847, 33,848, 33,849, 33,850, 33,851, 33,852, 33,853, 33,854, 33,855, 33,856, 33,857, 33,858, 33,859, 33,860, 33,861, 33,862, 33,863, 33,864, 33,865, 33,866, 33,867, 33,868, 33,869, 33,870, 33,871, 33,872, 33,873, 33,874, 33,875, 33,876, 33,877, 33,878, 33,879, 33,880, 33,881, 33,882, 33,883, 33,884, 33,885, 33,886, 33,887, 33,888, 33,889, 33,890, 33,891, 33,892, 33,893, 33,894, 33,895, 33,896, 33,897, 33,898, 33,899, 33,900, 33,901, 33,902, 33,903, 33,904, 33,905, 33,906, 33,907, 33,908, 33,909, 33,910, 33,911, 33,912, 33,913, 33,914, 33,915, 33,916, 33,917, 33,918, 33,919, 33,920, 33,921, 33,922, 33,923, 33,924, 33,925, 33,926, 33,927, 33,928, 33,929, 33,930, 33,931, 33,932, 33,933, 33,934, 33,935, 33,936, 33,937, 33,938, 33,939, 33,940, 33,941, 33,942, 33,943, 33,944, 33,945, 33,946, 33,947, 33,948, 33,949, 33,950, 33,951, 33,952, 33,953, 33,954, 33,955, 33,956, 33,957, 33,958, 33,959, 33,960, 33,961, 33,962, 33,963, 33,964, 33,965, 33,966, 33,967, 33,968, 33,969, 33,970, 33,971, 33,972, 33,973, 33,974, 33,975, 33,976, 33,977, 33,978, 33,979, 33,980, 33,981, 33,982, 33,983, 33,984, 33,985, 33,986, 33,987, 33,988, 33,989, 33,990, 33,991, 33,992, 33,993, 33,994, 33,995, 33,996, 33,997, 33,998, 33,999, 34,000, 34,001, 34,002, 34,003, 34,004, 34,005, 34,006, 34,007, 34,008, 34,009, 34,010, 34,011, 34,012, 34,013, 34,014, 34,015, 34,016, 34,017, 34,018, 34,019, 34,020, 34,021, 34,022, 34,023, 34,024, 34,025, 34,026, 34,027, 34,028, 34,029, 34,030, 34,031, 34,032, 34,033, 34,034, 34,035, 34,036, 34,037, 34,038, 34,039, 34,040, 34,041, 34,042, 34,043, 34,044, 34,045, 34,046, 34,047, 34,048, 34,049, 34,050, 34,051, 34,052, 34,053, 34,054, 34,055, 34,056, 34,057, 34,058, 34,059, 34,060, 34,061, 34,062, 34,063, 34,064, 34,065, 34,066, 34,067, 34,068, 34,069, 34,070, 34,071, 34,072, 34,073, 34,074, 34,075, 34,076, 34,077, 34,078, 34,079, 34,080, 34,081, 34,082, 34,083, 34,084, 34,085, 34,086, 34,087, 34,088, 34,089, 34,090, 34,091, 34,092, 34,093, 34,094, 34,095, 34,096, 34,097, 34,098, 34,099, 34,100, 34,101, 34,102, 34,103, 34,104, 34,105, 34,106, 34,107, 34,108, 34,109, 34,110, 34,111, 34,112, 34,113, 34,114, 34,115, 34,116, 34,117, 34,118, 34,119, 34,120, 34,121, 34,122, 34,123, 34,124, 34,125, 34,126, 34,127, 34,128, 34,129, 34,130, 34,131, 34,132, 34,133, 34,134, 34,135, 34,136, 34,137, 34,138, 34,139, 34,140, 34,141, 34,142, 34,143, 34,144, 34,145, 34,146, 34,147, 34,148, 34,149, 34,150, 34,151, 34,152, 34,153, 34,154, 34,155, 34,156, 34,157, 34,158, 34,159, 34,160, 34,161, 34,162, 34,163, 34,164, 34,165, 34,166, 34,167, 34,168, 34,169, 34,170, 34,171, 34,172, 34,173, 34,174, 34,175, 34,176, 34,177, 34,178, 34,179, 34,180, 34,181, 34,182, 34,183, 34,184, 34,185, 34,186, 34,187, 34,188, 34,189, 34,190, 34,191, 34,192, 34,193, 34,194, 34,195, 34,196, 34,197, 34,198, 34,199, 34,200, 34,201, 34,202, 34,203, 34,204, 34,205, 34,206, 34,207, 34,208, 34,209, 34,210, 34,211, 34,212, 34,213, 34,214, 34,215, 34,216, 34,217, 34,218, 34,219, 34,220, 34,221, 34,222, 34,223, 34,224, 34,225, 34,226, 34,227, 34,228, 34,229, 34,230, 34,231, 34,232, 34,233, 34,234, 34,235, 34,236, 34,237, 34,238, 34,239, 34,240, 34,241, 34,242, 34,243, 34,244, 34,245, 34,246, 34,247, 34,248, 34,249, 34,250, 34,251, 34,252, 34,253, 34,254, 34,255, 34,256, 34,257, 34,258, 34,259, 34,260, 34,261, 34,262, 34,263, 34,264, 34,265, 34,266, 34,267, 34,268, 34,269, 34,270, 34,271, 34,272, 34,273, 34,274, 34,275, 34,276, 34,277, 34,278, 34,279, 34,280, 34,281, 34,282, 34,283, 34,284, 34,285, 34,286, 34,287, 34,288, 34,289, 34,290, 34,291, 34,292, 34,293, 34,294, 34,295, 34,296, 34,297, 34,298, 34,299, 34,300, 34,301, 34,302, 34,303, 34,304, 34,305, 34,306, 34,307, 34,308, 34,309, 34,310, 34,311, 34,312, 34,313, 34,314, 34,315, 34,316, 34,317, 34,318, 34,319, 34,320, 34,321, 34,322, 34,323, 34,324, 34,325, 34,326, 34,327, 34,328, 34,329, 34,330, 34,331, 34,332, 34,333, 34,334, 34,335, 34,336, 34,337, 34,338, 34,339, 34,340, 34,341, 34,342, 34,343, 34,344, 34,345, 34,346, 34,347, 34,348, 34,349, 34,350, 34,351, 34,352, 34,353, 34,354, 34,355, 34,356, 34,357, 34,358, 34,359, 34,360, 34,361, 34,362, 34,363, 34,364, 34,365, 34,366, 34,367, 34,368, 34,369, 34,370, 34,371, 34,372, 34,373, 34,374, 34,375, 34,376, 34,377, 34,378, 34,379, 34,380, 34,381, 34,382, 34,383, 34,384, 34,385, 34,386, 34,387, 34,388, 34,389, 34,390, 34,391, 34,392, 34,393, 34,394, 34,395, 34,396, 34,397, 34,398, 34,399, 34,400, 34,401, 34,402, 34,403, 34,404, 34,405, 34,406, 34,407, 34,408, 34,409, 34,410, 34,411, 34,412, 34,413, 34,414, 34,415, 34,416, 34,417, 34,418, 34,419, 34,420, 34,421, 34,422, 34,423, 34,424, 34,425, 34,426, 34,427, 34,428, 34,429, 34,430, 34,431, 34,432, 34,433, 34,434, 34,435, 34,436, 34,437, 34,438, 34,439, 34,440, 34,441, 34,442, 34,443, 34,444, 34,445, 34,446, 34,447, 34,448, 34,449, 34,450, 34,451, 34,452, 34,453, 34,454, 34,455, 34,456, 34,457, 34,458, 34,459, 34,460, 34,461, 34,462, 34,463, 34,464, 34,465, 34,466, 34,467, 34,468, 34,469, 34,470, 34,471, 34,472, 34,473, 34,474, 34,475, 34,476, 34,477, 34,478, 34,479, 34,480, 34,481, 34,482, 34,483, 34,484, 34,485, 34,486, 34,487, 34,488, 34,489, 34,490, 34,491, 34,492, 34,493, 34,494, 34,495, 34,496, 34,497, 34,498, 34,499, 34,500, 34,501, 34,502, 34,503, 34,504, 34,505, 34,506, 34,507, 34,508, 34,509, 34,510, 34,511, 34,512, 34,513, 34,514, 34,515, 34,516, 34,517, 34,518, 34,519, 34,520, 34,521, 34,522, 34,523, 34,524, 34,525, 34,526, 34,527, 34,528, 34,529, 34,530, 34,531, 34,532, 34,533, 34,534, 34,535, 34,536, 34,537, 34,538, 34,539, 34,540, 34,541, 34,542, 34,543, 34,544, 34,545, 34,546, 34,547, 34,548, 34,549, 34,550, 34,551, 34,552, 34,553, 34,554, 34,555, 34,556, 34,557, 34,558, 34,559, 34,560, 34,561, 34,562, 34,563, 34,564, 34,565, 34,566, 34,567, 34,568, 34,569, 34,570, 34,571, 34,572, 34,573, 34,574, 34,575, 34,576, 34,577, 34,578, 34,579, 34,580, 34,581, 34,582, 34,583, 34,584, 34,585, 34,586, 34,587, 34,588, 34,589, 34,590, 34,591, 34,592, 34,593, 34,594, 34,595, 34,596, 34,597, 34,598, 34,599, 34,600, 34,601, 34,602, 34,603, 34,604, 34,605, 34,606, 34,607, 34,608, 34,609, 34,610, 34,611, 34,612, 34,613, 34,614, 34,615, 34,616, 34,617, 34,618, 34,619, 34,620, 34,621, 34,622, 34,623, 34,624, 34,625, 34,626, 34,627, 34,628, 34,629, 34,630, 34,631, 34,632, 34,633, 34,634, 34,635, 34,636, 34,637, 34,638, 34,639, 34,640, 34,641, 34,642, 34,643, 34,644, 34,645, 34,646, 34,647, 34,648, 34,649, 34,650, 34,651, 34,652, 34,653, 34,654, 34,655, 34,656, 34,657, 34,658, 34,659, 34,660, 34,661, 34,662, 34,663, 34,664, 34,665, 34,666, 34,667, 34,668, 34,669, 34,670, 34,671, 34,672, 34,673, 34,674, 34,675, 34,676, 34,677, 34,678, 34,679, 34,680, 34,681, 34,682, 34,683, 34,684, 34,685, 34,686, 34,687, 34,688, 34,689, 34,690, 34,691, 34,692, 34,693, 34,694, 34,695, 34,696, 34,697, 34,698, 34,699, 34,700, 34,701, 34,702, 34,703, 34,704, 34,705, 34,706, 34,707, 34,708, 34,709, 34,710, 34,711, 34,712, 34,713, 34,714, 34,715, 34,716, 34,717, 34,718, 34,719, 34,720, 34,721, 34,722, 34,723, 34,724, 34,725, 34,726, 34,727, 34,728, 34,729, 34,730, 34,731, 34,732, 34,733, 34,734, 34,735, 34,736, 34,737, 34,738, 34,739, 34,740, 34,741, 34,742, 34,743, 34,744, 34,745, 34,746, 34,747, 34,748, 34,749, 34,750, 34,751, 34,752, 34,753, 34,754, 34,755, 34,756, 34,757, 34,758, 34,759, 34,760, 34,761, 34,762, 34,763, 34,764, 34,765, 34,766, 34,767, 34,768, 34,769, 34,770, 34,771, 34,772, 34,773, 34,774, 34,775, 34,776, 34,777, 34,778, 34,779, 34,780, 34,781, 34,782, 34,783, 34,784, 34,785, 34,786, 34,787, 34,788, 34,789, 34,790, 34,791, 34,792, 34,793, 34,794, 34,795, 34,796, 34,797, 34,798, 34,799, 34,800, 34,801, 34,802, 34,803, 34,804, 34,805, 34,806, 34,807, 34,808, 34,809, 34,810, 34,811, 34,812, 34,813, 34,814, 34,815, 34,816, 34,817, 34,818, 34,819, 34,820, 34,821, 34,822, 34,823, 34,824, 34,825, 34,826, 34,827, 34,828, 34,829, 34,830, 34,831, 34,832, 34,833, 34,834, 34,835, 34,836, 34,837, 34,838, 34,839, 34,840, 34,841, 34,842, 34,843, 34,844, 34,845, 34,846, 34,847, 34,848, 34,849, 34,850, 34,851, 34,852, 34,853, 34,854, 34,855, 34,856, 34,857, 34,858, 34,859, 34,860, 34,861, 34,862, 34,863, 34,864, 34,865, 34,866, 34,867, 34,868, 34,869, 34,870, 34,871, 34,872, 34,873, 34,874, 34,875, 34,876, 34,877, 34,878, 34,879, 34,880, 34,881, 34,882, 34,883, 34,884, 34,885, 34,886, 34,887, 34,888, 34,889, 34,890, 34,891, 34,892, 34,893, 34,894, 34,895, 34,896, 34,897, 34,898, 34,899, 34,900, 34,901, 34,902, 34,903, 34,904, 34,905, 34,906, 34,907, 34,908, 34,909, 34,910, 34,911, 34,912, 34,913, 34,914, 34,915, 34,916, 34,917, 34,918, 34,919, 34,920, 34,921, 34,922, 34,923, 34,924, 34,925, 34,926, 34,927, 34,928, 34,929, 34,930, 34,931, 34,932, 34,933, 34,934, 34,935, 34,936, 34,937, 34,938, 34,939, 34,940, 34,941, 34,942, 34,943, 34,944, 34,945, 34,946, 34,947, 34,948, 34,949, 34,950, 34,951, 34,952, 34,953, 34,954, 34,955, 34,956, 34,957, 34,958, 34,959, 34,960, 34,961, 34,962, 34,963, 34,964, 34,965, 34,966, 34,967, 34,968, 34,969, 34,970, 34,971, 34,972, 34,973, 34,974, 34,975, 34,976, 34,977, 34,978, 34,979, 34,980, 34,981, 34,982, 34,983, 34,984, 34,985, 34,986, 34,987, 34,988, 34,989, 34,990, 34,991, 34,992, 34,993, 34,994, 34,995, 34,996, 34,997, 34,998, 34,999, 35,000, 35,001, 35,002, 35,003, 35,004, 35,005, 35,006, 35,007, 35,008, 35,009, 35,010, 35,011, 35,012, 35,013, 35,014, 35,015, 35,016, 35,017, 35,018, 35,019, 35,020, 35,021, 35,022, 35,023, 35,024, 35,025, 35,026, 35,027, 35,028, 35,029, 35,052, 35,053, 35,054, 35,055, 35,056, 35,057, 35,058, 35,059, 35,060, 35,061, 35,062, 35,063, 35,064, 35,065, 35,066, 35,067, 35,068, 35,069, 35,070, 35,071, 35,072, 35,073, 35,074, 35,075, 35,076, 35,077, 35,078, 35,079, 35,080, 35,081, 35,082, 35,083, 35,084, 35,085, 35,086, 35,087, 35,088, 35,089, 35,090, 35,091, 35,092, 35,093, 35,094, 35,095, 35,096, 35,097, 35,098, 35,099, 35,100, 35,101, 35,102, 35,103, 35,104, 35,105, 35,106, 35,107, 35,108, 35,109, 35,110, 35,111, 35,112, 35,113, 35,114, 35,115, 35,116, 35,117, 35,118, 35,119, 35,120, 35,121, 35,122, 35,123, 35,124, 35,125, 35,126, 35,127, 35,128, 35,129, 35,130, 35,131, 35,132, 35,133, 35,134, 35,135, 35,136, 35,137, 35,138, 35,139, 35,140, 35,141, 35,142, 35,143, 35,144, 35,145, 35,146, 35,147, 35,148, 35,149, 35,150, 35,151, 35,152, 35,153, 35,154, 35,155, 35,156, 35,157, 35,158, 35,159, 35,160, 35,161, 35,162, 35,163, 35,164, 35,165, 35,166, 35,167, 35,168, 35,169, 35,170, 35,171, 35,172, 35,173, 35,174, 35,175, 35,176, 35,177, 35,178, 35,179, 35,180, 35,181, 35,182, 35,183, 35,184, 35,185, 35,186, 35,187, 35,188, 35,189, 35,190, 35,191, 35,192, 35,193, 35,194, 35,195, 35,196, 35,197, 35,198, 35,199, 35,200, 35,201, 35,202, 35,203, 35,204, 35,205, 35,206, 35,207, 35,208, 35,209, 35,210, 35,211, 35,212, 35,213, 35,214, 35,215, 35,216, 35,217, 35,218, 35,219, 35,220, 35,221, 35,222, 35,223, 35,224, 35,225, 35,226, 35,227, 35,228, 35,229, 35,230, 35,231, 35,232, 35,233, 35,234, 35,235, 35,236, 35,237, 35,238, 35,239, 35,240, 35,241, 35,242, 35,243, 35,244, 35,245, 35,246, 35,247, 35,248, 35,249, 35,250, 35,251, 35,252, 35,253, 35,254, 35,255, 35,256, 35,257, 35,258, 35,259, 35,260, 35,261, 35,262, 35,263, 35,264, 35,265, 35,266, 35,267, 35,268, 35,269, 35,270, 35,271, 35,272, 35,273, 35,274, 35,275, 35,276, 35,277, 35,278, 35,279, 35,280, 35,281, 35,282, 35,283, 35,284, 35,285, 35,286, 35,287, 35,288, 35,289, 35,290, 35,291, 35,292, 35,293, 35,294, 35,295, 35,296, 35,297, 35,298, 35,299, 35,300, 35,301, 35,302, 35,303, 35,304, 35,305, 35,306, 35,307, 35,308, 35,309, 35,310, 35,311, 35,312, 35,313, 35,314, 35,315, 35,316, 35,317, 35,318, 35,319, 35,320, 35,321, 35,322, 35,323, 35,324, 35,325, 35,326, 35,327, 35,328, 35,329, 35,330, 35,331, 35,332, 35,333, 35,334, 35,335, 35,336, 35,337, 35,338, 35,339, 35,340, 35,341, 35,342, 35,343, 35,344, 35,345, 35,346, 35,347, 35,348, 35,349, 35,350, 35,351, 35,352, 35,353, 35,354, 35,355, 35,356, 35,357, 35,358, 35,359, 35,360, 35,361, 35,362, 35,363, 35,364, 35,365, 35,366, 35,367, 35,368, 35,369, 35,370, 35,371, 35,372, 35,373, 35,374, 35,375, 35,376, 35,377, 35,378, 35,379, 35,380, 35,381, 35,382, 35,383, 35,384, 35,385, 35,386, 35,387, 35,388, 35,389, 35,390, 35,391, 35,392, 35,393, 35,394, 35,395, 35,396, 35,397, 35,398, 35,399, 35,400, 35,401, 35,402, 35,403, 35,404, 35,405, 35,406, 35,407, 35,408, 35,409, 35,410, 35,411, 35,412, 35,413, 35,414, 35,415, 35,416, 35,417, 35,418, 35,419, 35,420, 35,421, 35,422, 35,423, 35,424, 35,425, 35,426, 35,427, 35,428, 35,429, 35,430, 35,431, 35,432, 35,433, 35,434, 35,435, 35,436, 35,437, 35,438, 35,439, 35,440, 35,441, 35,442, 35,443, 35,444, 35,445, 35,446, 35,447, 35,448, 35,449, 35,450, 35,451, 35,452, 35,453, 35,454, 35,455, 35,456, 35,457, 35,458, 35,459, 35,460, 35,461, 35,462, 35,463, 35,464, 35,465, 35,466, 35,467, 35,468, 35,469, 35,470, 35,471, 35,472, 35,473, 35,474, 35,475, 35,476, 35,477, 35,478, 35,479, 35,480, 35,481, 35,482, 35,483, 35,484, 35,485, 35,486, 35,487, 35,488, 35,489, 35,490, 35,491, 35,492, 35,493, 35,494, 35,495, 35,496, 35,497, 35,498, 35,499, 35,500, 35,501, 35,502, 35,503, 35,504, 35,505, 35,506, 35,507, 35,508, 35,509, 35,510, 35,511, 35,512, 35,513, 35,514, 35,515, 35,516, 35,517, 35,518, 35,519, 35,520, 35,521, 35,522, 35,523, 35,524, 35,525, 35,526, 35,527, 35,528, 35,529, 35,530, 35,531, 35,532, 35,533, 35,534, 35,535, 35,536, 35,537, 35,538, 35,539, 35,540, 35,541, 35,542, 35,543, 35,544, 35,545, 35,546, 35,547, 35,548, 35,549, 35,550, 35,551, 35,552, 35,553, 35,554, 35,555, 35,556, 35,557, 35,558, 35,559, 35,560, 35,561, 35,562, 35,563, 35,564, 35,565, 35,566, 35,567, 35,568, 35,569, 35,570, 35,571, 35,572, 35,573, 35,574, 35,575, 35,576, 35,577, 35,578, 35,579, 35,580, 35,581, 35,582, 35,583, 35,584, 35,585, 35,586, 35,587, 35,588, 35,589, 35,590, 35,591, 35,592, 35,593, 35,594, 35,595, 35,596, 35,597, 35,598, 35,599, 35,600, 35,601, 35,602, 35,603, 35,604, 35,605, 35,606, 35,607, 35,608, 35,609, 35,610, 35,611, 35,612, 35,613, 35,614, 35,615, 35,616, 35,617, 35,618, 35,619, 35,620, 35,621, 35,622, 35,623, 35,624, 35,625, 35,626, 35,627, 35,628, 35,629, 35,630, 35,631, 35,632, 35,633, 35,634, 35,635, 35,636, 35,637, 35,638, 35,639, 35,640, 35,641, 35,642, 35,643, 35,644, 35,645, 35,646, 35,647, 35,648, 35,649, 35,650, 35,651, 35,652, 35,653, 35,654, 35,655, 35,656, 35,657, 35,658, 35,659, 35,660, 35,661, 35,662, 35,663, 35,664, 35,665, 35,666, 35,667, 35,668, 35,669, 35,670, 35,671, 35,672, 35,673, 35,674, 35,675, 35,676, 35,677, 35,678, 35,679, 35,680, 35,681, 35,682, 35,683, 35,684, 35,685, 35,686, 35,687, 35,688, 35,689, 35,690, 35,691, 35,692, 35,693, 35,694, 35,695, 35,696, 35,697, 35,698, 35,699, 35,700, 35,701, 35,702, 35,703, 35,704, 35,705, 35,706, 35,707, 35,708, 35,709, 35,710, 35,711, 35,712, 35,713, 35,714, 35,715, 35,716, 35,717, 35,718, 35,719, 35,720, 35,721, 35,722, 35,723, 35,724, 35,725, 35,726, 35,727, 35,728, 35,729, 35,730, 35,731, 35,732, 35,733, 35,734, 35,735, 35,736, 35,737, 35,738, 35,739, 35,740, 35,741, 35,742, 35,743, 35,744, 35,745, 35,746, 35,747, 35,748, 35,749, 35,750, 35,751, 35,752, 35,753, 35,754, 35,755, 35,756, 35,757, 35,758, 35,759, 35,760, 35,761, 35,762, 35,763, 35,764, 35,765, 35,766, 35,767, 35,768, 35,769, 35,770, 35,771, 35,772, 35,773, 35,774, 35,775, 35,776, 35,777, 35,778, 35,779, 35,780, 35,781, 35,782, 35,783, 35,784, 35,785, 35,786, 35,787, 35,788, 35,789, 35,790, 35,791, 35,792, 35,793, 35,794, 35,795, 35,796, 35,797, 35,798, 35,799, 35,800, 35,801, 35,802, 35,803, 35,804, 35,805, 35,806, 35,807, 35,808, 35,809, 35,810, 35,811, 35,812, 35,813, 35,814, 35,815, 35,816, 35,817, 35,818, 35,819, 35,820, 35,821, 35,822, 35,823, 35,824, 35,825, 35,826, 35,827, 35,828, 35,829, 35,830, 35,831, 35,832, 35,833, 35,834, 35,835, 35,836, 35,837, 35,838, 35,839, 35,840, 35,841, 35,842, 35,843, 35,844, 35,845, 35,846, 35,847, 35,848, 35,849, 35,850, 35,851, 35,852, 35,853, 35,854, 35,855, 35,856, 35,857, 35,858, 35,859, 35,860, 35,861, 35,862, 35,863, 35,864, 35,865, 35,866, 35,867, 35,868, 35,869, 35,870, 35,871, 35,872, 35,873, 35,874, 35,875, 35,876, 35,877, 35,878, 35,879, 35,880, 35,881, 35,882, 35,883, 35,884, 35,885, 35,886, 35,887, 35,888, 35,889, 35,890, 35,891, 35,892, 35,893, 35,894, 35,895, 35,896, 35,897, 35,898, 35,899, 35,900, 35,901, 35,902, 35,903, 35,904, 35,905, 35,906, 35,907, 35,908, 35,909, 35,910, 35,911, 35,912, 35,913, 35,914, 35,915, 35,916, 35,917, 35,918, 35,919, 35,920, 35,921, 35,922, 35,923, 35,924, 35,925, 35,926, 35,927, 35,928, 35,929, 35,930, 35,931, 35,932, 35,933, 35,934, 35,935, 35,936, 35,937, 35,938, 35,939, 35,940, 35,941, 35,942, 35,943, 35,944, 35,945, 35,946, 35,947, 35,948, 35,949, 35,950, 35,951, 35,952, 35,953, 35,954, 35,955, 35,956, 35,957, 35,958, 35,959, 35,960, 35,961, 35,962, 35,963, 35,964, 35,965, 35,966, 35,967, 35,968, 35,969, 35,970, 35,971, 35,972, 35,973, 35,974, 35,975, 35,976, 35,977, 35,978, 35,979, 35,980, 35,981, 35,982, 35,983, 35,984, 35,985, 35,986, 35,987, 35,988, 35,989, 35,990, 35,991, 35,992, 35,993, 35,994, 35,995, 35,996, 35,997, 35,998, 35,999, 36,000, 36,001, 36,002, 36,003, 36,004, 36,005, 36,006, 36,007, 36,008, 36,009, 36,010, 36,011, 36,012, 36,013, 36,014, 36,015, 36,016, 36,017, 36,018, 36,019, 36,020, 36,021, 36,022, 36,023, 36,024, 36,025, 36,026, 36,027, 36,028, 36,029, 36,030, 36,031, 36,032, 36,033, 36,034, 36,035, 36,036, 36,037, 36,038, 36,039, 36,040, 36,041, 36,042, 36,043, 36,044, 36,045, 36,046, 36,047, 36,048, 36,049, 36,050, 36,051, 36,052, 36,053, 36,054, 36,055, 36,056, 36,057, 36,058, 36,059, 36,060, 36,061, 36,062, 36,063, 36,064, 36,065, 36,066, 36,067, 36,068, 36,069, 36,070, 36,071, 36,072, 36,073, 36,074, 36,075, 36,076, 36,077, 36,078, 36,079, 36,080, 36,081, 36,082, 36,083, 36,084, 36,085, 36,086, 36,087, 36,088, 36,089, 36,090, 36,091, 36,092, 36,093, 36,094, 36,095, 36,096, 36,097, 36,098, 36,099, 36,100, 36,101, 36,102, 36,103, 36,104, 36,105, 36,106, 36,107, 36,108, 36,109, 36,110, 36,111, 36,112, 36,113, 36,114, 36,115, 36,116, 36,117, 36,118, 36,119, 36,120, 36,121, 36,122, 36,123, 36,124, 36,125, 36,126, 36,127, 36,128, 36,129, 36,130, 36,131, 36,132, 36,133, 36,134, 36,135, 36,136, 36,137, 36,138, 36,139, 36,140, 36,141, 36,142, 36,143, 36,144, 36,145, 36,146, 36,147, 36,148, 36,149, 36,150, 36,151, 36,152, 36,153, 36,154, 36,155, 36,156, 36,157, 36,158, 36,159, 36,160, 36,161, 36,162, 36,163, 36,164, 36,165, 36,166, 36,167, 36,168, 36,169, 36,170, 36,171, 36,172, 36,173, 36,174, 36,175, 36,176, 36,177, 36,178, 36,179, 36,180, 36,181, 36,182, 36,183, 36,184, 36,185, 36,186, 36,187, 36,188, 36,189, 36,190, 36,191, 36,192, 36,193, 36,194, 36,195, 36,196, 36,197, 36,198, 36,199, 36,200, 36,201, 36,202, 36,203, 36,204, 36,205, 36,206, 36,207, 36,208, 36,209, 36,210, 36,211, 36,212, 36,213, 36,214, 36,215, 36,216, 36,217, 36,218, 36,219, 36,220, 36,221, 36,222, 36,223, 36,224, 36,225, 36,226, 36,227, 36,228, 36,229, 36,230, 36,231, 36,232, 36,233, 36,234, 36,235, 36,236, 36,237, 36,238, 36,239, 36,240, 36,241, 36,242, 36,243, 36,244, 36,245, 36,246, 36,247, 36,248, 36,249, 36,250, 36,251, 36,252, 36,253, 36,254, 36,255, 36,256, 36,257, 36,258, 36,259, 36,260, 36,261, 36,262, 36,263, 36,264, 36,265, 36,266, 36,267, 36,268, 36,269, 36,270, 36,271, 36,272, 36,273, 36,274, 36,275, 36,276, 36,277, 36,278, 36,279, 36,280, 36,281, 36,282, 36,283, 36,284, 36,285, 36,286, 36,287, 36,288, 36,289, 36,290, 36,291, 36,292, 36,293, 36,294, 36,295, 36,296, 36,297, 36,298, 36,299, 36,300, 36,301, 36,302, 36,303, 36,304, 36,305, 36,306, 36,307, 36,308, 36,309, 36,310, 36,311, 36,312, 36,313, 36,314, 36,315, 36,316, 36,317, 36,318, 36,319, 36,320, 36,321, 36,322, 36,323, 36,324, 36,325, 36,326, 36,327, 36,328, 36,329, 36,330, 36,331, 36,332, 36,333, 36,334, 36,335, 36,336, 36,337, 36,338, 36,339, 36,340, 36,341, 36,342, 36,343, 36,344, 36,345, 36,346, 36,347, 36,348, 36,349, 36,350, 36,351, 36,352, 36,353, 36,354, 36,355, 36,356, 36,357, 36,358, 36,359, 36,360, 36,361, 36,362, 36,363, 36,364, 36,365, 36,366, 36,367, 36,368, 36,369, 36,370, 36,371, 36,372, 36,373, 36,374, 36,375, 36,376, 36,377, 36,378, 36,379, 36,380, 36,381, 36,382, 36,383, 36,384, 36,385, 36,386, 36,387, 36,388, 36,389, 36,390, 36,391, 36,392, 36,393, 36,394, 36,395, 36,396, 36,397, 36,398, 36,399, 36,400, 36,401, 36,402, 36,403, 36,404, 36,405, 36,406, 36,407, 36,408, 36,409, 36,410, 36,411, 36,412, 36,413, 36,414, 36,415, 36,416, 36,417, 36,418, 36,419, 36,420, 36,421, 36,422, 36,423, 36,424, 36,425, 36,426, 36,427, 36,428, 36,429, 36,430, 36,431, 36,432, 36,433, 36,434, 36,435, 36,436, 36,437, 36,438, 36,439, 36,440, 36,441, 36,442, 36,443, 36,444, 36,445, 36,446, 36,447, 36,448, 36,449, 36,450, 36,451, 36,452, 36,453, 36,454, 36,455, 36,456, 36,457, 36,458, 36,459, 36,460, 36,461, 36,462, 36,463, 36,464, 36,465, 36,466, 36,467, 36,468, 36,469, 36,470, 36,471, 36,472, 36,473, 36,474, 36,475, 36,476, 36,477, 36,478, 36,479, 36,480, 36,481, 36,482, 36,483, 36,484, 36,485, 36,486, 36,487, 36,488, 36,489, 36,490, 36,491, 36,492, 36,493, 36,494, 36,495, 36,496, 36,497, 36,498, 36,499, 36,500, 36,501, 36,502, 36,503, 36,504, 36,505, 36,506, 36,507, 36,508, 36,509, 36,510, 36,511, 36,512, 36,513, 36,514, 36,515, 36,516, 36,517, 36,518, 36,519, 36,520, 36,521, 36,522, 36,523, 36,524, 36,525, 36,526, 36,527, 36,528, 36,529, 36,530, 36,531, 36,532, 36,533, 36,534, 36,535, 36,536, 36,537, 36,538, 36,539, 36,540, 36,541, 36,542, 36,543, 36,544, 36,545, 36,546, 36,547, 36,548, 36,549, 36,550, 36,551, 36,552, 36,553, 36,554, 36,555, 36,556, 36,557, 36,558, 36,559, 36,560, 36,561, 36,562, 36,563, 36,564, 36,565, 36,566, 36,567, 36,568, 36,569, 36,570, 36,571, 36,572, 36,573, 36,574, 36,575, 36,576, 36,577, 36,578, 36,579, 36,580, 36,581, 36,582, 36,583, 36,584, 36,585, 36,586, 36,587, 36,588, 36,589, 36,590, 36,591, 36,592, 36,593, 36,594, 36,595, 36,596, 36,597, 36,598, 36,599, 36,600, 36,601, 36,602, 36,603, 36,604, 36,605, 36,606, 36,607, 36,608, 36,609, 36,610, 36,611, 36,612, 36,613, 36,614, 36,615, 36,616, 36,617, 36,618, 36,619, 36,620, 36,621, 36,622, 36,623, 36,624, 36,625, 36,626, 36,627, 36,628, 36,629, 36,630, 36,631, 36,632, 36,633, 36,634, 36,635, 36,636, 36,637, 36,638, 36,639, 36,640, 36,641, 36,642, 36,643, 36,644, 36,645, 36,646, 36,647, 36,648, 36,649, 36,650, 36,651, 36,652, 36,653, 36,654, 36,655, 36,656, 36,657, 36,658, 36,659, 36,660, 36,661, 36,662, 36,663, 36,664, 36,665, 36,666, 36,667, 36,668, 36,669, 36,670, 36,671, 36,672, 36,673, 36,674, 36,675, 36,676, 36,677, 36,678, 36,679, 36,680, 36,681, 36,682, 36,683, 36,684, 36,685, 36,686, 36,687, 36,688, 36,689, 36,690, 36,691, 36,692, 36,693, 36,694, 36,695, 36,696, 36,697, 36,698, 36,699, 36,700, 36,701, 36,702, 36,703, 36,704, 36,705, 36,706, 36,707, 36,708, 36,709, 36,710, 36,711, 36,712, 36,713, 36,714, 36,715, 36,716, 36,717, 36,718, 36,719, 36,720, 36,721, 36,722, 36,723, 36,724, 36,725, 36,726, 36,727, 36,728, 36,729, 36,730, 36,731, 36,732, 36,733, 36,734, 36,735, 36,736, 37,737, 37,738, 37,739, 37,740, 37,741, 37,742, 37,743, 37,744, 37,745, 37,746, 37,747, 37,748, 37,749, 37,750, 37,751, 37,752, 37,753, 37,754, 37,755, 37,756, 37,757, 37,758, 37,759, 37,760, 37,761, 37,762, 37,763, 37,764, 37,765, 37,766, 37,767, 37,768, 37,769, 37,770, 37,771, 37,772, 37,773, 37,774, 37,775, 37,776, 37,777, 37,778, 37,779, 37,780, 37,781, 37,782, 37,783, 37,784, 37,785, 37,786, 37,787, 37,788, 37,789, 37,790, 37,791, 37,792, 37,793, 37,794, 37,795, 37,796, 37,797, 37,798, 37,799, 37,800, 37,801, 37,802, 37,803, 37,804, 37,805, 37,806, 37,807, 36,808, 36,809, 36,810, 36,811, 36,812, 36,813, 36,814, 36,815, 36,816, 36,817, 36,818, 36,819, 36,820, 36,821, 36,822, 36,823, 36,824, 36,825, 36,826, 36,827, 36,828, 36,829, 36,830, 36,831, 36,832, 36,833, 36,834, 36,835, 36,836, 36,837, 36,838, 36,839, 36,840, 36,841, 36,842, 36,843, 36,844, 36,845, 36,846, 36,847, 36,848, 36,849, 36,850, 36,851, 36,852, 36,853, 36,854, 36,855, 36,856, 36,857, 36,858, 36,859, 36,860, 36,861, 36,862, 36,863, 36,864, 36,865, 36,866, 36,867, 36,868, 36,869, 36,870, 36,871, 36,872, 36,873, 36,874, 36,875, 36,876, 36,877, 36,878, 36,879, 36,880, 36,881, 36,882, 36,883, 36,884, 36,885, 36,886, 36,887, 36,888, 36,889, 36,890, 36,891, 36,892, 36,893, 36,894, 36,895, 36,896, 36,897, 36,898, 36,899, 36,900, 36,901, 36,902, 36,903, 36,904, 36,905, 36,906, 36,907, 36,908, 36,909, 36,910, 36,911, 36,912, 36,913, 36,914, 36,915, 36,916, 36,917, 36,918, 36,919, 36,920, 36,921, 36,922, 36,923, 36,924, 36,925, 36,926, 36,927, 36,928, 36,929, 36,930, 36,931, 36,932, 36,933, 36,934, 36,935, 36,936, 36,937, 36,938, 36,939, 36,940, 36,941, 36,942, 36,943, 36,944, 36,945, 36,946, 36,947, 36,948, 36,949, 36,950, 36,951, 36,952, 36,953, 36,954, 36,955, 36,956, 36,957, 36,958, 36,959, 36,960, 36,961, 36,962, 36,963, 36,964, 36,965, 36,966, 36,967, 36,968, 36,969, 36,970, 36,971, 36,972, 36,973, 36,974, 36,975, 36,976, 36,977, 36,978, 36,979, 36,980, 36,981, 36,982, 36,983, 36,984, 36,985, 36,986, 36,987, 36,988, 36,989, 36,990, 36,991, 36,992, 36,993, 36,994, 36,995, 36,996, 36,997, 36,998, 36,999, 37,000, 37,001, 37,002, 37,003, 37,004, 37,005, 37,006, 37,007, 37,008, 37,009, 37,010, 37,011, 37,012, 37,013, 37,014, 37,015, 37,016, 37,017, 37,018, 37,019, 37,020, 37,021, 37,022, 37,023, 37,024, 37,025, 37,026, 37,027, 37,028, 37,029, 37,030, 37,031, 37,032, 37,033, 37,034, 37,035, 37,036, 37,037, 37,038, 37,039, 37,040, 37,041, 37,042, 37,043, 37,044, 37,045, 37,046, 37,047, 37,048, 37,049, 37,050, 37,051, 37,052, 37,053, 37,054, 37,055, 37,056, 37,057, 37,058, 37,059, 37,060, 37,061, 37,062, 37,063, 37,064, 37,065, 37,066, 37,067, 37,068, 37,069, 37,070, 37,071, 37,072, 37,073, 37,074, 37,075, 37,076, 37,077, 37,078, 37,079, 37,080, 37,081, 37,082, 37,083, 37,084, 37,085, 37,086, 37,087, 37,088, 37,089, 37,090, 37,091, 37,092, 37,093, 37,094, 37,095, 37,096, 37,097, 37,098, 37,099, 37,100, 37,101, 37,102, 37,103, 37,104, 37,105, 37,106, 37,107, 37,108, 37,109, 37,110, 37,111, 37,112, 37,113, 37,114, 37,115, 37,116, 37,117, 37,118, 37,119, 37,120, 37,121, 37,122, 37,123, 37,124, 37,125, 37,126, 37,127, 37,128, 37,129, 37,130, 37,131, 37,132, 37,133, 37,134, 37,135, 37,136, 37,137, 37,138, 37,139, 37,140, 37,141, 37,142, 37,143, 37,144, 37,145, 37,146, 37,147, 37,148, 37,149, 37,150, 37,151, 37,152, 37,153, 37,154, 37,155, 37,156, 37,157, 37,158, 37,159, 37,160, 37,161, 37,162, 37,163, 37,164, 37,165, 37,166, 37,167, 37,168, 37,169, 37,170, 37,171, 37,172, 37,173, 37,174, 37,175, 37,176, 37,177, 37,178, 37,179, 37,180, 37,181, 37,182, 37,183, 37,184, 37,185, 37,186, 37,187, 37,188, 37,189, 37,190, 37,191, 37,192, 37,193, 37,194, 37,195, 37,196, 37,197, 37,198, 37,199, 37,200, 37,201, 37,202, 37,203, 37,204, 37,205, 37,206, 37,207, 37,208, 37,209, 37,210, 37,211, 37,212, 37,213, 37,214, 37,215, 37,216, 37,217, 37,218, 37,219, 37,220, 37,221, 37,222, 37,223, 37,224, 37,225, 37,226, 37,227, 37,228, 37,229, 37,230, 37,231, 37,232, 37,233, 37,234, 37,235, 37,236, 37,237, 37,238, 37,239, 37,240, 37,241, 37,242, 37,243, 37,244, 37,245, 37,246, 37,247, 37,248, 37,249, 37,250, 37,251, 37,252, 37,253, 37,254, 37,255, 37,256, 37,257, 37,258, 37,259, 37,260, 37,261, 37,262, 37,263, 37,264, 37,265, 37,266, 37,267, 37,268, 37,269, 37,270, 37,271, 37,272, 37,273, 37,274, 37,275, 37,276, 37,277, 37,278, 37,279, 37,280, 37,281, 37,282, 37,283, 37,284, 37,285, 37,286, 37,287, 37,288, 37,289, 37,290, 37,291, 37,292, 37,293, 37,294, 37,295, 37,296, 37,297, 37,298, 37,299, 37,300, 37,301, 37,302, 37,303, 37,304, 37,305, 37,306, 37,307, 37,308, 37,309, 37,310, 37,311, 37,312, 37,313, 37,314, 37,315, 37,316, 37,317, 37,318, 37,319, 37,320, 37,321, 37,322, 37,323, 37,324, 37,325, 37,326, 37,327, 37,328, 37,329, 37,330, 37,331, 37,332, 37,333, 37,334, 37,335, 37,336, 37,337, 37,338, 37,339, 37,340, 37,341, 37,342, 37,343, 37,344, 37,345, 37,346, 37,347, 37,348, 37,349, 37,350, 37,351, 37,352, 37,353, 37,354, 37,355, 37,356, 37,357, 37,358, 37,359, 37,360, 37,361, 37,362, 37,363, 37,364, 37,365, 37,366, 37,367, 37,368, 37,369, 37,370, 37,371, 37,372, 37,373, 37,374, 37,375, 37,376, 37,377, 37,378, 37,379, 37,380, 37,381, 37,382, 37,383, 37,384, 37,385, 37,386, 37,387, 37,388, 37,389, 37,390, 37,391, 37,392, 37,393, 37,394, 37,395, 37,396, 37,397, 37,398, 37,399, 37,400, 37,401, 37,402, 37,403, 37,404, 37,405, 37,406, 37,407, 37,408, 37,409, 37,410, 37,411, 37,412, 37,413, 37,414, 37,415, 37,416, 37,417, 37,418, 37,419, 37,420, 37,421, 37,422, 37,423, 37,424, 37,425, 37,426, 37,427, 37,428, 37,429, 37,430, 37,431, 37,432, 37,433, 37,434, 37,435, 37,436, 37,437, 37,438, 37,439, 37,440, 37,441, 37,442, 37,443, 37,444, 37,445, 37,446, 37,447, 37,448, 37,449, 37,450, 37,451, 37,452, 37,453, 37,454, 37,455, 37,456, 37,457, 37,458, 37,459, 37,460, 37,461, 37,462, 37,463, 37,464, 37,465, 37,466, 37,467, 37,468, 37,469, 37,470, 37,471, 37,472, 37,473, 37,474, 37,475, 37,476, 37,477, 37,478, 37,479, 37,480, 37,481, 37,482, 37,483, 37,484, 37,485, 37,486, 37,487, 37,488, 37,489, 37,490, 37,491, 37,492, 37,493, 37,494, 37,495, 37,496, 37,497, 37,498, 37,499, 37,500, 37,501, 37,502, 37,503, 37,504, 37,505, 37,506, 37,507, 37,508, 37,509, 37,510, 37,511, 37,512, 37,513, 37,514, 37,515, 37,516, 37,517, 37,518, 37,519, 37,520, 37,521, 37,522, 37,523, 37,524, 37,525, 37,526, 37,527, 37,528, 37,529, 37,530, 37,531, 37,532, 37,533, 37,534, 37,535, 37,536, 37,537, 37,538, 37,539, 37,540, 37,541, 37,542, 37,543, 37,544, 37,545, 37,546, 37,547, 37,548, 37,549, 37,550, 37,551, 37,552, 37,553, 37,554, 37,555, 37,556, 37,557, 37,558, 37,559, 37,560, 37,561, 37,562, 37,563, 37,564, 37,565, 37,566, 37,567, 37,568, 37,569, 37,570, 37,571, 37,572, 37,573, 37,574, 37,575, 37,576, 37,577, 37,578, 37,579, 37,580, 37,581, 37,582, 37,583, 37,584, 37,585, 37,586, 37,587, 37,588, 37,589, 37,590, 37,591, 37,592, 37,593, 37,594, 37,595, 37,596, 37,597, 37,598, 37,599, 37,600, 37,601, 37,602, 37,603, 37,604, 37,605, 37,606, 37,607, 37,608, 37,609, 37,610, 37,611, 37,612, 37,613, 37,614, 37,615, 37,616, 37,617, 37,618, 37,619, 37,620, 37,621, 37,622, 37,623, 37,624, 37,625, 37,626, 37,627, 37,628, 37,629, 37,630, 37,631, 37,632, 37,633, 37,634, 37,635, 37,636, 37,637, 37,638, 37,639, 37,640, 37,641, 37,642, 37,643, 37,644, 37,645, 37,646, 37,647, 37,648, 37,649, 37,650, 37,651, 37,652, 37,653, 37,654, 37,655, 37,656, 37,657, 37,658, 37,659, 37,660, 37,661, 37,662, 37,663, 37,664, 37,665, 37,666, 37,667, 37,668, 37,669, 37,670, 37,671, 37,672, 37,673, 37,674, 37,675, 37,676, 37,677, 37,678, 37,679, 37,680, 37,681, 37,682, 37,683, 37,684, 37,685, 37,686, 37,687, 37,688, 37,689, 37,690, 37,691, 37,692, 37,693, 37,694, 37,695, 37,696, 37,697, 37,698, 37,699, 37,700, 37,701, 37,702, 37,703, 37,704, 37,705, 37,706, 37,707, 37,708, 37,709, 37,710, 37,711, 37,712, 37,713, 37,714, 37,715, 37,716, 37,717, 37,718, 37,719, 37,720, 37,721, 37,722, 37,723, 37,724, 37,725, 37,726, 37,727, 37,728, 37,729, 37,730, 37,731, 37,732, 37,733, 37,734, 37,735, 37,736, 37,737, 37,738, 37,739, 37,740, 37,741, 37,742, 37,743, 37,744, 37,745, 37,746, 37,747, 37,748, 37,749, 37,750, 37,751, 37,752, 37,753, 37,754, 37,755, 37,756, 37,757, 37,758, 37,759, 37,760,